One Naruto, two girls, no winning choice.
Hello everyone, welcome to What If Naruto Got Stuck in Love Triangle with Female Sasuke and Sakura movie. Before we start, please go support Jackkal for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Naruto is a male. My teammates. Prologue. It was an ordinary day in the Hidden Leaf Village. The sun shone brightly, and it seemed unlikely that a storm or clouds would dare to mar the blue sky. In the fields near what would later become the training ground for Team 7 sat a young woman with short black hair and black eyes. On her back, she wore the fan that symbolized one of the most powerful and influential clans in the Leaf Village, the Uchiha clan. The girl spent hours sitting on the grass by the river that nourished the surrounding fields. Ever since her brother had slaughtered the entire clan in his lust for power, she needed a quiet place where no one would disturb her until, "Hello, Sasuke." The girl jumped when she heard that annoying voice again, which came from that blonde boy who insisted on bothering her. "Sasuke, Dobi, can't you see I'm trying to relax?" She sighed, looking at the blue sky reflected in the water. "Naruto, you're just trying to be bored as usual. Seriously, you spend hours staring at this scenery. It's pretty, but it's boring, isn't it?" The blonde young man approached the girl and sat down next to her, smiling at her. "Sasuke, well, go then, I'm not forcing you to be bored." The young man paid no attention to these words. He simply rummaged in one of his pockets and took out a box of chopsticks coated in chili. "Naruto, I thought you might be hungry, so I bought you the croutons you like so much." The girl gave a slight smile and took the box, opening it. "Sasuke, you know me so well." Tasting the first chopstick from the package, she took another and gave it to the boy, who smiled as he put it in his mouth directly from the girl's hand. "Naruto, I love the curry flavor they have, but then it makes me feel heavy. Are you nervous about the test Kakashi-sensei will give us tomorrow?" "Sasuke, why should I be? It's just a formality to fill out and that's it." "I'm more worried that you and the Rose will hurt each other because you don't know how to fight." The boy looked at her, smiling as he let himself fall onto the green grass like that of the landscape prints in numerous paintings. "Naruto, we're not useless, we're just as good as you." Provoking her with his finger, but of course, the Uchiha don't like being compared. The girl glanced at him and smiled. He'd hit the nail on the head. "Hey Sasuke, it's going to be really cold tonight. I'd like you to come to my apartment and avoid freezing in your mansion." "Sasuke, I have blankets and a futon, you know." The young man didn't change his mind and continued to insist, so the Uchiha ended up agreeing more to shut him up than out of desire. They both arrived at the boy's apartment. He chivalrously let her in, to which the girl just huffed at her host's chivalry. Upon entering the small dwelling, she noticed that it was strangely clean, so she couldn't help but ask the blonde boy, but before she could say anything, he spoke first. "Naruto, I've decided to be more organized. It's childish to have everything upside down. Besides, it'll be easier to find things now. I'll make ramen for dinner in a little while. Make yourself at home." "Sasuke, I was hoping you'd say that, Dobi. I want to go to sleep early so I'm ready for tomorrow. You do the same." "Naruto, you're worried about me. That's very sweet of you, Sasuke-chan." The girl looked at him with her Sharigan activated, causing the blonde boy to start sweating and smile nervously. Just kidding, haha." "Sasuke, I'm worried because I don't want to have to save your ass 20 times tomorrow, so stop joking around. I'm going to put on my pajamas." "Naruto, yais." The blonde boy made dinner and they both ate in silence. After finishing, Naruto asked Sasuke if she could sleep in the bed as he would sleep on the sofa. The girl agreed without objection. That night they both slept soundly without waking up or having any sleep problems. The next morning they left for the training field, obeying their sensei's order not to eat breakfast. There they ran into Sakura Haruno, the third member of the group. She greeted the two newcomers effusively. The blonde boy returned the greeting with the same enthusiasm as the pink-haired girl, while Sasuke huffed under her breath. The three of them waited about 40 minutes for their sensei. Naruto and Sakura chatted amiably while Sasuke simply observed the sky, sitting next to the blonde boy. At that moment, Kakashi Hatake appeared, who, with a smile under his face mask, apologized for his lateness. Sakura started yelling at him, scolding him for his behavior, while Sasuke and Naruto stretched their bodies to be at 100%. The sensei stood in front of them and, putting his hand in his belt pouch, took out two small bells. "Kakashi, the test is simple. Take the bells from me and you'll have passed the test, and remember, coordinate well and act as a team. I don't intend to hold back." The three boys jumped back to hide in the trees and bushes. Kakashi looked around and took out his Ika book. Instantly Kuna and Shuriken came out of the trees behind him. Kakashi had no problem dodging them, but he didn't expect that Sakura was hidden among them, who with one slash removed both bells from him. The son of the White Fang opened his eyes in surprise. "Sakura, I got them. My plan worked." The two boys came out of the trees smiling while Hatake was still in shock. "Naruto, you shouldn't underestimate your students, sensei." "Kakashi, you acted with good coordination and remarkable intelligence. You surprised me very pleasantly, but the test doesn't end here. There are only 2 bells, so one of you must be left out. The 3 young men looked at each other and the blonde shook his head looking at his sensei with determination. Naruto, either all 3 of us make it or none of us do. We're a team and we'll look out for each other like one, right? The 2 girls nodded, Sakura smiling broadly like the blonde boy and Sasuke with a slight smile. Kakashi, in that case the 3 young men could already see each other again at the academy. You passed with flying colors, you will undoubtedly make a great team. Naruto, yes. My dream is getting closer and closer. I won't let anyone down. Sasuke's POV, I've always been intrigued by his spirit. It's like he doesn't care what happens to him or how things are, he'll keep going straight for his dream. The girl smiled slightly, looking at her companion's back. In the end, it turns out you could teach me something, Dobi. Kakashi, I'm surprised it only took you a few seconds to snatch the bells from me, may I ask how? With curiosity, something he hadn't felt for a long time. Naruto, sensei, teamwork, strategy, preparation, and well, you made it very easy by undervaluing us like that. Also, I asked Uroke-sensei to give me information about you, and your delay gave us the opportunity to prepare even more. Kakashi, exceptional, I'm ashamed of having underestimated you, it won't happen again. With Team 7 now officially formed, time passed quickly. The 3 young people grew and developed, and the exams for promotion to the Middleville arrived. The 3 chose to accept the challenge. The story would unfold in the same way as in the original. Same tests, battles, results, and the fact that Sasuke wasn't bitten by Orochimaru. Naruto managed to arrive in time and cut off his head, the Hebai-sanin escaped, and after this the 3 reached the center of the forest. It was during the final trials that the sound and sand attacks on Konoha occurred. Naruto managed to quell Gaara's rage and rescue Sasuke and Sakura. Hiruzen Sarutobi died facing his former student, and before fleeing he tried to curse Sasuke, but this time Naruto took the bite instead. Faced with this, the Sannin retreated to avoid his almost certain defeat. Naruto was hospitalized in critical condition, and it was Sasuke, speaking with Kakashi, who met Jiraiya, the Toad Sage. This is where we pause to begin this story. My Teammates Chapter 1. Sasuke walked through the village streets accompanied by Kakashi. The Uchiha had asked her sensei to help her find the Toad Sage, and he agreed to help her in order to help Naruto. The Hatake knew where the Gamma Sannin would be, so they would go straight to him. Sasuke public baths. Maybe he's resting from his trip back to the village, right? Hatake smiled nervously at the Uchiha's assumptions. Kakashi, Jiraiya-sama often comes by here to look for inspiration and information. The Uchiha smiled slightly. Sasuke, wow, that old man must be very wise and cunning. Perhaps he can inspire wisdom and knowledge in me with his reflections. Kakashi smiled even more nervously. Kakashi, yes, follow me this way. We'll go around the public baths and we'll find it behind them. They both walked around the wooden fence that bordered the hot springs to reach a Zen garden that served as a park, offering a beautiful view for meditation. The copy ninja pointed to the top of the tallest tree in the garden, and the girl watched, activating her Sharigan. What she saw left her bewildered. Sasuke, that man is that Jiraiya. He's spying on the women's restrooms, she said, very disappointed by that behavior. Kakashi, Jiraiya-sama, calling the man's attention, he jumped down from the tree and approached them with his arms crossed. Jiraiya, Kakashi and is that one of your students? He said, pointing at the Uchiha. Sasuke, I am Sasuke Uchiha, I have come here to speak with you. The Sannin made a face of not understanding what that was about, so the girl continued. One of my companions was cursed by Orochimaru, and Kakashi-sensei told me that you would know where to find Tsunade. Jiraiya, yes, I know where he might be, but I don't understand why I should do it. I'm too busy with my research to pay attention to a child. Come back when you're a few years older and we'll talk. The Uchiha was furious. How dare that dirty old man call her a child and refuse to help her, not her but Naruto. Sasuke, listen here, you pervert. First of all, I'm not just any girl, I'm an Uchiha, and if I'm doing this, it's for Naruto who needs help. So don't even think about refusing or Kakashi-sensei and I will beat you up. The Sannin was speechless upon hearing that name. Could it be that Minato and Kushina's son was alive? Jiraiya, so Naruto, tell me, girl, what's that boy's last name? Very serious, something the Uchiha noticed. It surprised her, but she preferred to answer the sage. Sasuke, Uzumaki, his name is Naruto Uzumaki. Now answer me, will you help me, or will we have to convince you by force? Activating her Sharingan and ready to fight. Kakashi, there's no need. Sasuke, stop it. Jiraiya-sama is stronger than both of us. Sasuke, but Sensei. Naruto, clenching her fists in anger. Jiraiya, alright, I'll help you, but I want to see your partner before giving you the final go-ahead. Let's go to the hospital. The Sannin turned and walked quickly, as if in a hurry but without trying to show it. It was upon arriving at the hospital that the Sannin became a little more nervous. As they reached the door of the blonde boy's room, it opened, revealing Sakura beside him. Georgia POV, it's not possible he looks like him. Minato, did I fail you? Sasuke entered the room, looking at the boy and then at her teammate. Sasuke, Sakura, has he done anything during this time? The Rose shook her head sadly as she looked at the blonde boy in bed, with a calm expression, as if he were peacefully dreaming without anything disturbing him. Sasuke observed the Sannin, who was looking at the boy's face with great interest, too much so, it seemed to her, which is why she decided to hurry to find out the old man's answer. Georgia, all right, kid, you wins. I'll take you to Tsune to bring her back, and I'll even notify her that she's eligible for the Hokage position. So let's get going. The Uchiha stared at him since he had answered her question before she even asked it, but since she had given her approval, what did it matter? The Sannin climbed out the window, explaining to the brunette that they would depart at 6 o'clock that same afternoon in search of the Sage of the Slugs. Before the Uchiha could leave, Sakura grabbed her arm, stopping her. Sakura, Sasuke, please, tears welling in her eyes, find Tsunade-sama so she can help Naruto. Sasuke looked at her without much emotion, but since it was her teammate they were talking about, she was honest with her pink teammate. Sasuke, I'll do it, I'll bring Tsunade-sama and she'll heal the Dobby, don't worry. Sakura could glimpse, even if only for a second, a small smile on her companion's face, so she smiled back, thanking her for this. At 6 o'clock at the main gate of the village we can see Sasuke, Jiraiya and Kakashi. Sasuke carried a backpack on her back with everything necessary for a trip that could take a few weeks. Jiraiya for his part had gathered his things and sealed them in a scroll to avoid being a burden. Sasuke, let's go, we don't have time to waste, see you Kakashi-sensei and take care of the Dobby. Kakashi, don't worry, Sakura won't leave his side, don't doubt it. Smiling as he read his book of flirting tactics. Jiraiya and Sasuke set off for a large commercial village bordering the capital of the Land of Fire. According to Jiraiya, Tsunade had been there during their last contact a week ago. During the journey, the white-haired man was forced to find some conversation to avoid the awkward silence, and also to avoid thinking about the fact that Minato and Kushina's son was alive. Jiraiya, tell me girl, has your master taught you any powerful techniques? The Uchiha, although annoyed at being called a girl, answered the old man. Sasuke, Kakashi-sensei taught me the Chidori. Other techniques I possess are inherited from my family, such as Katen techniques in addition to various genjutsu. The white-haired man remained silent for a few moments. Jiraiya, okay, we'll stop and continue tomorrow. Now I want to know how strong you are so I can test you. Sasuke, that sounds good to me, activating her Sharigan and jumping back. Jiraiya began to draw hand seals to start spitting oil at her. Sasuke moved nimbly using the trees to gain momentum and dodge more easily. Jiraiya, fire release, great fireball technique. Starting to draw breath to unleash the blazing fire, Sasuke quickly formed hand seals to perform the same jutsu. Both fireballs collided, generating a massive explosion which, combined with the oil, ignited a fire that Jiraiya rushed to extinguish. Sasuke, now that you've fixed what you've done, I'll teach you Uchiha Taijutsu. The brunette disappeared from the man's sight, only to reappear behind him, attempting to knock him down with a kick to the legs. However, he jumped, dodging the attack. Sasuke didn't give up, trying to destabilize him with attacks to his lower abdomen and legs. However, Jiraiya dodged these without much difficulty, although his counterattacks were also unsuccessful until he managed to connect a kick to the young woman's stomach, which finally managed to push her away. Jiraiya, you fight very well for your age, girl, but let's see if you perform so well against Earth-release jutsus. The Gamma Sannin quickly formed hand seals to strike the ground. Sasuke began to stagger as the ground around her sank and rose as if it were an earthquake. Again, Jiraiya began to form hand seals. Earth release, earth plate clash. Sasuke POV, damn it, I think the only thing left for me is to use the Chidori. I'll try to move quickly and dodge their attacks. I'll use the dust they kick up as a screen. Jiraiya stomped his foot and a block of rock emerged, which he kicked at the Uchiha, who barely dodged it. He launched several more, but the brunette dodged them thanks to her Sharigan. As soon as the cloud of dust settled between them, Jiraiya could hear a noise from within the dust, like 1,000 thundering birds. Jiraiya, he's going to use it, I should, concentrating chakra in his hand. Sasuke Chidori. Electricity began to circulate through her arm, then the characteristic sound of birds could be heard in the surroundings. The girl jumped forward and charged at the Sannin. He did not try to dodge the attack, he would counter it with his technique. Jiraiya, Rasengan. The techniques of both collided in a powerful explosion that knocked Sasuke to the ground and dragged Jiraiya a meter. The white-haired man regained his balance and walked with his arms crossed towards the girl. Sasuke, I'm not defeated. She jumped up into a fighting stance, but Jiraiya didn't stop. Jiraiya, I've already assessed you, and I must say you possess a high level, but I've noticed how with that Chidori, or whatever you call your best technique, you hesitate, you lose control of your arm, and that can backfire on you in a fight that lasts until you're tired. The Uchiha looked at the Sannin with arrogance. How dare he question her combat abilities? The Chidori was perfect. a technique capable of piercing almost any defense and destroying the opponent's body to leave them with almost no chance of continuing to fight. Besides, he ignored that she was an Uchiha and therefore should not have any problems controlling her chakra. Georgia, I'm just warning you that in a life-or-death fight, your fatigue might prevent you from keeping your arms straight and obviously deflect your attack, giving your opponent an advantage. The girl thought for a few seconds. The image of Itachi came to her mind, and the mere thought of losing the opportunity to kill him over such a trivial matter was killing her. Sasuke, and what do you suggest? Looking at the pervert with his arms crossed 4 meters away from her. Georgia, simple. If you control your chakra better than you do now, you won't have to worry about that anymore. I propose a training program to perfect your abilities. The girl remained silent for a moment, then nodded and approached her teacher, ready to hear the training he was proposing. Georgia, did you see the technique I used to counter your Chidori? The girl nodded. Well, I didn't even use 30% of its power, and I was able to counter your technique, so I want to teach you the steps to use it, which are based on chakra control, and that way you can use your Chidori more effectively. Sasuke, HMPH, okay, what do we have to do? The Sannin took out a hard rubber ball filled with water and gave it to the genin, who looked at it without understanding. Georgia, since your technique is very destructive, we'll start with the last level of difficulty in learning the Rasengan. Only here you'll have to use the Chidori without exploding it. Sasuke, but that's impossible. It's a very destructive technique. I'll burst the ball without even managing to create it. The Sannin looked at her smiling. Georgia, that's where the difficulty of the exercise lies. If it were easy, why bother starting there? The days passed while Georgia wrote the draft of his new perverted masterpiece. Sasuke worked hard not to burst the ball. It was terribly difficult to keep it intact by concentrating her power in her hand. At first, it exploded the instant the lightning began to erupt, but over time, she observed that little by little the lightning managed to keep orbiting the ball without breaking it or causing it to contract and squeeze too much. Finally, she managed to keep the Chidori stable around the ball in her arm, but her joy was short-lived, as Georgia immediately moved on to the next level, making it a thinner and more fragile rubber ball. For the next 5 days, Sasuke tried to repeat what she had achieved, and after many attempts and bursts, she managed to keep this one intact in her hand as both ninjas managed to position themselves only 2 kilometers from the city where the Senju was located. Georgia, all the while, tried to teach Sasuke chakra control techniques, such as meditation and concentrating large amounts of chakra in her limbs. This allowed her to use less chakra for some techniques, and her Chidori stopped making that loud noise when it manifested. Finally, they reached the final phase of training, using a water balloon as the last obstacle for perfecting the girl's technique. And again, after hours of training, every time they stopped on their way to the city, she managed to keep the number 127 balloon from bursting, obtaining a microsphere surrounded by rays that barely made a sound. Sasuke, I did it panting with exhaustion. His legs felt heavy and he preferred to let himself fall on his butt to the ground rather than try to maintain his balance. Georgia smiled, very satisfied, ending the training. Georgia, good work, girl. Now we can focus on reaching our destination. I hope Tsunade hasn't left and that she doesn't have a regiment of debt collectors on her tail, said the Gamma Sannin with a sigh. The journey had been lengthened a bit by the Uchiha's sudden training. He hoped that this delay wouldn't interfere with their mission. They both walked the remaining half-kilometer to the city. As soon as they arrived, Sasuke was amazed by the large buildings, many of them leisure establishments such as bars, hotels, casinos, spas, recreational centers, academic centers, nothing like the village. The Sannin walked through the streets looking for a specific building. The girl followed him, constantly looking at the curious constructions. Finally, the white-haired man stopped at a large building adorned with bright colors and neon signs that shone even at midday. Georgia, this is it, the best casino in the city. If I know Tsunade well, she's probably in here losing everything. A bead of sweat trickled down Tsunade's forehead at that. They both entered the establishment, seeing numerous tables designed to offer a gambling addict any kind of wish. Georgia walked through the place to the reception desk where a man in his 60s smiled politely. Excuse me, by any chance has Tsunade Senju been here recently? The old man smiled at the mention of that name. How could he not when that woman paid his salary with her $1,000,000 losses? Receptionist, of course Tsunade-sama has been here the last 5 days and luckily for you sir, she's upstairs, you can go up and find her, smiling at him from behind the counter. Georgia, thank you very much sir. The 2 ninjas took the stairs to reach the 2nd floor where a large room full of slot machines and more gaming tables awaited them. At the back of the room, they could see 2 women, a blonde with a large bust and a trench coat that said gambler, and a brunette with a piglet in her arms. Tsunade, all in red, moving her last savings represented as chips towards the center of the table. Roulette operator, all on red. The young man set the roulette wheel in motion and expertly tossed a white ball onto it. The ball rolled along the edge of the wheel, bouncing between the squares with different numbers and colors, and to Tsunade's misfortune, it landed on a black square. Black, the house wins. With a long cane, he collected all of Tsunade's chips, and with a dejected expression, she rose from the table without a penny in her pockets. Georgia, as always, losing everything at the casino. Tsunade looking at her friend with a half-smile, the blonde was surprised, raising her head and looking at her companion in surprise. Tsunade, Georgia, what are you doing here? And who is that brat, my teammates? Chapter 2. Sasuke glared at the woman for how she had spoken to her, a horrible lack of respect, especially coming from someone who had just been left penniless at a casino. Georgia smiled at his teammate's surprise. Georgia, it's a bit long to explain, let's go somewhere else. I don't think you want to stay here after you're broke, hehe. A vein popped out on Senju's forehead at such an ill-advised comment, but luckily for Georgia, the last thing she wanted was to pay for the casino repairs for punching him in the face right there. Shizune, Georgia-sama, if you'd like, you can talk more quietly in the hotel room where we're staying. The Sannin nodded, smiling, and the four of them left the shop and headed to a small, cheap hotel on the outskirts of the city. Tsunade, fine Georgia, tell me what you wanted, still annoyed by the pervert's comment and by having lost all her money. Georgia, as you know, our master recently died in Orochimaru's attack on the village. The Senju was growing impatient. The position of Hokage is vacant. They asked me for it, but I don't see myself as capable of fulfilling it, and I see you as having more character for the position. Tsunade, no way, it's too much responsibility and it would take away my freedom to do as I please. I'll pass, with a bored look. Anything else? Georgia, well, there are a couple of kids who are badly injured. One was cursed by Orochimaru, and the other was almost destroyed by the Suna Jinchuriki. They're in very bad shape and need someone like you with your knowledge of ninja medicine. The blonde didn't show much interest in what her comrade was saying, which annoyed Sasuke a lot. Tsunade, so what? What does that have to do with me? As if it had nothing to do with her, Sasuke clenched her fists helplessly behind Georgia. How dare that woman turn her back on those who needed her? She was a doctor, the best according to her sensei and the old toad, and she was rejecting their requests for help. A decent doctor wouldn't do that. But the final straw was, look, Georgia, you've wasted your time. I don't want to go back to Konoha. I have nothing to lose there. I only have bad memories of that place. Just thinking about Konoha depresses me. I'm sorry, but I'm not who you're looking for. Sasuke, but what kind of doctor are you? There are people who need you and you turn your back on them just to waste time on your useless vices. Now that's a waste of time. How can anyone call you the best medical ninja if you don't want to help people? Georgia looked at the Uchiha with a mixture of pity and fear. Tsunade didn't like being yelled at and having things thrown in her face. Georgia, Sasuke, calm down. This is an adult conversation. The girl ignored the perverted sage and stormed out of the room, furious. Tsunade, that girl has quite the temper. She's Georgia nodded. Well, for an Uchiha, she's not exactly cold. Georgia, her friend was cursed by Orochimaru for saving her. She owes him a debt. Telling Tsunade that wouldn't have changed her decision much, although the girl's words had hurt and angered her a little, quite a lot. Tsunade, it's a shame, but my decision is final. I don't intend to be tied to an armchair for 2 children and much less return to Konoha. I'm sorry, but no. Georgia sighed sadly as he looked at the floor of the room. The image of Minato and Kushina came to his mind, and a small click activated an idea in his head. Georgia, I thought the same thing until she told me her friend's name. Tsunade looked at him confused, wondering who it could be to pique Georgia's interest. I couldn't believe it until I saw him with my own eyes and confirmed that they looked alike, too much to be just a coincidence or a cruel joke of fate. Tsunade, to whom? Georgia, don't beat around the bush. You know I don't appreciate that. Speak up already. With ever-decreasing patience this time, Tsunade wouldn't hesitate to punch him if he didn't stop with the secrecy and intrigue, and this time she didn't care if the small hotel they were in was reduced to rubble. Georgia, his name is Naruto Uzumaki. That surname surprised Tsunade. She hadn't expected to hear it again, especially not from a child. I was surprised too. I thought it was a bad joke or a cruel coincidence, but when I saw him, I could see that he was like Minato when he was a kid. He was painfully similar to him. It's quite a coincidence. Tsunade was incredulous at the news. She herself had heard from her sensei that the 4th Hokage's family had perished on October 10th in the Kyuubi catastrophe. How could the supposed son of Minato and Kushina, his student, have survived and they hadn't even noticed? Tsunade, Hiruzen-sensei told us that the 3 of them had died. Why would he lie to us like that? She said with a lump in her throat. Shizune put her hand on her shoulder, worried about her. Why did he do it? Damn it, I wouldn't have left there and I would have taken care of him like my own son. Georgia smiled sadly. Georgia POV, I would have liked to raise him as his father by your side, the hermit thought sadly, looking at the table. Tsunade got up and walked to the bed, beginning to collect the scrolls and clothes. Shizune, Tsunade-sama, what are you doing? Tsunade, what do you think? I'm packing everything to go to the village right away. I have to see it with my own eyes, so hurry up, Shizune. I don't want to keep me waiting. The brunette rushed to pack her luggage quickly while Georgia smiled. However, Tsunade's joy turned to fear. Georgia, if this was all a lie to get me to the village, I'll beat you to a pulp and stomp on your neck until I decapitate you. Do you hear me? The dark aura surrounding the legendary Senju Sanin, combined with Jirjia's vast experience as a punching bag, made her tremble with fear despite him not having lied about a single word. Jirjia, I told you the truth, don't worry. Sweating nervously at that threat that he knew could become a reality. And it wasn't that he wanted his back broken in 20 pieces, or his legs broken, or his mouth without teeth, or decapitated by stomping. It wasn't a good idea to lie to that woman. Sasuke stormed out of the hostel furious. The trip had been a colossal waste of time. The only redeeming feature had been her training with Jirjia. She couldn't believe that the best doctor in the shinobi world had refused her partner's request and abandoned people who needed her. She regretted not having spoken more bluntly to her, telling her some hard truths that should have made her ashamed of her behavior. Her anger was so intense that she activated her Sharigan and unleashed her new Chidori, slamming it against a stone wall in the ruins of an old building. The technique shattered the wall like wet paper, reducing it to rubble and dust, while the girl continued to feel the rage coursing through her veins. "Oh, little one, you seem very frustrated. Separating from the others wasn't a good idea." The voice of that man behind her was tremendously familiar. When she turned around, she could see, terrified, the Sage of Snakes Orochimaru next to Kabuto Yakushi. She felt the danger in the air. She was outnumbered, and even though the traitor had dead arms, he was still an intimidating rival. "Sasuke, you. Like the good rat you are, you wait for the perfect moment to attack, clenching her fists in rage. Kabuto, Lord Orochimaru is intelligent and patient, so he knows how to play his cards at the right moment. You'll understand that you're not in an advantageous position at all. With an arrogant smile, now it's your decision whether to come with us willingly or by force," adjusting his glasses while smiling superiorly at the girl. "Sasuke, I'd rather die. I'm not going to make it easy for you. Prepare to die." The Uchiha activated her Sharingan and waited for her rival's movement. Orochimaru smiled sideways, sticking out his tongue to lick his lips in a disgusting way. "Orochimaru, Kabuto, show him how powerful my training has made you." Kyukyukyuku, eager to evaluate more closely the body he so longed for. Kabuto, "Yes, my lord, prepare yourself, brat. This is going to hurt." Kabuto descended from the hill where his master stood and, concentrating chakra in his hands, formed his powerful scalpels. The hand-to-hand combat began with the bespectacled man trying to slash Sasuke's limbs to weaken her. Thanks to her Sharingan, Sasuke could easily dodge the attacks, and with Jirjia's refinement, she could move by using a small amount of chakra to stimulate her joints and muscles, making her almost untouchable for the average ninja. Kabuto was beginning to get annoyed at not being able to even touch her. He decided to jump back and inject himself with a transparent substance. "Sasuke, what is that, scum? Come here and fight like a shinobi." The girl impetuously formed hand seals and, taking a deep breath, prepared to overwhelm him. Fire release, great fireball technique. The enormous flame shot out of the brunette's mouth, scorching the grass and threatening to devour everything in its path. Kabuto watched the technique, smiling without making any move to dodge it. Sasuke POV, what is this idiot trying to do? Great was her surprise when the gray-haired one vanished seconds before eating Sasuke's technique, showing off a speed comparable to Lee using the Lotus Gates. By the time the girl wanted to react, the servant of the Hebai Sanin kicked her in the back, knocking her to the ground. "Kabuto, come on, are you giving up already? You're making yourself look bad with that insulting weakness. Get up and fight like a good girl," smiling mockingly to blind her. "Sasuke, bastard, prepare to be cut in two, Chidori." Kabuto POV, that technique, it's different from how it looked in the exams. What the hell could it be? Kabuto prepared to wait again for the exact second to dodge with lightning speed and deliver another counterattack, confident that the Chidori was unstable, overestimating his chance of nullifying his opponent. Sasuke shot towards him, taking momentum from the ground. Kabuto flinched slightly, waiting for his moment to move again. However, the Uchiha smiled, puzzled. What the hell? Sasuke had accelerated and, taking advantage of her rival's surprise, was heading straight for his chest. Kabuto moved slightly, avoiding the fatal blow, but that didn't prevent it from hitting his shoulder. The result, his left arm was sliced off instantly. Before the Uchiha landed, Kabuto injected her with another substance, leaving her stunned. Sasuke, damn WH, what is this? Unable to get up from the ground, and with a very unpleasant dizziness and burning sensation throughout her body, she felt like she was short of breath and overwhelmed. Kabuto had returned to his master, trying to stop the bleeding from the wound. "Orochimaru, at last the Sharingan will be mine." Summoning a snake to eat Sasuke, the reptile crawled to the girl and opened its mouth enormously to begin to swallow her. However, something fell on top of her, exploding on the spot and sinking the ground several meters. A thin layer of dust had risen from the strong impact on the ground, but Orochimaru already knew who it could be. "Tsunade, Orochimaru, you're not taking this girl, do you hear me?" Sasuke blinked slowly, feeling very weak. At least she knew she was no longer in danger, no longer. Orochimaru, he frowned, very annoyed. Now that he had her in his power, that useless woman had to appear. He looked at Kabuto, who could barely stand. He had managed to stop the bleeding, but the enormous blood loss and the collapse caused by the side effects of the drug he had used had him on the verge of collapse. Georgia approached the girl and picked her up to hand her over to Shizune. The brunette let go of the piglet to take the girl in her arms. Georgia turned his back on Tsunade's companion and walked impassively until he stood next to the Senju. Georgia, Orochimaru, right here and now we're going to finish what we started years ago. Orochimaru, we won't finish anything because I can't fight in my condition and I'm outnumbered. I may be many things, but I'm not a fool. He watched Kabuto nod dizzily and fall flat on the ground. We'll meet again later. A snake swallowed the two men and disappeared in a puff of smoke. Tsunade, he's gone. That cowardly rat has escaped again, very frustrated. Georgia, he was outmatched. He doesn't take risks unless he has the upper hand. Tsunade, it's best if we return to the village to be safe. Sakura sat beside the boy with beautiful blue eyes. She had been there for at least a couple of hours every day, hoping her teammate would bring the Sannin with her so she could help him. Kakashi-sensei had stopped by almost every day to keep them both company, asking if anything had happened while he was gone. Sakura had told him that on more than one occasion the boy had tossed and turned as if he were having nightmares. Sakura always held his hand when this happened and wiped the sweat from his forehead with her handkerchief. It wasn't much she did, and through tears she had confessed to her teacher that she felt powerless, unable to offer him so little and give him more. Luckily, Kakashi, who wasn't her sensei just for show, knew the boy and his feelings, so he reassured Haruno, telling her that the blonde boy would be delighted simply to know that she had been with him, watching over his sleep and caring for him, giving him her best. Sakura's eyes lit up when tomorrow Sasuke entered the room accompanied by Georgia and two women. Georgia, Tsunade, here he is, please see if you can do anything for him. The Sannin slowly approached the patient's bed, examining him carefully. Tsunade POV, Georgia was right, he looks so much like Minato. I hope I can do something for him. The Senju looked at Sakura, who realized she was in her way, so she let go of the Uzumaki's hand and stepped back to Tsunade's side. Tsunade began treating the blonde boy using her medical jutsu. The blonde boy started frowning as if he were in pain. Shizune, I'll get the boy a towel. He's starting to sweat. The brunette left the room and returned shortly with a cloth and a basin of cold water. She arranged the cloth on his forehead and stepped aside again. Naruto was suspended in a very dark environment. He couldn't even see his own nose. It took him a few seconds to wake up and begin moving, searching for something to stand on. After a while, he saw a small light begin to fill the place. The cold he felt began to change into a warmth as pleasant as a fireplace in the middle of winter. He felt a strange sensation in his chest, as if he felt safe. Naruto, what is this? Where am I? Am I dead? This last question came out of his mouth with fear. He still had so much to do, dreams, goals, ambitions. No, Naruto, you're not dead yet, and I'm glad that's the case. Naruto, who are you? Where are you calling from? Answer me. His voice was nervous. It was not a very normal experience, to say the least. Relax, nothing's going to happen to you. You're safe in your mind. I didn't expect us to see each other so soon, my son. Naruto opened his eyes upon hearing those last words. Naruto, what do you mean, son? I don't know what you're talking about. A human figure began to form in front of him. He could see hair as blonde as his own, eyes as blue as his own. That face left him petrified. The Jounin vest and the Hokage's cloak finally dispelled his doubts. Why, Yondaime, what are you doing here? Minato, hehe, you don't have to call me that, Naruto, just call me Dad, smiling at him. Naruto, D-Dad, what are we doing here? I don't understand any of this. Minato, I know, Naruto, it's very difficult to explain in such a short time. Naruto looked at his father, confused. I left a bit of my chakra in you in case something bad happened to you, and thanks to a certain person you'll meet soon, I've managed to talk to you. Naruto, I'm getting lost, with a huge smile that was only matched by his father's. By the way, Dad, what happened to me that made you show up? Minato, do you remember the seal Orochimaru placed on you? The young man nodded seriously. Well, that seal conflicted with the Kyuubi's and destabilized your chakra network, and I'm here to eliminate it. Naruto suddenly remembered the Kyuubi subject. He didn't remember that the man standing in front of him, his father, had been the one who contained the creature inside him, forcing him to live through hell during his early years of life. Naruto, Dad, why did you choose me to seal the Kyuubi? His father knew what he was getting at, but despite his son's sadness, he didn't lose his smile. He bent down and shook his child's golden hair. Minato, you were the only one who could contain the beast, the only one I could trust, the only one I could be certain would become Hokage and defend Konoha with great power. That's you, Naruto. Forgive me if I made you carry a heavy burden. Naruto reacted in a way his father didn't expect. Tearfully, he hugged his father, happy that he held him in such high esteem. Minato felt very happy. Ironically, he felt very ill. Minato separated from his son, smiling and holding back tears as best he could. He began to draw hand seals as his body began to glow like the sun itself. Naruto had to step back a little and put his forearm up as a visor to avoid being dazzled. Minato, I will release you from Orochimaru's cursed seal. It's my gift to you for all these birthdays. Beginning to disappear. One last thing, Naruto. Georgia, the legendary Sannin, will train you. He was my teacher and friend, and I'm sure he will. Become strong so you can protect us all. I love you, son. Minato vanished, leaving Naruto in tears. Naruto, I love you too. Tsunade was perplexed. For a moment she had sensed Minato's chakra flowing through Naruto's body, but when that sensation ended, her astonishment grew even greater when she realized the cursed seal was gone, and the blonde boy's chakra disturbances had also vanished. She retreated from Naruto's side in surprise. Tsunade, it's impossible, he's recovering on his own. This surprised everyone in the room. An explosion took attention away from the blonde's bed. Kakashi had appeared. Kakashi, how is the boy? Smiling as he saw the Sannin in the room. Sakura-sensei, Naruto is okay, he's recovering, with tears in her eyes, overwhelmed with happiness. Sasuke, we should let him rest, smiling slightly, satisfied with the success. Everyone was about to leave when the boy began to wake up, jumping up. Naruto, where am I? Rubbing his head and neck. They hurt as if he were suffering from a migraine as a result of an illness or a night of unrestrained drinking. Sakura, Naruto. The rose jumped onto the bed, hugging him through tears. The boy blushed terribly at her soft scent, like a garden in full bloom filled with the delicate fragrances of different flowers and trees. Sasuke looked slightly annoyed at the boy's blush. Sasuke, Sakura, that's enough, you're going to hurt her. The girl stepped back, blushing at making such a scene in front of so many people. Sasuke looked at the blonde boy and he looked at her, smiling. Naruto, Sasuke, you're here. The girl huffed in annoyance. Sasuke, it seems you're surprised, can't I be here? The boy didn't waver his smile. Naruto, no, I'm really happy you're here. You're a very important person to me, just like Sakura. Sasuke twisted his face, hiding a slight blush on his cheeks. Sakura was simply happy, he was okay, and thought she was important. Naruto looked at the other people in the room. Are you Georgia? He pointed at the white-haired man. Georgia, yes, it's me. What do you want? Curiously, Naruto, a certain person very close to you told me that I could train to fulfill my dreams. The man was surprised to hear this. Georgia, who told you that? Naruto, my father told me that I was his friend and that you wouldn't mind training me. Georgia, your father. Who is your father? The boy looked to the side, implying that he didn't want to say. Georgia preferred not to delve deeper and waited until the boy was ready. Very well, I will take you as my apprentice. That was the will of a certain person. Smiling. Naruto, perfect, can I train tomorrow? With a gleam in his eyes that denoted the excitement of facing a new horizon in terms of training. Tsunade, yes, I don't see that you're doing too badly, smiling at the boy. Naruto spent the night in the hospital under Shizun's supervision. He showed no signs of fatigue or lasting effects and was discharged the next day. Georgia picked him up and they both headed to training ground 7. Upon arriving, they saw Kakashi training with Sasuke and the blonde-haired boy greeted them both. Sasuke, Dobi. Do you want to warm up with me? Smiling arrogantly, Naruto couldn't resist his rival's call. Naruto, perfect for me team, I'll beat you up and teach you a lesson. Smiling smugly. Kakashi, Jiraiya-sama, let's see Naruto's level. The two adults stepped aside to examine the fight and gather feedback for their future training. Naruto took off his jacket and threw it aside. Naruto, let's begin, delicate lady smiling mischievously at her. My teammates Chapter 3. Sasuke scoffed at that nickname, now she'd really wipe the floor with that Dobi. He deserved it for calling her delicate. Sasuke, Katten, great fireball. The flame shot out towards the blonde, he smiled sideways tracing the cross seal that he used so much. Naruto, shadow clone. A pair of clones appeared around him, the original buried himself in the ground while the copies moved away from the flames. Sasuke smiled with the Sharigan in his eyes. Sasuke, I can see your movements, Dobi Chidori. The brunette raised her now electrified arm and with a leap, plunged it into the area where the blonde was hiding. As soon as she had him, he exploded in a cloud of smoke. He switched places with a clone. A barrage of kunai flew from the trees, forcing her to jump to dodge them, but another clone appeared behind her to strike. Sasuke reacted quickly and bent the clone's elbow, using it as a shield to stop more kunai aimed at her. Dobi, you can't beat me with such clumsy techniques. I'm not the Hyuga you defeated. Naruto, heck, you're right. With you have to fight with your heart and less with your head. The blonde boy came out of the trees to face her in direct combat. Sasuke smiled because with the Sharingan she could see all his movements and counter them. She stopped the boy's elbow, jumped the sweep, blocked a knee strike, and with a slight movement of feet she threw him on his back when she was about to put the kunai to his neck. The boy disappeared in smoke. Sasuke, stop using your clones, this bores me. Attack me with more force, use your Tonkatchi. Naruto moved agilely, emerging from the trees in a charge with many clones. Sasuke smiled confidently and waited for contact to kick their butts. When she hit the first one, it exploded in a light blast that blinded her slightly. The following ones disappeared in the same way, leaving her very disoriented. It was then that the original Naruto appeared behind her to kick her in the knee joint and knock her to the ground, placing a kunai against her neck. Kakashi, incredible, what a great strategy, but coming from Naruto it almost scares me. Naruto removed the kunai from the girl's neck and helped her up, becoming worried when he saw her teary eyes. Naruto, Sorry Sasuke, I went overboard with the flashbangs, a little embarrassed for having hurt his friend's eyes. The girl didn't say anything. Sasuke POV, Doby, from now on I won't let my guard down when I fight you. She felt someone drying her tears with a handkerchief. She blushed deeply because, even though she couldn't see well, she could make out the golden strands of hair of the person cleaning her. She yanked the handkerchief away and turned around, blushing furiously. Don't do that to me, Dobe. Naruto, okay, I just wanted to clean those beautiful eyes of yours, it just came out. Instinctively, he covered his mouth for fear of saying more. Sasuke blushed even more to the point of looking like a tomato, her favorite vegetable. Jirja, excellent, it was short but enough to know where you are weak. Kakashi, you see, as we've seen, Sasuke is overconfident. Underestimating an enemy is a glaring mistake and we can't allow it as ninjas. Sasuke puffed out her cheeks, disagreeing with her sensei. And Naruto, you lack techniques. You only use the shadow clone technique, and that makes you predictable, although your combat strategy has been very good. Narusasu, thank you sensei, bowing in reverence. Jirja, and now that we've properly assessed you, we can create a training plan for both of you. Now that Tsunade will be proclaimed Goddamn Hokage, we can take this opportunity to obtain her permission to reserve this training ground. That same afternoon, Tsunade was unanimously elected the 5th Hokage of Konoha by the council. There wasn't really any other strong candidate, so the protocols were expedited. Tsunade swore her oath of office before the Leaf Village and on her first day as leader, ordered the reconstruction of the village stadium and the reinforcement of the walls. She reconfigured the teams that had suffered losses during the attack and finally granted Naruto and the others an audience, giving them permission to train without receiving missions. During the following days, Naruto and Sasuke worked tirelessly to increase their power levels. Naruto discovered his affinity for wind release and earth release, as well as having a slight connection to water release. Sasuke, on the other hand, had an affinity for fire release, which she mastered perfectly, and lightning release, which she found more difficult to master. The training was tough and exhausting, filled with endless sessions of physical exercise and lessons in chakra control and refinement for their respective elements. Sakura went every day to watch them train, bringing them food and practicing with them. Despite being behind them both physically and in chakra, she didn't let that stop her from staying until the very end. Weeks passed and the 3 boys improved exponentially. Naruto learned wind and earth release techniques thanks to Jirja and Asuma, who volunteered for training at Jirja and Kakashi's request. As for water release, the blonde boy was able to mold water, but only if he had a nearby source, so his knowledge was basic. Sasuke maximized the power of fire release techniques and acquired immeasurable mastery of lightning release, learning to imbue weapons with it to make them more lethal. Sakura developed great strength and endurance, adopted the Chidori due to her affinity for lightning release, and learned basic earth release jutsu. She also developed feline agility that gave her a great advantage in hand-to-hand combat. Without a doubt, it had been a very productive few weeks, but Naruto still wanted more. That same afternoon after training, he shared an idea with Jirja. Naruto, Erosanin, during training, the Sannin used to read adult magazines while the boys trained, hence this nickname I've been thinking. Jirja, you thinking, where's the real Naruto, huh, smiling at him. Naruto, very funny, I wanted to ask if you'd like to go on a trip for a while to get stronger. I want to travel and learn new techniques I need to explore to learn. Jirja was surprised by this. It's as if at times the boy spoke like an adult. Jirja, but have you really thought this through? I don't think your friends will like it when you leave. Nudging him with his elbow while a mischievous chuckle graced the old man's face. Don't deny it, you're eyeing both of them. Which one do you like more? Naruto blushed when he thought about his teammates. He couldn't decide. Sakura was very sweet and pretty, but Sasuke was enigmatic and alluring. They were like yin and yang. Naruto, that'll happen when I turn 18. In 3 years I'll be able to talk about those things with you, you pervert, smiling at his teacher. Jirja, I'll take you up on that. I'll ask Tsunade for permission to travel. We'll take 3 years and I'll take you to places where you'll learn countless things. And believe me, you'll come back looking amazing. Naruto smiled nervously at this last part, but at least he would travel and become stronger to protect the village and become Hokage. The news hit them like a bucket of cold water. Naruto had announced that he would be going on a journey with his master for 3 years, with the goal of learning more about fighting styles and jutsus. Kakashi congratulated him on his great interest and commitment, and Sasuke and Sakura, although sad that he was leaving, were happy to know that it was only a see you later. Naruto, I'll come back as one of the best ninjas in the world. I hope you all train and improve too. Smiling at them, Sakura hugged Naruto, giving him a kiss on the cheek that made the blonde blush and caused the Uchiha to frown slightly. Sakura, take care of yourself, remember to eat a balanced diet and bathe often, don't overdo it with training and treat your wounds. Smiling at him. Naruto, yai Sakurachin, I will hehehe. The blonde looked at the Uchiha who was looking away, a little annoyed. He gently moved Sakura aside and approached the brunette. Before she could look at him, he hugged her, leaving her in shock. Team, train hard, I don't want to leave you behind. Sasuke, Yai's Dobi don't worry blushing at the boy's closeness. Naruto, well see you in 3 years, take good care of yourselves. The boy waved goodbye enthusiastically as he followed his master on the trip he so longed for. My teammates Chapter 4. 3 years had passed since they set off on their journey through the different villages and cities of the world. The desire to return home was overwhelming. In fact, he had quickened his pace since entering the borders of the Land of Fire. He longed to eat at Ikaraku to see his friends and, well, to see his 2 teammates. Naruto was anxious, and Jiraiya hadn't stopped him from speeding up, he simply kept up with him. As the blonde boy approached the village in the training fields, 2 girls stared intently at each other as they prepared for their weekly training match. Sasuke wore an open white shirt that revealed her bust, held tight by bandages to prevent discomfort, Anbu pants and high combat boots. On her back was a katana, a gift from Kakashi, the sword that her father once used. In front of her was Sakura, who wore a maroon top accompanied by tight black pants covered by a black combat skirt, wearing the same boots as her companion. Her pink hair had grown a lot, forcing her to tie it in a ponytail. Sasuke, this time I won't make things easy for you. Activating her Sharigan fire release Phoenix Flames. Flames flew in great numbers, sweeping a large radius of the terrain in front of her. Sakura struck the ground, raising a dome of earth that protected her from the impacts. Sasuke moved quickly, preventing the ground from swallowing her. Sasuke, cat and tongue of fire. The Uchiha exhaled a large flame inside one of the holes in the ground. Sakura quickly came out with a large amount of electricity in both her arms. Sakura, lightning release Tengu Fangs. Sasuke extended her arm, gathering electricity. Sasuke, Chidori. Both women clashed their techniques, causing a huge explosion. Sakura was thrown several meters, but that did not prevent her from trying another combination of seals. Sakura, Earth Release, Fisher. The pink-haired girl slammed her fists into the ground as she fell, and the entire ground within a 20-meter radius began to shake and tremble. Sasuke plunged her katana into the ground to maintain her balance, but Sakura seized the opportunity to strike with her super strength. Sasuke dodged the blow thanks to her Sharingan, arched her back, and attempted to kick Sakura in the chin, but Sakura's feline agility allowed her to easily evade it. Sasuke, Reikiri. Surrounded by lightning as his Sharingan glowed in a blood-red color that would make hell look like a dull place. Sakura, lightning release Tengu Fangs. The 2 lightning techniques collided again in a huge explosion that separated them once more. Sakura jumped to her feet, looking at the smoke that had risen. Sasuke emerged from it, brandishing her katana. Sakura dodged a horizontal cut by bending. Sasuke took advantage of this to kick her in the stomach and make her fall back. Sasuke, Attacking her partner impulsively, trying to knock her out of the fight, Sakura dodged the cuts with great agility in a perfect dance choreography. But in one of the blows she did not dodge, she blocked the blade with a kunai and applied an electric shock to Sasuke through it. The Uchiha dropped the weapon in surprise. And when Sakura was about to put the kunai to her neck, she took advantage of the Rose's confidence to grab her arm and put her in a hold, throwing her to the ground. Sakura, I got overconfident with her kunai now wielded by the brunette, threatening to tear the thin, white skin of her neck. Sasuke, this time I win. I a little out of breath from the physical exertion. Applause was heard far from where they were. The girls were surprised because they hadn't sensed the presence of the intruder who had slipped into their training field. The girls got up from the ground, dusting themselves off as they watched a tall hooded man approach them. Only black combat sandals and a bit of black pants were visible. The rest was hidden by a white robe with copper and black lines. On his back, though the girls couldn't see it, were the kanji for dawn and mythical. I expected nothing less from you. You've improved a lot in this time. Sakura, that voice, her eyes lit up. It couldn't be. Finally, after so long he had to be him. He was back. Naruto. The same, I'm glad to see you, and I think the feeling is mutual. The boy removed his hood, revealing the friend they had been waiting for. Now he was more attractive. His features were more masculine and his hair was longer, tied in a low ponytail that gave him a solemn air. Sasuke, Dobi, you look different, a little impressed by the radical change in the boy. Naruto, well, you two look beautiful too. Giving them one of his classic smiles, the 2 women blushed. Sasusaku POV, you're more attractive too, they both thought in unison. Naruto, we just arrived. The Erosanin went to talk to the grandmother. How about we go to Ikaraku to eat and tell each other how these 3 years have been going for us? My treat. Sakura, that's fine by me. I'm not working at the hospital today, so I'm free, hee. Sasuke, I have nothing better to do for me too. The 3 of them walked towards the village. The 2 girls stared at the boy's back, their eyes filled with curiosity. His change of clothes and hairstyle had them very intrigued. He looked so handsome like that. Naruto invited them inside, first to Mr. Tuchai's humble food stall. The old man smiled broadly, pleased to see his best customer back at his shop. Tuchai, Naruto, it's great to have you back here. I'll give each of you a double special for the price of a regular one. Naruto, thanks old man, it's great to be back here. Smiling happily to enjoy the half-price special, the girls also appreciated the gesture. Why lie, they were starving after training. Sakura, Naruto, why did you change your hairstyle? A little blushed for asking such a silly question, but curiosity got the better of her. Naruto, don't you like it? She shook her head, gesturing wildly with her arms. She was getting really nervous. She didn't want to look silly in front of the blonde boy. My hair grew too long, and at one of my stops they offered to cut it for me. I couldn't refuse because it bothered me so much. They cut it and left it like this. I liked how it looked and decided to style it like this every day. Sakura, it really suits you. A little embarrassed for being so curious. Sasuke, and that robe. It's very strange even for someone like you, Dobi. Naruto laughed loudly at that, admitting that he himself had hesitated to wear it more often since it was given to him. Naruto, I got it at a temple where we spent several months. They taught me many amazing things, and since Jiraiya knew the temple guide, they ended up accepting me into the order, and I received this robe as a gift. It's loose and comfortable, and it lets me hide surprises. Sasuke, like what? She was unusually intrigued and interested in that. Naruto smiled slightly and mysteriously. Naruto, I don't want to reveal my hand, Sasuke, it wouldn't be a smart move on my part, but thanks for your interest, smiling sincerely at her. Sakura POV, how mysterious this Naruto is, I like him so much. I hope Sasuke doesn't set his sights on him, cha. The Rose thought, mesmerized, looking at the boy next to her. Naruto was between the two of them. He had sat down first and the two of them wanted to occupy a place near him. Tuchai, here you go. Enjoy your meal and don't hesitate to order another. The old man hurried to attend to other diners who had entered. Naruto rubbed his hands happily with the rich aroma that the dish gave off and began to eat ecstatically while the girls watched him smiling, in that he had not changed. After eating 10 bowls of ramen, the boy looked completely full, paid the bill, and the three of them left the stand stretching. Sakura approached the boy. Sakura, Naruto, do you want to go for a walk so we can continue talking? Hoping for the man's affirmation of her idea. Naruto, okay. I have nothing to do and I feel like staying with you. Sakura didn't like that as she expected the Uchiha to go home after lunch. She looked at the brunette a little annoyed, and the latter, realizing that her companion didn't want to see her there, hurried to answer. Sasuke, I have nothing to do so I'll go with you. Naruto smiled contentedly and Sakura smiled forcibly as she felt Naruto's eyes on her. The three of them strolled through the village. Sakura was busy showing Naruto the new shops while Sasuke was lost in her own world. Window shopping wasn't exactly her hobby. Naruto smiled as he was led like a little boy by Sakura's tugs, who took every opportunity to stick close to him. Sasuke watched this with annoyance. She didn't want to be caught in the middle between the two of them, so she decided to follow them more closely. Just as they passed a blacksmith shop, the Uchiha stopped abruptly, grabbing the boy by his robes. Naruto, what's wrong, Sasuke? Intrigued by the sudden stop. Sakura, so what's wrong with you, Sasuke? A little annoyed at having her intention of taking the boy to the last shop in the village stopped. Sasuke, let's go in here. I feel like seeing if they've brought in new stock. Maybe I'll buy something. Naruto, great. Now that I think about it, maybe there's something I might like, hehe. The boy took both of their hands and dragged them inside the shop. Once inside, they could see a huge quantity and variety of weapons and accessories. Boy's eyes lit up when he saw so many toys together. Employee, welcome to Konoha facilities. How can I help you? Naruto didn't pay much attention as he was mesmerized looking at the katanas and chokudos. Sasuke, we're looking at his arsenal. Has anything new arrived since I was last here? The woman took out a book and began searching through the pages. Employee, yes indeed, we have some new weapons in the storeroom and I think you might be interested. Give me a minute and I'll show them to you. The woman left the counter to go to the storeroom, returning a moment later with a handful of scrolls in her arms. This is, oh yes, it's a short sword that some Rain Village shinobi sold us. The woman opened the scroll, revealing a small, bluish-gray sword. Sasuke and Sakura weren't particularly drawn to it. Let's see, this one here is a halberd that a foreign merchant sold me. I think it came from the other side of the world. She opened the scroll, revealing a huge spear with a head resembling a battle axe combined with an exotic warhammer, adorned with strange runes and letters. But it didn't catch the girl's attention either, so the woman placed the last one on the table. This one here is a very strange staff that a fellow of the same ilk sold me. The scroll revealed a black staff with a kind of strange sun at its tip, similar to a black sun. Naruto approached the counter in surprise. Naruto, it can't be one question, was the guy who sold it to you wearing this robe? The woman looked at him strangely. Employee, well now that you mention it I think so. Why? Naruto, what's the price? I'm interested in buying it. He said this very seriously, which caught the girl's attention. Employee, well due to its rarity and the fact that it's of high quality and finish about 500,000. The girls almost had a stroke upon hearing such an amount of money, but this was accentuated even more when they saw the boy taking a wallet out of his robes. Naruto, that seems fair to me, pulling a large sum of money out of his wallet. Sakura, are you crazy? With that money you could buy half of Konoha, pulling her hair out at the sheer extravagance of her blonde companion. The woman took the bills and counted the amount. When she reached the agreed figure, she smiled contentedly, giving the boy his purchase. Employee, thank you so much for your purchase. The blonde man took the cane which began to glow in his hands with a crimson tone. Naruto, this is it without a doubt, it is the great relic of the mythic dawn, it's mine, he said with an intimidating aura so much so that it frightened the three women. Sakura, Naruto, in an authoritarian tone, stop scaring us. Naruto, yis, it wasn't my intention, hehe, well let's go. The three young men left the shop. Naruto strapped his staff to his back. Coincidentally, he was carrying a sword or staff pouch under his robes. What a coincidence. The boy looked very mystical in his attire and with that unusual staff. The three continued browsing shops until Kakashi appeared before them with his ever-uncanny knack for timing. Kakashi, hey guys. Hello Naruto, it's good to see you back here, you've changed a lot. Naruto, not like your sensei, you're the same as always, you haven't changed at all, hahaha, smiling at the copy ninja. Kakashi, I'll take that as a compliment, smiling beneath his mask, what are you doing? Sakura, we showed Naruto the new shops in the village. Kakashi, great, I hope you're having fun. Tsunade-sama has given us a mission, so I'll see you tomorrow at the main gate of the village. Don't sleep in, disappearing in a puff of smoke. Naruto, how quickly our vacation ended, smiling excitedly to get back into action. Sasuke, like you like touching that all day, do you, Dobi, with a knowing look to provoke her friend. Naruto, you know me so well. The hours passed looking at the rest of the shops, stores, restaurants, and other novelties in the leaf. Naruto had a lot of fun with his friends. He returned to his apartment to find it, well, if he left it a mess now, it was a mess squared. Naruto, how disgusting, I can't live in this hovel, I'd better clean it up a bit, and not risk my health. He summoned a few clones to lighten the load. In about 20 minutes the place was spotless, like any other apartment. Now he could truly call it home sweet home. The blonde took off his robe, revealing an all-black outfit consisting of a tight-fitting tank top and black combat pants. He left his garment on a dining room chair and his staff in a corner, stretching his arms and yawning with exhaustion. But just as he was about to fall asleep, a knock on the door interrupted him. Who could it be at this hour? He opened the door, surprised to see who was behind it. Sasuke, Dobi, I lost my keys and couldn't get into the house. Do you mind if I sleep here? A little nervous and embarrassed to appear like this. Naruto, of course, absolutely. Come in, please. The girl entered the Uzumaki's compartment. And how come you lost the keys? The brunette began to sweat. She had forgotten that detail in her plan. Sasuke, well, I don't know. Maybe they fell off during training. Yes, during today's training. Luckily, I was thinking fast so as not to arouse suspicion. Naruto, what bad luck. Well, I'll help you look for them tomorrow. Sasuke, no need. I'll use my Sharigan when I'm rested and I'll find them without any problems. Visibly nervous. Naruto, walk if you insist, I won't bother you. A bead of sweat trickled down his neck. Do you want something for dinner? He then remembered he'd been away for 3 years and everything would be expired. Damn, everything's going to be spoiled. If you want, I'll go buy something light. Sasuke, don't worry, I'm not hungry. With the nerves she had, eating wasn't important. Naruto, well, with your permission, I'm going to take a shower. If you want, you can shower after me and relax a bit. You seem tense, hee. The girl jumped. He knew she was nervous. That was a bad sign, a very bad sign. Sasuke, okay if you don't mind. The boy shook his head. Naruto entered the shower, washing himself, feeling the warm water remove the tension that stiffened the muscles in his back. Noticing how an almost orgasmic pleasure released him from the accumulated tension and relaxed him. It must be said, he fantasized a little about his guest entering the shower with him and relieving him of something else, but that thought would remain just that, a thought. After a while, he came out of the small bathroom wearing simple black pajamas and his hair loose and straight as if it were gelled. Sasuke thought he looked damn hexy that way. Naruto, you can go now, I'll leave you some of my old pajamas. I think they'll fit you well. Sasuke nodded a little nervously, got in the shower and bathed, delicately rubbing every inch of her beautiful body, cleaning her perfect black hair as black as the void of the cosmos, emphasizing that it should be soft and smooth. When she dried and put on the pajamas, she could see that they fit her perfectly, although the shirt clung to her too tightly, leaving a slightly perverted impression as her breasts were exquisitely outlined against the garment and without a bra were free of constriction. When she got out of the shower, Naruto almost burst a vein at the sight of such a beautiful spectacle before him. Sasuke, don't stare at me so much, Iradobe. Although she liked the fixed gaze of those two perfect sapphires, Naruto, yis, forgive me, it's just that you don't see such a beautiful woman every day. Sasuke opened her eyes slightly, blushing, and Naruto covered his mouth, embarrassed. I didn't mean to, forgive me. Sasuke, Dobi. Both slept soundly, the blonde on the floor and Sasuke in his bed. Although the brunette had hinted to the blonde that they could share the bed, he preferred not to crowd her all night in such a small space. He would sleep on the floor no problem. My Teammates Chapter 5. Dawn broke in the Leaf Village. Naruto was the first to open his eyes. He jumped up from the parquet floor, gathered the duvet he'd been using as a makeshift mattress, dressed in his clothes, and sent a clone to get some food. Sasuke slowly opened his eyes, feeling his body very relaxed. It had been a long time since he'd slept so well. He got up and saw the blonde boy at the small kitchen counter. He was probably preparing something to eat. Slowly and silently he positioned himself behind him and pricked the back of his neck with a finger. Naruto, scared, about to cut his finger with the knife. Sasuke, I almost amputated it because of you, your mean team. Sasuke, and you're a ninja. What Adobe, you are smiling arrogantly. What the blonde was preparing caught her attention. What the hell is that you're preparing? The boy was chopping apples, bananas, oranges, and strawberries. Next to him was a bar of dark chocolate and a cheese grater. Naruto, a healthy and very sweet breakfast. I know you'll love it. Will you help me? Please grate some chocolate. The girl nodded and did her part, grating the chocolate into a small bowl. Now take the butter and grate some, sprinkling it on top. Sasuke repeated the process with the butter. The blonde finished chopping the fruit and mixed it, serving it on 2 plates. He sprinkled the chocolate and butter mixture on top. Now make a small flame with your fire release and hold it for 5 seconds on top of each plate. Sasuke did this, melting the chocolate and butter. Voila, an exquisite breakfast. Sasuke sat down at the small table the boy had in his apartment. The blonde boy placed the 2 plates on it and waited for the girl to try them. She took the first bite, feeling the fine and sweet taste of that delicacy. Naruto, is it good? Smiling as he saw his surprised friend. Sasuke, it's passable. Who would have thought I'd eat something of yours without having to go to the hospital immediately? It really was delicious, but he wouldn't give his friend that point. It was better to tell a half-truth. Naruto, thanks, I guess. I hope so and that you enjoy it. He ate too without the pause the brunette had. In 10 minutes the dishes were washed and the girl was dressed in her uniform. They both headed to where their sensei had summoned them for their first mission in years. Sakura was annoyed to see them arrive together. She greeted Naruto and looked slightly annoyed at Sasuke, who ignored her as always. Kakashi appeared 20 minutes later with his usual nonchalant air. Kakashi, well, we can go now. I hope you're ready. Narusaku, you don't know it well, smiling impatiently. As dusk fell, 4 figures could be seen re-entering the ninja village. The mission had been a success, and despite being an A-rank mission, it had been child's play for them. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura had given their all against the hapless rogue ninja who had taken over a couple of border villages. Kakashi acted as a spectator, not needing to put away his book. Those 3 were an elite force. Naruto went a bit overboard, killing a few when they attacked Sasuke and Sakura. By a few, I mean almost all of them, except for those who were badly wounded, but it wasn't like they were going to be mourned after they died. Kakashi, I'll go and report back. You can take the rest of the afternoon, or rather evening, off. See you later, disappearing in a puff of smoke as he usually did. Naruto, I'm going to Ikaraku. Do you want to come? Sakura, okay, but you're paying, right? Naruto made a sad and worried face. Naruto, well, I don't have much money, hehe. At most, I can afford 1 bowl per person. I'll go hungry, hugging his stomach, which was starting to complain, making noises. Sasuke, I'll pay my share. Dobi starting to walk. Sakura, I'll pay mine too, looking at the Uchiha angrily because she had made her look bad in front of the blonde. Naruto, I'll pay you a few extra bowls for your effort on today's mission. Naruto, that's great. Sakurachin, with stars in her eyes, Sakura loved it when he looked like a little kid. Sasuke huffed in annoyance at hearing how her teammate was buying the Dobi's happiness with ramen. Sasuke, come on, I'm hungry and I don't want to wait for both of you. Sakura looked at her with a bit of annoyance for speaking like that. The 3 of them walked to Ikaraku where Uchiha happily served them their bowls of food. Naruto happily ate his longed-for ramen while Sakura and Sasuke discreetly looked at each other, one on each side of the boy who didn't notice this. After a few bowls of ramen, the settling of the debt continued. Naruto was going to pay for his food however he could, but Sakura got there first, putting the money on the counter. Sakura, I'll pay for it, remember. Smiling mischievously, Sasuke placed the same money next to the pink-haired girls who turned around looking at her annoyed. Sasuke, I'll pay with a neutral look. Sakura, what? No way. I told Naruto I'll pay for his food, you pay for yours instead. In her mind, Sakura fantasized about throwing the money back at the Uchiha. Sasuke, I insist. I think I owe it to the Dobi after he made me breakfast this morning. Sakura's face fell to the ground upon hearing this. She was dying of jealousy. Sakura, I don't care. I told him first. He doesn't need your handouts. Naruto and Uchiha looked at them with sweat drops on their heads. Naruto, it's not necessary. Thanks. Sakusasu, of course it is. Making another drop of sweat fall from his eyes, Uchiha, who knew from experience how these disputes ended, set about ending the problems. Uchiha, ladies pay equally and stop fighting. You're attracting attention. The girls looked outside, seeing the villagers staring at them in surprise. They blushed at the spectacle they were making in the middle of the street and agreed to share the expenses not very willingly. Naruto left the food stall happily. Behind him were the 2 girls looking at each other in an unfriendly way. Naruto, well, I'm full. I don't think I'll need to eat again until tomorrow, hehe. The 3 passed by an improvised place of prayer where a small bust of Buddha presided over the altar. Naruto stopped and put his hands together, bowing and murmuring a small prayer. The 2 women stared at him, a little surprised since the blonde had never been very formal with religion. Sakura, since when are you so religious? The boy looked at her smiling as he walked away from the makeshift Buddhist altar. Naruto, well, during my stay at the Temple of the Mythical Dawn I strengthened my beliefs. I believe that my happiness is good if I maintain my faith. Besides, it is a necessary step for the union of body, mind, and spirit. The two girls looked at him with a raised eyebrow. Sasuke, that's stupid, Dobi. Naruto, well, I respect your opinion. Sasuke, you respect mine, right? Sasuke looked at him strangely. She was expecting more of a what are you saying team to such a serious answer. Sakura, I respect you. Naruto, you seem very mature when you make those reflections. She blushed slightly as she said that. Naruto, thank you Sakurachin, I really appreciate it. Sakura, one thing, can you tell me why you made her breakfast this morning? Looking angrily at the Uchiha, the brunette for her part looked away. Naruto, well Sasuke stayed overnight at my apartment because she couldn't get into her house and I made her breakfast out of politeness, smiling nonchalantly. Sakura, what? How could you not enter your house if you're a ninja? Sasuke, I was tired and preferred to avoid getting hurt or breaking something, so I went with him. Does that bother you? Looking at her over her shoulder as if she were nothing, Sakura was about to punch her for taking advantage. Naruto, by the way Sasuke, you haven't gone to get your keys. Don't you think we should go get them? The Uchiha was in a bind because they could catch her in her lies. She tried to think quickly while Sakura grew impatient with her hesitations. Sasuke, well, I just realized I put my keys in my shuriken pouch. I forgot. Getting out of the situation as best she could, Sakura looked at her incredulously, dying of envy at how she managed to sleep in the same house as Naruto. Naruto, well, that's good. I'm glad you didn't lose them. You must be relieved, hehe, right Sakurachin? Sakura, yes, very relieved. After talking for a few more moments, the three separated to go home to sleep. Naruto was walking calmly towards his apartment when someone touched his back. Jiraiya, hey kid, looks like you're building a harem. Naruto turned around. Naruto, pervert, what are you saying? I'm not the protagonist of your triple X novel. Smiling at his mentor. Jiraiya, who knows you've never read it, hahaha, making his student laugh. Naruto, you'll never change, Irosinin. Jiraiya, I would cease to be me and life would be more boring the way you're portraying it, kid. Naruto, well, everyone has their own tastes and hobbies. I don't think yours are the most suitable, but if they were, you wouldn't be the horny senin. The man laughed again, placing his hand on the blonde's head. Jiraiya, that's right, good point, kid, but I think I'd better go. There's someone coming after you. The man disappeared in a puff of smoke before the blonde boy could ask him the identity of his pursuer. Then Sakura came running up. Sakura, here you are. I thought we could spend a little more time together. I didn't feel like locking myself away anymore. Naruto, Sakurachin, okay, that's fine by me. Shall we go to my house? Sakura, okay, inside. Sakura was jumping for joy because that was her goal, well, her first goal. They both arrived at the blonde boy's residence. He prepared tea for both of them, excused himself to take a bath to clean up, and asked the girl to keep an eye on the pot so the water wouldn't evaporate. Minutes later, he came out wearing his classic black pajamas. Naruto, if you want you can take a bath too, Sakurachin. Sakura, okay, I think I'll take a quick shower. Do you mind if I take some of your clothes to be comfortable? The blonde shook his head, smiling. Naruto, come in, make yourself at home. Sakurachin, take whatever you like, I'll wait to serve the tea. Sakura went into the bathroom and after 10 minutes came out wearing a black t-shirt that reached mid-thigh. Underneath she wore black and white boxers so she wasn't naked down there. Naruto was captivated. She was damn hexy like that. Her slightly messy and damp pink hair added to her green eyes and her natural beauty made her a first-class treat for any man. The girl stared at him blushing. The fact that the Uzumaki was staring at her made her very nervous. Sakura, what do I look bad in these clothes? Making a small pout. Naruto, no. You look perfect. Sorry if I made you uncomfortable. I was a little stunned. Forgive me, Sakurachin. The girl smiled, blushing slightly, happy that the boy was gazing at her in awe. Naruto served her tea and they chatted happily for a while, talking about Naruto's travels and Sakura's training with Tsunade. They laughed like children, sharing funny anecdotes about each other. When night fell in the village, Sakura hurried to ask her companion. Sakura, Naruto, do you mind if I stay here tonight? It's late and I'm very comfortable. Does that bother you? With those puppy dog green eyes, Naruto couldn't say no. He would never say no to her. Of course he would let her 1,000 times over. What kind of gentleman would he be if he kicked her out of his house at this hour of the night? Naruto, of course Sakurachin, don't worry, I'll sleep on the floor and you in my bed. Remember, this is your house. Very happy to have company for the second night in a row. Sakura, Naruto, I don't mind you sleeping with me in your bed. I don't want you to get into bad positions because of me. A little embarrassed by how bold her proposition was, Naruto thought for a while and in the end he listened to his instinct and the desire he had to sleep with his Sakurachin. The Uzumaki got into bed with the girl. Since it was a single bed, Sakura had to hug the blonde's arm. Naruto looked away very nervously while he felt the girl press herself against him. Naruto, Sakurachin, your breasts, I'm touching them with my arm, forgive me. Sakura looked down and saw how her medium-sized breasts were being pressed against the boy's arm. Sakura, "Oh, I'm sorry, but I can't let go." Smiling mischievously, she clung tighter to the blonde, causing him to become even more nervous. Naruto POV, she's killing me with those breasts, what I'd give to devour them. Well, do it, brat, you're undecided and you're frustrating me too. That voice snapped the blonde out of his reverie. Naruto, Kurama, have you woken up from the nap you took 2 weeks ago? Kurama, well, I saw you so distracted by women that I preferred to stay and observe without interfering. Why don't you mount the girl who's hugging you? I'm sure she'll like it, I bet. With just one action you can make her give you a blowjob. Naruto turned redder than the eyes of the Kyuubi. He laughed loudly. Naruto, no, Sakurachin isn't like that. She'll rip my chest open if I even touch her. Kurama, I'll do it for you, brat, you have no initiative. The blonde's free hand moved on its own, threatening to caress the girl's fabulous ass. Naruto noticed this and made every effort to keep his limbs under his control. Naruto, you want me to kill us with one blow? Stay still for God's sake, visibly scared by what could have happened. Kurama, well, whatever you say, it's your business, brat. Naruto came to his senses, watching Sakura sleep peacefully, completely undisturbed. The blonde boy sighed in relief, deciding to calm down and breathe in the girl's soft scent. She smelled like him, yet so different he was going crazy. He finally fell asleep after a while. The next morning, Sakura opened her eyes and realized she was alone in bed. Naruto was lying with his back to her in the kitchen. Sakura got up, smiling, knowing exactly what she was doing. She walked barefoot and silently to where she was, behind him, wrapping her arms around him. Sakura, good morning, what are you doing? The boy jumped, not expecting the hug and the sweet voice behind him. Naruto, well, Sakurachin, I'm nervous. Well, I'll make breakfast. The young man prepared a fruit cocktail and a fruit tea as well as a chocolate cake. It smelled delicious just as it looked. Sakura, wow, it looks delicious, I want to try it. The boy felt butterflies in his stomach when he heard that. Naruto turned away, breaking the girl's embrace. Sakura puffed out her cheeks slightly, sensing that he didn't want to be like this with her, but his genuine smile reassured her. They both picked up their plates and placed them on the table. Sakura marveled at how delicious everything was, sweet, healthy, and appetizing. What more could one ask for in a breakfast? A while later, they left the blonde boy's apartment. Naruto had asked Sakura to train with him, and she agreed, more to spend time with him than for the training itself. They arrived at field number 7. Naruto, I won't hold back, Sakurachin, I hope you do your best, hehe, taking out his staff and hitting it on the ground. My teammates, Chapter 6. Naruto prepared to attack. Sakura crouched down to take a huge leap, using a nearby tree to propel herself forward and attack the boy like a missile. Naruto dodged the attack with little effort, trying to hit her with his staff several times, but Sakura dodged it masterfully until the blonde forced her to take a step back. He continued attacking her until the pink-haired girl lowered her guard a little. At that moment, she used her staff for support and struck Haruno in the chest, knocking her to the ground. Sakura rolled away, jumping up and forming hand seals. Sakura, earth release, avalanche. The girl struck the ground, raising large chunks of earth. She quickly smashed them, creating a hail of rocks that forced Naruto to use his staff to break them up. Sakura formed hand seals again. Earth release, earthquake. This time a tremor shook the entire training field. Naruto clung to the ground as best he could while Sakura formed hand seals once more. Lightning release, Tengu Fangs. With both hands electrified, she ran at great speed toward Naruto. He didn't move to flee. Sakura tried to slash him with her hands, but the blonde easily dodged her attacks. He repeated his attack pattern with his staff, striking her whenever she lowered her guard. Sakura began to lose patience and slammed her staff into the ground, creating a crater 20 meters in diameter. Naruto miraculously dodged it, luckily leaving a couple of clones hidden to switch places with just in case. Naruto, not bad, you've improved a lot, my turn. Drawing hand seals at high-speed wind release, deadly breeze. A huge gust of air pushed Sakura several meters back, making several cuts. She could barely react when another gust of air hit her from the side, cutting her again. Sakura, earth release, great dome. A huge sphere of earth enveloped her, protecting her from the wind. Naruto smiled at this attempt to stop her attacks, so he preferred to play along, using jutsus to see how long she could withstand it. Naruto, water release, great water dragon. A massive amount of liquid gushed from his mouth, taking the form of an overwhelming dragon. The dragon circled the earth sphere, plunging into its center without leaving a scratch. Earth release, great stone dragon. The same being, this time composed of bedrock, collided with the rock dome, this time cracking it slightly in the center. Naruto smiled and leaped onto it, raising his staff and shattering the dome with a single blow, only to find the pink-haired girl was gone. She knew how to play with the element of surprise at that moment. Sakura appeared like a whirlwind from an unknown location. Naruto was astonished by her speed. He barely had time to react, barely moving enough to avoid the direct blow to his stomach. The impact struck his side, bending him like jelly and sending him flying several meters, shattering everything in his path. Sakura fell to her knees, breathing heavily. Using her immense strength combined with her speed, it was something she didn't have control over. In the distance, Naruto stood up, leaning on his staff. That caught me by surprise. If I hadn't reacted in time, you would have sent me to the hospital. He wiped away some blood that was trickling from his lower lip and formed hand seals again. Wind release, air bullets. With small puffs of air, he managed to make the pink-haired girl move, dodging the projectiles that shot from his mouth at high speed. Sakura could barely dodge them all, so she was forced to use earth release again. Sakura, earth release, rock wall. A thick stone wall sprouted from the ground, blocking the boy's attacks. Naruto smiled, knowing that Haruno would use her defense again to attack him by surprise, so he created several clones that continued firing air bullets not only at the wall but also around it. Naruto, and now I'll borrow a technique from you, Sakurachin earth release, avalanche. Repeating his teammate's steps, he generated a shower of debris that finished crushing the wall, protecting Sakura, who was once again nowhere to be seen. Nice escape, but Sakura appeared behind him to knock him out. But a clone of the blonde appeared, blocking his kick. Sakura smiled, disappearing in a puff of smoke, surprising Naruto. But a terrible hook to his chin sent him flying a couple of meters. Sakura had emerged from the ground, catching him off guard. The pink-haired girl already considered her victory a foregone conclusion when the blonde disappeared in a burst of smoke. She felt a hand grab her waist and pull her to the ground. Now it was the blonde who was on top of her, his staff close to her thin, delicate neck. Sorry, Sakurachin, but I won, smiling at her. Sakura, never take anything for granted until you're 100% sure. The girl disappeared in a puff of smoke, leaving Naruto surprised. By the time he tried to walk away, Sakura appeared from the ground, holding him tightly. Naruto tried to use his staff to hit her, but an arm of earth grabbed his wrist, making him drop his weapon. To top it all off, he felt the cold edge of the metal against the back of his neck. Naruto, I got too confident, but so did you. The young man disappeared in a golden flash, leaving the Rose perplexed. It was the technique of the fourth Hokage, the famous god of thunder. She had no time to react to the attack that came from behind, and by the time she wanted to use earth release to escape, she couldn't make the hand seals because her hands were behind her back, blocked by the blonde. Good fight, Sakurachin, you made me use flying thunder god technique. You're incredibly skilled. He got off of the girl and helped her up from the ground. Sakura, your level is impressive. You could beat Tsunade-sama with your skill, smiling at her companion. You're strong, Naruto. I feel like fighting you to see if you can handle me. The two turned to see Sasuke leaning on a distant tree branch, looking at them with her mocking smile, although it was focused more on the Uzumaki boy. Sakura, how long have you been staring at us, Sasuke? A little annoyed at feeling displaced from the Uchiha's attention, and also because Naruto had stopped looking at her. Sasuke, annoyed, I've been here long enough to see that Dobi wipe the floor with your bones. Sakura, you remember who beat you in the last practice, right? With her arms crossed and very annoyed by the Uchiha's words, it hurt her to be taken so lightly, especially in front of Naruto. Naruto, Sakurachin gave me a real fight. No one has forced me to use the flying thunder god technique since I learned it. Not even Master Roshi. I think that's a point in Sakurachin's favor, rubbing his cheek. Slightly blushing from complimenting the rose-haired girl, Sakura blushed and Sasuke got a little annoyed. That idiot had no reason to inflate the ego of that bubblegum-haired girl. She was already conceited enough without giving her more reasons to be. Great fight, kid. You're at an incredible level. Our trip definitely did you good. Jirja appeared accompanied by the fifth Hokage and Kakashi, the latter two looking very serious. Naruto, thanks Erosin, very embarrassed by his teacher's compliments. Naruto noticed that behind him were the old woman and his sensei, and they didn't seem very happy. A bad omen came to his mind, running down his back like the cold edge of a knife, caressing his skin to the nape of his neck. Sakura, Tsunade-sama, you look serious. Has something bad happened? With the same concern about the serious expression of the fifth homie as her blonde-haired companion. Tsunade, a messenger bird arrived early this morning. It was a message from Suna. Naruto feared the worst. He had stayed in contact with Gaara during his journey. They had become very close friends since the disaster of the mid-grade exams. He knew of all his achievements in the village hidden in the sand, his rise to Kaisukage, his new social standing among the sand village, and of course, he knew of Gaara's appreciation for saving him from the darkness. He couldn't imagine anything bad had happened to his friend. Akatsuki, an elite criminal organization, kidnapped the Kaisukage last night. They've asked for our help to locate him and bring him back to Suna safe and sound, and you are the best team I have. Naruto will go immediately. There's no time to lose. Very serious and dismayed by what he had heard. There was nothing more to say. Team 7 was back in action, but this time it was for an S-rank mission with the added incentive of being a matter of state. Naruto led the way, very quiet, responding with monosyllables to Sakura's attempts to start a conversation with him. Sasuke, knowing how Naruto behaved, didn't try to talk to him at all. She simply observed him from several meters behind. The journey to the land of wind seemed very short. Without pauses, without conversations, without interruptions or distractions, they entered Suna in about 6 hours. Without even paying attention to their fatigue, they arrived at the Kaisukage Tower. Naruto spoke with Baki and Temari, and from her, they learned that Kankuro was under the effects of poison from one of the Akatsuki, supposedly a former ninja from Suna itself, Sasori of the Red Sand, or so the clues from the Jounin who accompanied Kankuro on the first attempt suggested, to recover their leader. Sakura offered to help with his treatment. Temari took them to the Sand Hospital, where a gruff and distrustful old woman looked at the Konoha people with resentment, especially Kakashi. "Old woman, are you the son of the White Fang of Konoha?" Kakashi wasn't surprised by that question. He knew that this old woman had served as a doctor when his father led an attack on several sand ninja outposts during the interwar period that preluded the Third Shinobi World War. "Kakashi, you are Chiya-sama, I thought you were no longer alive." The old woman took those words as a lack of respect towards her person, so she reacted in the same way as she had taken the Jounin's words. "Chiyo, you're acting very condescending for someone who's in a village that isn't their own. If you don't want to return to Konoha in a body bag, you should learn to respect your elders." Kakashi didn't flinch in the slightest, but the atmosphere became very heavy when Sasuke, in a swift movement, placed the sword that had previously been the White Fang's preferred weapon against her wrinkled neck, threatening to slit her throat at the slightest movement. "Sasuke, you're the one who needs to control yourself. Throwing accusations about what happened in the past into the air we're in the present now, and stirring up the mess won't bring anyone back to life or make the fallen pay for their crimes." Chiyo swallowed hard as she felt the cold on her neck. She felt the saliva that was moving up her throat almost get stuck in the area the sword touched. Baki rushed to remove the weapon from the advisor's neck, but it was Naruto who, putting his hand on the Uchiha's, put an end to the small fight. Chiyo entered the room where Sakura was, and it all ended there. An hour later, Sakura left the room with a satisfied smile. Kankuro would recover fully and soon be back on active duty. Naruto was happy for him, but on the other hand, they were wasting valuable time in the search for Gaara, and that was making him nervous. Baki and Temari pointed out on a map the supposed location where Kankuro's team had located the kidnappers. Team 7 didn't delay, running through the desert along the same route they had taken to reach Suna. Naruto, as on the way there, led the group without saying a word. Everything went according to plan until they reached the forest that served as a natural marker of the border between the land of wind and the land of fire. In a clearing, the group was forced to stop by the appearance of someone very unexpected. His black trench coat with red clouds printed on it and his eyes with the Sharigan made him unmistakable. Itachi Uchiha had appeared before them. "Itachi, you're crossing a line you shouldn't have crossed. Now I'll show you that rules are meant to be followed." Sasuke clenched her teeth in rage at seeing her brother in front of her, and that nonsense about rules had angered her even more. Who was he to talk about rules and such nonsense after breaking every law by annihilating his own family? "Sasuke, Itachi, your dead eye intend to make you pay for everything you did to the Uchiha. Prepare to suffer." She drew her katana from its sheath and pointed it at the traitor. "Itachi, you won't be able to touch me. Little sister, you're not on my level, neither you, nor your little friends, so I hope you're prepared to suffer." A gust of compressed air crossed where his head had been seconds before. Naruto stood with his arm outstretched and his staff anchored in the ground held by the other. "Naruto, get out of my way, I don't have time to deal with trash like you." Sasuke and Sakura looked at him in surprise. He was very serious, and he looked hexy like that. Itachi laughed at hearing such nonsense. "Itachi, your bravado will make you pay dearly, and underestimating me even more. I will make you go through hell in my Tsukuyomi." Itachi stared at Naruto, but he did not flinch. The blue-eyed man smiled, tracing seals. "Naruto, Suten, great water dragon." A huge dragon came out of his mouth heading towards the Uchiha, roaring fiercely. Itachi was not surprised and drew seals. "Itachi, fire, release phoenix flames." The great blaze collided with the water dragon, generating a dense layer of vapor that filled the entire clearing in the forest. Itachi extended his arms slightly outside the sleeves of his robe, revealing a pair of seals on his wrists. He applied some chakra to them and revealed their contents, a bunch of shurikens that he threw forward. "Sasuke, throw shurikens." Ninja stars flew in droves and the Konoha ninjas tried to dodge them. Sasuke and Kakashi had no problem dodging them thanks to their Sharigan. Sakura began to flip, skillfully dodging the projectiles. Naruto used his staff to deflect them with hardly any effort and without moving from the spot. The blonde boy drew hand seals again. "Naruto, Suten, great whirlpool of Uzu." The water particles that levitated in the vapor condensed, generating a vortex of water that added to the water produced by his mouth, created a huge whirlpool of water that swallowed Itachi. Sasuke and Sakura extended their arm. "Sasusaku Chidori." The two girls ran towards the whirlwind, putting their hands into it and passing the electricity to it, roasting Itachi inside. However, the aforementioned appeared behind them with a kunai in his hand. "Kakashi, Reikiri." The silver-haired man showed off his speed, positioning himself on his back to deliver the final blow, but Itachi surprised them again by disappearing in a swarm of crows. "Sasuke, Dobi behind you." Itachi appeared behind the boy. "Itachi, Amaterasu." The black flames of the sun god ran voraciously to burn the blonde. Naruto was not fazed by this. Kakashi stared at the flames, making his Sharingan bleed. Kakashi Kamui. The vortex produced by his ocular power swallowed Itachi's black flames. Naruto smiled, extending his hand and gathering energy in it. Naruto Rasengan. Naruto ran towards Itachi, who didn't seem worried. Itachi tried to move but noticed earthen arms holding his feet. He tried to disappear using his crows, but a sharp pain shot through his temples like a pair of sharp kunai slowly digging into each side. By the time the pain subsided and he looked up, Naruto was in front of him with a Rasengan and Sasuke was behind him with a Chidori. The two techniques collided with the Akatsuki member's body, which began to disintegrate due to the crushing effect of the enormous accumulation of destructive energy. Itachi collapsed to the ground, reduced to dust and almost destroyed from the waist up, but to everyone's surprise, a cloud of smoke revealed a man they didn't recognize. Sasuke, it's not him. Who the hell is this guy? Furious, for a moment she had thought she had her brother, that her revenge had been complete, and in just a tiny instant it was all over. He had vanished. He's a deserter from the sand. That tired, rough, and high-pitched voice was none other than that of the old woman Chiyo who had appeared behind them. Kakashi, what are you doing here? Chiyo, I don't trust you, so I decided to follow you. No one objected to the old woman's words. The group set out to continue their journey, leaving behind the imposter who had pretended to be Itachi. It didn't take them long to reach a huge mountain overlooking a small valley surrounded by a shallow stream. Kakashi approached the mountain and felt the rock. Kakashi, this isn't natural. It's like it's trying to hide something. I think we found the Akatsuki's hideout. Now we have to find a way to open this seal. Sakura punched the wall, but it didn't budge, proving 100% that it was inaccessible by force. Naruto, give me a moment. He planted his staff in the ground and calmly began tapping the wall. Here's when he took a few steps to the left, repeating the same action. Here's another one. He moved again, but this time in the opposite direction to the other side of the wall. And here's the last one. Sasuke, and it looks like a 3-trigram seal. We'll have to search the surrounding area for the attached seals to remove the protective barrier. Naruto, no, it's a simple sealing technique for me. I know how to break them without needing to find the connection points. The blonde boy stepped back a few paces from the wall and began tracing a few seals, murmuring softly, his whisper unintelligible. There, now we just have to knock it down. Sakura smiled, cracking her knuckles, ready to strike. But Naruto released his staff from the ground, pointing it at the center of the wall, and as if by magic it began to crumble. Kakasaku, impressive. Naruto didn't wait for the debris to stop falling. He burst into the cave and saw 3 men. One was lying motionless on the ground. It was Gaara. Above him sat a blond man looking at the guest with a confident smile. Behind him was another man who barely seemed human, crouching behind his red cloud-patterned trench coat like an animal. Well, it seems the Jinchuriki's friends have arrived. What do we do, Sasori? The strange being approached his comrade. Sasori, I guess we'll have to choose between fighting or fleeing. We're outnumbered. Deidara, the blonde Akatsuki member, laughed while toying with Gaara's face. Deidara, it's a shame Lord Kazekage is permanently indisposed. I'll leave to divide this fight and make it more fun. A white clay dragon appeared in front of the Akatsuki member. Deidara climbed onto it and the clay monster devoured Gaara's corpse. Without delaying a second longer, it took flight, moving away from the place. Naruto, enraged, went after it, followed by Sasuke. Kakashi stayed with Sakura and Chiyo. In front of them, Sasori extended his metallic tail. He looked more like a scorpion than a human being. Sasori, you don't want to run away. The silence of his opponents suggested that this was not going to be the case. Fine, then you yourselves are walking into the lion's den. The battles unfolded just as they had in the originals. Sasori died from the swords wielded by his parents' puppets. This time he didn't reveal Orochimaru's location, as he had no particular motivation to do so. Deidara narrowly escaped, discarding Gaara's body to evade Naruto and Sasuke, who, exhausted from having recovered the Kazekage and unwilling to stray further from their comrades, chose to stay. Chiyo sacrificed her life for Gaara, atoning for her past sins and teaching a lesson to all present. The mission was thus declared a resounding success, and the relationship between Leaf and Sand was strengthened, as was the friendship between Naruto and the Kazekage. The return to Leaf Village was peaceful. Naruto had regained his good humor. Sakura was happy about this and took the opportunity to talk to the blonde boy about a meal, just the two of them to celebrate. Sasuke joined in, trying not to seem nosy, and Kakashi did the same to turn it into a team meal. Sakura hid her anger as best she could, while Naruto, for his part, was happy to strengthen the bonds with his family. As soon as they arrived back in Leaf Village, they decided to go to the Akimichi restaurant for a delicious and varied meal, coinciding with Team 8. Shikamaru, hey Naruto, what a nuisance having you guys here instead of at Ikaraku. The Nara had a few drinks too many, that's why he was so social and receptive. Naruto sat next to him and Sasuke took the opportunity to sit next to him. Sakura gritted her teeth while Ino, catching on to what was happening, forced her to sit next to her to tease her with verbal provocations, taking advantage of the situation. Kakashi, Asuma, and Choji were more focused on eating and chatting among themselves than on noticing the others, especially the chubby one. Ino. It seems that the cold Uchiha has gotten in your way. Sakura thought she was hallucinating. For a moment, Ino had a viperous tongue that resembled that of a snake more than that of a person. Sakura, what do you know? She just wants to annoy me because of the rivalry she has with me, since I'm better than her drinking sake and trying to eat comfortably. Naruto and Sasuke crossed their hands in search of a piece of bread. Both blushed as the boy offered the largest piece to the Uchiha. Ino, oh yeah, rivalry, well, she's gaining ground on you, beat her in training and she beats you on the mission. Laughing softly, Sakura squeezed her chopsticks under the table, breaking them. Calm down, billboard forehead, offer her a piece of meat. Sakura shook her head, but before she knew it, she was handing the blonde a piece of steak. Naruto, thank you. Sakurachin putting the meat in his mouth. 2010 no, 110, it was delicious. Sasuke HMPH looking angrily at the two girls in front. Ino, well, Sakura, you've annoyed the unflappable Uchiha and fed Naruto, congratulations. Poking her ribs with a finger to annoy her, Sakura was very red because of what she had just done. The rest of the meal passed without incident. There were a few playful jabs between Ino and Sakura, and the two women tried to get Naruto's attention, but nothing more than minor anecdotes. Shikamaru and Naruto drank sake, toasting to playing shogi more often. Kakashi toasted to a new Ika tournament, and Asuma to a decrease in the price of tobacco in the village. It wasn't until the end that things got interesting. Sasuke, I'm a little dizzy, pretending to be a little drunk. Naruto grabbed her by the waist so she wouldn't fall. Sakura was practically smoking from her nose. Naruto, I'll walk you home, I don't want anything to happen to you, Sasuke. Sakura grabbed the blonde's shoulder and, hiding her anger with her best fake smile, said to him. Sakura, don't worry Naruto, I can accompany her for you, you must be too tired to babysit. The blonde smiled without understanding the double meaning of the rose's words. Sasuke, feeling cornered, finally let herself fall into the blonde's arms, feigning a faint. Naruto, Sasuke, she's in bad shape, I'll carry her, but thank you for the offer, Sakura. He hoisted Sasuke onto his back and Sakura was obliged to at least accompany them. Naruto, happy to see Sakura caring for Sasuke, agreed with a smile. The others said their goodbyes and headed home. Night had already fallen on the leaf, the lights of the night stalls and the soft night breeze invited one to stroll through Konoha at that hour. The night had always held that charm in the leaf. Naruto walked slowly so as not to disturb Sasuke, who was pretending to sleep, although the warmth and the sound of the boy's heartbeat were inviting her to do so. Sakura beside him tried to get closer without being too awkward. She pretended to be cold to get a little closer to the boy's side, who gently suggested it. They entered the Uchiha district and strolled through the deserted streets until they reached the clan leader's mansion. Naruto took the keys from Sasuke's pocket, and they went inside while Sakura waited in the foyer. He slowly carried her up to her room and placed her on her bed, but as he was about to tuck her in, Sasuke asked him in a soft voice to stay and sleep with her. Sasuke, stay the night, dope drowsy. In the end, the alcohol was taking effect at the worst possible moment. Naruto, are you sure? I don't want to bother you. The girl smiled in a way the blonde boy had never seen before. Sasuke, you never bother me. Dobi. Sasuke stood up a little and gave Naruto a small kiss. He was stunned, but when he wanted to ask for explanations, he realized that the Uchiha was fast asleep in her bed. He tucked her in and stealthily went downstairs where Sakura waited for him with her arms crossed, annoyed. Sakura, you took a long time, nothing strange happened, right? Emphasizing the strange part, Naruto was still a little shaken by what had happened. Naruto, no, she just asked me to stay here with her, she feels lonely in this place. Sakura, are you going to stay? We'd better go, annoyed by her companion's sudden foolishness. Naruto, I'll sleep on the sofa in your living room, nobody likes asking for company and waking up alone, I hope you understand. Sakura felt a little silly and out of place because of how she was behaving. She forced a smile and said goodbye to Naruto, leaving him at the Uchiha mansion. That night she would toss and turn in bed, thinking about how things were getting out of hand. Maybe she should talk to Ino in the morning and tell her all about it. She could add that mischievous touch that Sakura always seemed to lack. But for now, the only conversation would be the awkward silence between her and her pillow. My Teammates Chapter 7. Dawn broke in Konoha. The light of day began to restore color to everything it touched with its warmth, that same warmth that found Sasuke's face and that, unfortunately, bothered her until she woke up. She still felt a little dizzy and with a very annoying dryness in her mouth and throat. When she got up, she remembered what happened the night before and blushed. Sasuke's POV, I kissed the idiot, damn, after pretending to be drunk so much, I ended up acting like when she left her room and went downstairs. A doubt surfaced in her mind, worrying her even though she tried to ignore it. Did he stay in the end or did he leave? Upon entering the living room, she saw the boy lying on the sofa with his head turned to one side, sleeping peacefully. Sasuke felt strangely comforted. She passed behind him without making a sound and started to make some breakfast. She didn't know what to prepare, nor did she have much choice, so she decided to make a couple of coffees and some toast. The sound of the coffee maker boiling hot woke Naruto, who sat up with a terrible backache. The smell of coffee called to him from the kitchen, so he went to see, finding Sasuke putting the toast on the table. Naruto, they looked delicious, smiling hungrily. The girl remained silent, trying not to look him in the eyes. The memory of yesterday embarrassed her so much that she felt incapable of holding his gaze for a second. Can I help you? He spoke again with kindness and his characteristic smile. Sasuke, whatever, I can do it myself. She hesitated like a silly high school girl, all because of the sake and who knows what else. Naruto tilted the kitchen table and picked up the coffee pot, pouring coffee into 2 cups on the counter. Naruto, sugar or saccharin? Sasuke, saccharin 2 tablets, concentrating on the toaster as if it were the most interesting thing in the world. Naruto, so you like your coffee bitter just like me, haha. Adding the 2 saccharin packets the Uchiha had requested to the coffee, he picked up the cups and placed them on the table next to the toast, jam, and other accompaniments. Enjoy your meal. Breakfast was exquisite despite being meager, but as they say, every crumb is a delicacy when you're hungry. Naruto helped the brunette clean the plates and cutlery like a good guest. The blue-eyed boy said goodbye to Sasuke, saying he was going to walk off his breakfast by strolling around the village. For her part, the brunette preferred to stay home and think about how she had ended up kissing him last night. Elsewhere in the village, Sakura had woken up before our other protagonists. She had prepared a black coffee without any flavorings or additions, quite bitter like yesterday, or so she had thought between sips. It was in her morning musings that she remembered she wanted to see Ino to tell her about last night. She finished her drink quickly and went out to the flower shop. They should have been open by now, but unfortunately it was still closed. Another walk, this time with a different destination, her friend's house. And luckily it was the blonde who opened the door, disheveled and in her pajamas. Ino, Sakura at this hour, yawning and rubbing her eyes. Traces of drool could even be seen at the corner of her lips. Sakura, Ino, it's urgent. Naruto stayed overnight at the Uchiha mansion last night, and I can't even think about what Sasuke would be capable of doing with him alone. Ino wiped away a tear caused by her yawn and let it pass with a slow and taciturn movement. Ino, Sasuke looked really bad. I don't think she'd do anything because her body wouldn't be up to any sudden movements, dismissing it as if it were the most trivial thing in the world. Sakura frowned. Sakura, pig, seriously, you also fell for her story about the helpless drunk woman, crossing her arms and looking at her friend with annoyance. Ino, he drank quite a bit. He might not handle alcohol well. Don't dwell on the negative. He probably just slept and asked Naruto to stay behind to annoy you. Don't overthink it. Yawning again. Sakura, wake up already. Ino, you know that's not true. You saw her yesterday, how she blushed when she took his hand in the restaurant and how she pretended to feel dizzy to get his attention. Ino, what if you try spending time with him and making advances whenever you have the chance? Since according to you, you're on a war footing, then attack head-on and don't wait for success to come to you. Take the bull by the horns and be brave. Sakura, and how do I do that? I don't know how to act so as not to seem shameless and scare him away with my actions. Ino laughed, stretching. Ino, it's Naruto. He won't pay attention to the details unless you show up in your underwear begging for rough hex. Sakura blushed deeply at the thought. Invite him out to eat at the first opportunity, go for walks with him, be flirty without overdoing it, and above all, don't let jealousy lead you to give yourself away like yesterday when you grabbed his arm. Sakura was surprised to hear that. Sakura, wait a minute, you followed us. The blonde smiled, embarrassed at having given herself away. Ino, yes, but only as far as Sasuke's house, then I went back home, but come on, the excuse about the cold was very good, you can use that as an example, but without being so abrupt and possessive. Sakura clenched her fist out of embarrassment. Sakura, I'm not possessive. I was just cold and wanted to warm up however I could. Ino and Sakura chatted for a while longer. Ino had breakfast and they walked together towards the flower shop. The Yamanaka girl said goodbye to Sakura, asking her to be more brave and use her head. The pink-haired girl ignored the last part and decided to take a walk to think about what she would do. What bad luck that she bumped into Naruto in the center of the village. Naruto, Sakurachin, it seems we both decided to do the same thing this morning, hahaha. Smiling carelessly at her, Sakura became a little nervous remembering where the Uzumaki came from. Sakura, hi Naruto, trying to ask without sounding too direct, how did it go at Sasuke's house? Shit, I'd already messed up. Naruto smiled, seeing it as nothing more than a normal, ordinary question. Naruto, well, I didn't like sleeping on the couch, but the breakfast Sasuke and I made more than made up for it. It was delicious. They had breakfast together and prepared it together. That's something only she and he could do together. Sakura, very well, and why aren't they out for a walk together? Sakura, calm down, it's not Naruto's fault, he's just being polite and charming with another girl. Naruto, well, Sasuke was still feeling unwell from last night's alcohol, so she stayed to rest a little longer, but why that question, Sakurachin? Sakura became even more nervous. She had really put her foot in it. Sakura, nothing, just wondering, it's just that it seems strange to me how you two have been seen together lately, Sakura. For God's sake, breathe and change the subject before I think you're bitter and spiteful. Do you want to go to the new game store that just opened? Please let her say yes, please. Naruto, a game store. That's sure to be fun, let's go, hahaha. Smiling like a child at the gates of an amusement park, Sakura walked beside him, guiding him towards the new establishment, a very large store that was adorned with signs made up of drawings and attractive phrases. They spent a few hours inside, playing fishing, darts, can-knocking, blackjack, poker, and so on. Naruto had managed to get a giant teddy bear for Sakura, as well as some free lunch vouchers for the Akimichi restaurant. Technically, he'd invested his money well in the business, so he could consider himself satisfied. Sakura suggested they go eat together and use 2 of the 3 vouchers they had. Naruto smiled, pleased with the idea. All that gaming had made him hungry. It was 3 p.m. and he was starving. Unfortunately for Sakura, on their way to the restaurant, they ran into Sasuke, who had gone out for a walk and to look for Naruto so she wouldn't be bored. Naruto, oh Sasuke, hello. Overjoyed to see her looking better, Sakura was annoyed by her friend's effusiveness towards the Uchiha. Sasuke simply greeted him with a slight wave of her hand. Sasuke, Dobi, what are you two doing looking so happy? Hiding her displeasure at seeing the pink-haired girl secretly looking at her from behind the blonde boy's back and with a giant plushie in her hands. Naruto, we were at an arcade and won some free food vouchers for a Kimichi restaurant. Want to join us? There are 3 of us, just enough to spend them all and eat together. With his usual carefree smile, oblivious to the staring contest between the 2 girls. Sasuke, if you insist, I'll go, I have nothing better to do. Sakura, oh no Sasuke, we're not insisting. If you don't want to, you don't have to force yourself to do it, it has to come from you. Naruto doesn't like forcing people to do things, right? Naruto, grabbing his arm tightly while the boy smiled violently at his friend's action. Naruto, yeah, I don't like forcing people to do things they dislike, I don't think anyone likes doing that, right? Feeling the hug become more intense. Sasuke, as I said, I have nothing else to do and I don't mind accepting the Dobi's invitation, assuming that Sakura wasn't very interested in inviting her to join them. Naruto, isn't that great, Sakurachin? I love eating in a group with my friends, isn't it awesome? The 2 women's faces darkened. Sasuke's POV, friends, that's all. With a violent aura, they blamed each other for what the boy had said. Naruto preferred to start walking, sweating profusely, feeling an enormous discomfort in his back. Sasuke and Sakura kept looking at each other, reproaching one another. The Akimichi restaurant welcomed them, majestic, and as always full of customers, many of them foreigners who came to Leaf Village to eat there, in addition to the other things the village offered, of course. Chaoji, hey guys, it's great to have you here, how can I help you? Naruto shook his friend's hand, showing him the 3 vouchers. Oh, you guys are lucky at the new place, come with me, I'll take you to a VIP room. The 3 followed the Ino Shikacho team member to a room away from the main dining area and the hustle and bustle. Shall I serve you the daily menu? Naruto, what does it consist of? With great interest. Chaoji, for the main course we have grilled meat on our stone grill. For the second course we have swordfish from the land of waves seasoned with the best rice from the land of the same name, and for dessert we have pastries of the finest preparation imported from the capital of the country. Naruto's eyes lit up. Naruto, that's fine by me, and you? The 2 girls looked at each other and nodded, giving their approval to the Uzumaki's decision. Chaoji, and to drink I recommend beer. Western traders have brought numerous barrels and it is a delight comparable to the best sake from the land of iron. Naruto, put one on me, and what about you? Sakura, I'm happy with water, I don't know what Sasuke will ask for, alcohol doesn't agree with her very well, smiling maliciously for having made the dig at the brunette. Sasuke, pour me the beer too, I want to try it, ignoring Sakura who felt like a little girl. Chaoji, I'm going to take your order. In the meantime, you can enjoy this appetizer of assorted cheeses from the heart of the western lands. Uncovering the tray in the middle of the table, I'll bring your order when it's ready. Naruto tasted the cheese, it was delicious, some pieces bitter and strong, others soft and creamy. They knew how to eat well in the West. Sakura wasn't so impressed, she didn't much like dairy, only sweets or milk itself. Sasuke, on the other hand, enjoyed the appetizer as much as Naruto. When the first course arrived, they began to eat with gusto. It was delicious, the meat was cooked to perfection, and the Akimichi sauce made each bite feel like the first after a long hunger. The beer was superb. Naruto added, laughing, that sake looked like juice next to it. Sakura laughed at his joke while Sasuke eagerly devoured her plate. The second course arrived, the fish was tender, and the additions like lemon and seasoning gave it an incredible flavor. It was a dish that disappeared quickly. Dessert consisted of a tray with an assortment of sweets that lasted 5 seconds on the table. They were all soft and delicate without being cloying or unsatisfying. Naruto had to congratulate Chaoji for serve the food that is eaten in Valhalla. Naruto, my friend, today I ate in heaven, I have to come here more often. He shook his friend's hand, who smiled, pleased with the Uzumaki's positive assessment of his food. They said goodbye to Chaoji, who invited them to return whenever they wanted. Once outside the restaurant, Naruto stretched to wake up. The food and beer had made him sleepy. Naruto, I'm getting sleepy, he rubbed his eyes calmly. But then I'm likely to not sleep a wink all night. Sakura, Naruto, I think I have an idea to shake off your laziness. Smiling, motivated, and energetic, we can train to wake up. Naruto yawned as a tear escaped his eye. He didn't feel like moving much right now. He looked at Sakura. Those green eyes were pleading with him to agree. Sasuke, Sakura's right, besides, I'm bored doing nothing productive, come on, Dobi. Sakura looked at her friend, grateful that for once she was actually useful and not just there to ruin her plans the moment she opened her mouth. Naruto, okay, but what a drag, sounding like Shikamaru. They arrived at field number 7. Naruto stretched a little and splashed water on his face from the small river that passed through the training area. The water felt wonderful, giving him a little desire to take action. He looked at his companions with a smile. Naruto, I want to play rough this time. The two women blushed as they thought of those words in a way that wasn't the right way. Sakura, Naruto, what are you saying? Here in the open air and with the two of us? Naruto nodded, not understanding why she was acting like this until a click in his head gave him the perspective the girls had had of his words. Naruto, no, number blushing and nervous. I meant that I want to fight seriously without you holding back. Sasuke, that's always the case. I don't know why you say something so obvious like that. Dobi. Sakura separated from her, leaving the three of them in a triangle. Naruto, wait, I want it to be a 2 against 1. I want to see you as a team, and I want you to push me to my limit, taking out his staff and striking the ground with it. Sakura and Sasuke looked at each other for a second and nodded, both disappearing from the sight of the blonde man who raised his staff, gripping it with both hands. Sakura, lightning release, Tengu Fangs. Sakura emerged from the bushes, charging at high speed with her hands full of electricity. Naruto smiled, tracing seals with one hand. The staff allows him to do this. Naruto, earth release, earth prison. The area where Sakura was located sank and then rose, enveloping her in a semispherical dome. Naruto began to form hand seals when enormous fireballs fell from the sky. Water release, great wave. The enormous mass of water that emerged from the blonde man and the river protected him from the fire. A dense layer of steam covered the area, making it very difficult to see anything beyond his hands. Sasuke, Chidori. The brunette fell from the sky with her technique and her Sharigan shining like the flames of hell. The blonde waited for the last seconds to make the staff shine like the sun, blinding the Uchiha. Before she recovered her vision, he hit her in the side with the staff, moving her away from him. Sakura, earth release, great fissure. The earth began to tremble, forcing Naruto to jump to avoid being swallowed by it. From the opening in the earth, Sakura emerged with her fist aimed directly at the blonde's chin, impacting him fully and sending him into the sky. Sasuke appeared above him, tracing seals and catching his breath. Sasuke, fire release, phoenix flames. Waves of fire engulfed the blonde boy, who began to fall, engulfed in flames. Sakura traced seals again. Sakura, earth release, rocky projectile. The emeralded girl kicked the ground, lifting a huge rock which she struck with her leg to send it at high speed towards the blonde boy. He ate it, traveling many meters and destroying everything in his path. Sasuke descended next to Haruno, smiling arrogantly. Sasuke, how quickly we defeated him. Sakura shook her head, seeing that the rock wasn't moving, but there was no trace of the blonde boy either. At that moment, clones began to emerge from the earth and the large fissure, now materializing as beings of flesh and blood. Sakura, earth release, clones, only water release and earth release can do anything to them. The clones began to draw hand seals. Sasuke, cover yourself, desperately beginning to draw hand seals. Clones, earth release, earth projectile. They began stomping on the ground to lift rocks and throw them at the girls. Sakura, in a great hurry, completed her jutsu. Sakura, earth release, great dome of rock. The ground sank to rise in a thick layer of earth that covered everything in 360 degrees. Projectiles crashed against the stone dome, exploding into pieces, creating a thunderous sound comparable to that of many cannons firing at the same time. Sakura traced hand seals and buried herself in the ground next to Sasuke. Some clones took a step forward, tracing hand seals. Clones. Suten, great water dragon. The enormous amount of liquid expelled from their mouths swirled into a gigantic mass that took the form of a huge dragon. This watery monster flew into the sky and swooped down on the dome, impacting it head-on, sinking the earth and disintegrating along with the rocky dome, creating a small flood. The clones relaxed, but at that moment the earth trembled, swallowing them all up to their waists. From the fissure in the ground, now transformed into a small waterfall, emerged two girls with electricity coursing through their arms. They moved at great speed, slashing through all the clones, who disintegrated into mud. The ground was empty, only the two of them remained, observing their surroundings. The Chidori or Tengu Fangs can destroy Earth Release clones because they are destructive techniques that cut and slice. Naruto, Wind Release, Great Whirlpool of Uzu. The wind blew fiercely, violently shaking the trees. Small rocks flew rapidly, becoming deadly projectiles. Sakura formed hand seals, raising a wall of rock to shelter from the wind and projectiles. However, the blonde boy appeared from the side of the wall, pushed by the wind. He lunged at Sakura with his staff. The rose-colored girl covered herself with her arms, bracing for the blow, but Sasuke blocked it with his katana. Using his Sharigan, he blocked all of the blonde boy's attacks. Naruto retreated, forming hand seals. Naruto, Wind Release, air bullets he couldn't finish because of a punch from Sakura that sent him flying several meters. A huge tree stopped him in his tracks, bent for good. Naruto got up, dazed, using his staff for support. He looked up and saw the two girls a few meters away, using the same techniques they had used to eliminate his clones. Tired, he raised his staff, which glowed with a coppery light as he pointed it at the sun. A swift movement, seconds before being struck by the two women, created a shockwave that sent them flying several meters back. Sasuke regained her balance only to see the blonde boy appear with a Rasengan in his hand. Sakura moved quickly, her Tengu fangs bared, ready to save her, but the blonde boy put his staff in the way, spinning it like a shield. Sasuke shifted her hips, avoiding a direct hit to the stomach, but she couldn't avoid the impact and was thrown even further. Sakura managed to use her technique to knock the staff out of the blonde boy's hand, injuring his wrist with the impact and friction. Naruto, damn it, my arm. Sakura began throwing many punches, while the blonde dodged and looked for an opening to land one. Sakurachin, you are fast and clever. The staff is a great help against you. The pink one withdrew, smiling, tracing seals. Sakura, Earth Release, Stone Stakes. The ground began to vibrate, huge sharp spears emerging from it, forcing the blonde to jump and dodge. Unfortunately, a huge fireball hit him from behind, finishing him off. Sasuke rejoined the fight, sweating and serious. Sasuke, he's switched places, I can't see him. He must have gone for his staff, and just as he had said, the blonde man emerged from the ground wielding his weapon, tired and dirty. Naruto, okay, I give up. I can't take it anymore. My hand is killing me. Sakurachin, will you heal me? The rose smiled, pleased with her victory, lowering her guard. She approached the boy to heal him, and he, in a swift movement, grabbed her, using her as a human shield. Don't lower your guard now, surrender, Sasuke. Sakura, Naruto. That's playing dirty, trying to break free from the grip. Although inside she was a little fetishized by being like this, she looked at Sasuke. The raven-haired girl was serious, wielding her katana and with the Sharingan activated, staring at them intently. Naruto, Genjutsu doesn't work on me. Sasuke now dropped the weapon and surrender. Don't risk a comrade's health. Sakura began to form hand seals to free herself. No way. With her aching hand, she formed a seal and placed it on the pink-haired girl's neck. Sakura began to feel very weak. Sakura's POV, a chakra seal. My strength is leaving me. Naruto, Sasuke, the weapon, throw it away and surrender. The Uchiha created a Chidori and pointed it at the two of them. Naruto frowned at this gesture, preparing for the worst. Fine, I surrender. Don't do anything. The blonde released Sakura and removed the seal. Sakura regained her strength and this time began to heal the Uzumaki's arm. Naruto thanked her, apologizing for what had happened recently, but his expression changed when he looked at Sasuke. If it hadn't been me and it had been an enemy, would you have attacked? Sasuke, staring at him seriously. Naruto, okay, thanks Sakurachin, I'm going home, I'm tired. He started walking without looking at the Uchiha, who continued to stare impassively at him. Sakura looked at her companion with a bit of reproach and ran to where the boy was. Sakura, Naruto, I'll go with you. Naruto, please, I want to walk alone this time. I'm sorry and thank you for offering. Sakura stood there, saddened, as the boy walked slowly, hiding his arms behind his robes and left with his head down. Sakura turned one last time to look at her companion with the same expression as before, then walked slowly towards the village along the same path. My Teammates Chapter 8. Naruto entered his apartment, head down and without much desire to do anything. He pulled out one of the chairs from his dining room and sat down at the table. He stared at the wall for a couple of minutes while his fingers tapped the tabletop in a frantic, erratic rhythm. A few taps on the window drew his attention away from the wall. It was his sensei, Kakashi. Reluctantly, he opened the window so the avid novelist could enter his room. Kakashi looked at him with a proud smile. He had witnessed the entire fight, almost all of it, and was impressed by the level of his students, but the ending had worried him, which was why he was there. Naruto, will you ever learn to knock on the door? With a half smile, just like his teachers when he heard that. Kakashi, that's not my style. Naruto, taking a seat at the small wooden table, Naruto stood up and put a saucepan on to boil. I saw the fight. You have a lot of potential. I would dare say that you are at the same level as the Sannin or the Cages. I am very proud. Naruto looked at him, smiling slightly at the compliment, but became serious again. Naruto, did you see what happened in the end? If it hadn't been me, it would have been an enemy. Sasuke would have attacked and could have hurt Sakurachin, damn it. And what about not harming a comrade? Putting a hand to his forehead in annoyance, Kakashi took off his headband to be more comfortable. Kakashi, don't get the wrong idea. Sasuke doesn't like to lose. She knows you and knew that at the slightest threat you would surrender. I don't see her capable of harming a teammate in a real fight. Naruto remained silent for a while, thinking his teacher might be right, but he still disagreed internally. The whistle of the coffee maker pulled him from his thoughts. He took a couple of ceramic containers and poured the liquid into them. Naruto, here offering his sensei 1 cup of tea and pouring the other for himself. You shouldn't play around with things like that. It's created tension within the team now. Sakurachin won't trust her despite how well they fought as a team. How can she trust them if she's left at the mercy of an enemy? Taking a small sip of his tea, Kakashi stared intently into his eyes for a few seconds, considering his words. Kakashi, you've been together for many years and it shows in your understanding. You know each other well. And I insist that she acted that way because she knew you would have to give up. Naruto looked at his glass, breathing calmly, smelling the aroma of the tea and noticing the cool breeze that invaded his room through the window. He got up to look out the window, observing the village in the last hours of the afternoon. Naruto, do you remember what you told us once about shinobi and camaraderie, sensei? With his arms crossed, he slowly moved his eyes, observing the entire landscape before him. Kakashi lowered his mask and took a sip to warm his throat. Kakashi, those shinobi who break the rules are scum, but those who abandon their comrades are worse than scum. That phrase, which had so deeply affected him and his very nature, made him think again about what he would say next. Naruto, as your sensei and leader of Team 7, I assure you that I trust this group, I trust you, and that you won't let me down. You are great shinobi, but I also know that you are great people. He stood up, placing his hand on the blonde's shoulder, smiling at him from beneath his mask. Trust me too. Naruto, you're right, sensei. It's not good to create conflict or exacerbate an existing one. Perhaps I should apologize to both of you for leaving like this today. Kakashi smiled as he looked at his student contentedly. Kakashi, I don't think you have to wait until tomorrow. A few seconds later, the door rang. Naruto opened it and found the two girls, both looking at each other with a little annoyance. Sakura looked at Naruto, changing to a smile, and Sasuke looked away a little embarrassed. Naruto, what are you doing here? Isn't it a little late? Surprised. Sakura, Naruto, I was worried you were upset about earlier. That's why I came to invite you to eat. A little embarrassed. Sasuke, you left angry, Dobi, so I came so you wouldn't dwell too much on your defeat. Naruto looked at the raven-haired girl with a drop of sweat on his forehead. Naruto POV, is she really so proud that she thinks I'd get angry about losing? Kakashi appeared behind the blonde boy, surprising the two girls. Kakashi, since the four of us are here, let's go to Ikaraku for dinner like a good team. Smiling. Sakura, are you paying, sensei? Walking alongside the others outside the apartment. Kakashi POV. If I'd known, I wouldn't have said anything. They're going to ruin me. Looking at his wallet with only a couple of 10,000 bills. Dinner at Ikaraku was pleasant. Naruto ate the most, as always, completely forgetting what had happened that day. When he was full a while later, the group split up, each going their separate ways home. Naruto entered his residence, leaving the window open to let in the cool air. He took off his robes and staff along with his clothes, sleeping in his undergarments. He spent some time staring at the ceiling, listening to the sounds of the street, the wind, and the occasional nighttime noise along with his calm, deep breaths. Little by little, sleep called to him, feeling his eyelids droop, and with each second he was awake, it became harder to keep them open. Finally, he fell asleep. He heard the birds chirping, accompanied by the morning freshness entering through his window. He tossed and turned in his bed, threatening to fall asleep again. His breathing was still deep and slow, accompanied by the occasional yawn. It wouldn't hurt to sleep a little longer, would it? Good morning, Naruto. The blonde boy jumped up suddenly, looking around in disorientation, finally looking out the window and seeing Sakura covering her face, blushing. Naruto, oh Sakurachin, what are you doing at my window? The rose continued to cover her face in embarrassment. Sakura, I came to ask you to have breakfast with me, but I'm sorry I woke you up. Naruto smiled when he saw her like that. Naruto, come in, I'm going to get up and we'll make some breakfast, hahaha. Sakura entered the house redder than a tomato. Naruto got out of bed to go to the bathroom and get ready. Sakura didn't say anything, she just stared at his butt and other things. Sakura POV, I wish I were a pair of boxers. Daydreaming. Naruto, I'm going to take a shower, I'll be out in 5 minutes, okay? The rose nodded, sitting down nervously in a chair. Naruto went into the bathroom and closed the door. After a while, the water could be heard running. Sakura imagined herself undressing and entering the bathroom unexpectedly, only to then berate herself for such an action. A knock on the door pulled her from her thoughts. She got up and opened it, covering herself with black eyes that stared at her in surprise for a few seconds before changing to a serious and cold expression. Sasuke, Sakura, what are you doing here? The rose looked at her seriously, thinking about lying to her, but if Naruto said something later, she would look like a fool. She sighed and told him the truth. Sakura, I came to have breakfast with Naruto. What are you doing here? Sakura looked down to see that the girl was carrying a bag, but she couldn't see what was inside. Sasuke hid the bag behind her and went into the house, pushing Sakura a little, who stared at her in astonishment. What are you doing? Before Haruno could continue questioning Uchiha, the bathroom door opened and the blonde boy emerged wearing only a towel. The two of them stood still, not moving a muscle and almost not breathing. Naruto, for his part, stared at them confused. Naruto, hello Sasuke, it's nice to see you here, what brings you here? The raven-haired girl blushed slightly, clutching the bag she was carrying and hiding behind her back. She took a deep breath and extended it for him to see. Sasuke, I came so we could have breakfast. I bought some things to prepare something. It was the first time since he kissed her that she was so nervous and acted like a silly girl. Naruto smiled, feeling very happy to have such good teammates. Naruto, great. I'm going to get dressed and the three of us can make something delicious. I'm so lucky. Naruto went to his room to get dressed while Sasuke looked at the floor, embarrassed by what had just happened. Sakura looked at the bag with envy and shame because she hadn't brought anything to make. Well, I'm ready. Sasuke, let's see what you brought. Sasuke, Yai's giving the bag to Uzumaki. Naruto opened it and took out several fruits, cream and chocolate syrup. Naruto, with this we can make a nice fruit salad with cream and chocolate, thanks Sasuke. Smiling at the brunette who was trying to maintain her composure, he couldn't believe she was acting like a scaredy-cat schoolgirl, especially now with Sakura next to her glaring angrily. Will you help me please? Sasuke, you cut the fruit, and Sakura, you get me some plates. Sasusaku, Yais, they did what he asked. Sasuke chopped some fruit and Sakura prepared the dishes. Naruto gave her some pieces of fruit and asked her to chop them very finely in a bowl with milk and beat them until it became a paste. Naruto, perfect. They look so good now. We add chunks, we add the blended mixture cream and the syrup, voila. A sweet and delicious breakfast. The boy took them to the table and invited them to sit down, placed their plates and went to the refrigerator for fruit juice, poured 3 glasses adding ice and served them. Enjoy. The three of them eagerly ate the dish. It was delicious, it looked delicious, it tasted delicious, and the fact that they had participated alongside the blonde in preparing it was simply wonderful. Once breakfast was finished, Naruto washed the dishes so the work wouldn't pile up. Sasuke offered to make his bed just to do something, and Sakura, biting her tongue, told Naruto she would sweep the floor and wipe the table with a cloth. Naruto smiled gratefully and let them do it. In 15 minutes the apartment was very clean. It always was, but now it's shown. Naruto, thank you so much. You've helped me a lot. What do you want to do now? Sakura stretched, pretending to be numb from not moving for a long time. Sakura, I feel like going for a walk. We can go for a stroll and maybe see something to do this morning. Naruto nodded happily at the idea. Sasuke, for her part, just turned her head disdainfully towards her pink-haired companion, but she had no choice but to accept that proposition. The three left the apartment complex where Uzumaki lived, making sure they had closed the window and locked the door. The streets they walked through were teeming with people. It seemed as if all the Leaf villagers had decided to leave their homes. Our trio strolled along the main streets, looking at shops, restaurants, street stalls until a large group of people gathered outside a shop caught their attention. Naruto approached with interest to see what was attracting so much attention from the crowd that was growing every minute. Pushing aside some villagers and shinobi, he was surprised to see Shikamaru with a strangely dressed man, both sitting at a small table with a board and several pieces of the same type as the board in front of them. Man, checkmate, you've been a good opponent, kid, but I'm an expert at this game. You owe me 15,000 yen. Teammate member took out his wallet with a bored expression and began counting the money. At that moment, a hand on his shoulder distracted him. Naruto, nay Shikamaru, how could you lose at a board game? The Nara looked at him with a bored expression while taking the money out of his wallet. Shikamaru, this isn't like shogi, it's my first game, Mendokusai. Before the man could take the money from the pinnacle-haired man's hand, Naruto grabbed his arm. Naruto, don't pay him yet, sir. The man looked at him without much interest. It's double or nothing. If you win, I'll give you 30,000 yen, but if I win, you can't ask my friend for the money. The man looked at him for a few seconds and nodded. Shikamaru stood up, a little nervous because of what his friend had said, and even more so because of the enormous sum he had bet on a game he didn't have a clue how to play. Shikamaru, Naruto, you don't even know the name of this game. You're going to lose your money. Mendokusai, putting his hand to his forehead wearily. The blonde shook his head as he took the now free seat in front of the strange man. Naruto, let's see, explain how this works, causing everyone around him to have a huge sweat drop on their neck. The man sighed, placing the pieces in their place and taking a brief moment to think about what he would say, then proceeded to give him a short introduction. Man, this game is called chess. In the lands where I come from, it's popular. It's a turn-based strategy game. The white pieces go first. You can move one per turn. You can't move one piece over another. If you do, you destroy it. Each piece moves and captures in a different way. The man explained the details and rules of the game, types of pieces, and moves to the blonde boy. Naruto noticed the man's speech and from his accent and several words he mispronounced, deduced that he wasn't from any of the elemental nations. Finally, whoever captures the opponent's king wins, and that's called checkmate. And remember, if you have the opponent's king within range, you must warn them by saying check. Do you understand? Naruto nodded as many more people joined the group, including a small group of men who dressed just as strangely as the man in front of him. Naruto. Naruto moved upon, as did the man as the minutes passed. Both could be seen very focused on the board, both with few pieces left. The man managed to take down the blonde's last rook with his bishop. Naruto returned the favor with his only remaining bishop. The man stood lost in thought, watching as a white knight threatened his queen and the bishop from before was also at risk. A couple of pawns in between made escape to the left and right difficult. In the end, he decided to delay his queen. He began to sweat when he saw his opponent smile. Check, the blonde said, positioning his queen with his rival in his sights. The man moved his king to avoid the check. Naruto devoured his queen without mercy, putting the foreigner in check once again. Man, I surrender you when you're a good kid. The applause from everyone present was immediate. Naruto put his hand to the back of his neck, smiling a little embarrassed as the man gathered his pieces and put them inside the board to fold it up and then place it in a travel bag. A bet's a bet, kid. The man extended his hand to the young man, who shook it firmly with a big smile. By the way, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Luis de Almeida, and I'm a merchant from the distant lands of the West. I've been coming to these parts for several years to trade goods and food. I'm fascinated by this village. The daimyo didn't give me bad advice. Naruto looked at him in amazement. Naruto, you met the daimyo himself. The man nodded with a smile. Luis, of course the great feudal lords are very interested in our goods. We bring products from Europe and other countries surrounding Japan. Naruto, Japan, is that what they call our land? The man smiled a little nervously. Luis, oh well, that's the name. It was on the merchant maps, but there's no point in arguing. The important thing is that we made some very good deals around here. Pointing to the men who were dressed like him, in baggy clothes with metal breastplates, greaves, and strange, very thin swords. I almost forgot, we brought a new type of weapon to this land that the feudal lords have enthusiastically embraced. The man caught the attention of one of his companions who approached, rummaging in his tunic. To the surprise of everyone present, he pulled out a kind of strange staff with metal parts and a small cord on the handle. Naruto, a staff? The blonde asked, looking at the weapon with curiosity. The Westerner began to laugh out loud, accompanied by the rest of his compatriots. Luis, oh no, my good sir, what you see here is the latest in weapons technology, and believe me, with proper handling, this thing leaves no chance for anyone fighting with a sword, bow, spear, pike, or whatever they carry. What's more, I'll give you a demonstration, but there's nothing here to test it with. Naruto smiled, and making a hand seal, a clone appeared in a cloud of smoke, surprising the Westerners. You are what was it, a shinobi? Yes, that's right, my lord. The man touched the clone, astonished and amazed by this magic. Naruto, shoot the clone, don't worry, nothing will happen if you do. Don Almeida looked at him somewhat hesitantly but finally agreed, asking everyone to back away. He lit the weapon's fuse and pointed it at the clone's chest. A huge bang followed by a large amount of smoke blinded those closest to Luis. The rest watched in amazement as the clone took the bullet and disappeared, leaving behind an impact on a wooden post. Luis, you see, my lord. This weapon is deadly at short and medium range, and I understand that master gunsmiths in Europe are perfecting them to fire faster. Everyone was amazed by the demonstration of such a brilliant weapon. Naruto was serious yet marveling at the technology. Luis smiled at him and approached, holding the weapon with both hands. Without a word, he extended it, his smile unwavering. Take it, my lord, as a token of my appreciation and respect for defeating me at chess. Naruto, I shouldn't. It's probably very expensive, with a doubtful look due to the size of the place. Luis, don't worry, over there in Europe the piece costs about 200 reais. Here it would be about 1,500 yen. It's not very expensive, please. Accept it as a token of friendship. Naruto took it, expecting it to be very heavy. But it was no heavier than his staff. He swung the weapon in his arms and pointed it at the post where the impact hole was. Naruto, thank you very much, Don Luis. Bowing in reverence to the foreigner who repeated the gesture even though it was not natural for them to express gratitude in this way. Luis, well, we must depart for the next village. A pleasure. We'll return in a while. I sold projectiles and other supplies at the armory. Come and buy some. See you later, my good sir. The Westerners left with all their supplies on their backs. The crowd that had formed gradually dispersed, leaving only the four shinobi. Shikamaru, you're a real pain, Naruto, but you saved my neck, scratching himself lazily with a slight smile. I didn't know you were so good at strategy games. You were terrible at shogi. The blonde put the weapon under his robe next to the staff and smiled at his friend. Naruto, I practiced a lot with shogi and other games at the temple, but I guess I got a little lucky in the end. Kurama, brat, this is the last time I'm helping you. You're taking credit for things you don't deserve. With a bored expression, leaning on his arms. Naruto, Kurama, don't make things difficult for me. With a drop of sweat on his neck as the great fox yawned lazily. Kurama, if I hadn't advised you on how to move the pieces, you'd be penniless now because you're such a blabbermouth and you have to get involved in everything. With his eyes closed, he curled up into a ball to go back to sleep. Naruto, you're lazier than Shikamaru, looking at the powerful demon sleeping, ignoring him. Meanwhile, outside the blonde's mind, Shikamaru yawned like never before. Shikamaru, well, I'd better go home and sleep one of these days. We'll play shogi, you and I, Naruto. The person addressed came out of his thoughts, smiling at him. Naruto, of course, Shikamaru, whenever you want we can get together to hang out. The Jounin said goodbye to the three with a slight gesture of his right hand and left, walking slowly with his hands in his pockets. Sakura, Naruto, you were great. With a big smile on her face, it was reciprocated with an equally big one from the blonde boy. Sasuke, HMPH, I don't know why, but it smells to me like you were very lucky to win. Sakura looked at her with annoyance, while Naruto looked at her with a huge drop of sweat on his head. Naruto, let's keep walking and see if anything comes up, although my back hurts from bending over playing. Rubbing his back with a tired gesture, besides the fact that his staff and rifle were quite heavy, Sakura looked at him worriedly, then a click in her head changed her facial expression to a mischievous smile. Sakura, so Naruto, if your back hurts we can go to the hot springs, go into the private mixed baths and I can give you a massage. Naruto turned bright red and Sasuke looked at her in surprise. Sakura, for her part, was dying of embarrassment over what she had said. Naruto, well, I think going to the baths would be good for the stress, and my back pain the massage. I'm a little embarrassed. Naruto walked to the public baths a little nervously, followed by the two girls. Sakura was looking at the ground blushing, and Sasuke tried not to look at her and appear neutral after several minutes of walking, of awkward silence, of nervousness, and why not say it, of eagerness on the part of two of our three protagonists. They arrived at the baths. My teammates chapter. The trio arrived at the Konoha baths. Naruto was very nervous. He could barely move and enter the building that stood before him. Sakura had to push him from behind to get him inside. The place, in the purest Japanese style of the Edo period, was magnificent, decorated with stone busts of the 5 Hokage at the entrance, accompanied by small bonsai trees and bamboo canes. A few meters from the entrance there was a very sturdy wooden table presided over by 2 beautiful women dressed in gray kimonos that looked very comfortable. Naruto walked nervously towards the 2 women. Woman, welcome to the Konoha Spa, how can we help you? With a sweet smile and a melodious voice, Naruto began to sweat without knowing what to ask for. Next to him, Sakura had a drop of sweat on the back of her neck. Naruto, we wanted to take a bath in the hot springs. Woman 2, in that case, could you tell me which bathroom you would like to use? We have public bathrooms, private bathrooms, and in the latter you can choose between segregated or mixed. Which would you prefer? Naruto swallowed hard, sweating even more. The best option would be to choose the segregated ones and have some privacy. Naruto, well, we thought about opting for the private baths if possible. I'd like them to be secret. Sakura got there first, covering his mouth and grabbing his neck in an excellent Greco-Roman wrestling technique. Sakura, actually we'd like a mixed private bath. I heard you had an offer for that service, is that right? Sasuke behind the rows looked at her with perfect analytical precision. Sasuke POV, you had it planned from the beginning, didn't you? Sakura, that Dobi handed it to you on a silver platter with his back pain. Squinting slightly at her teammate. Woman, yes of course. Mixed private spaces are half price this month. You've made a great choice. Could you please sign the register? Sakura released the blonde boy whose skin was turning a very unhealthy purple and quickly signed the register. Sasuke did the same listlessly and Naruto, sweat dripping from his nose, said, all right, that'll be 1,000 yen for 2 hours. Naruto took out his wallet and loosened the cash. Perfect, here's the key to bathroom number 6. You can rest assured you'll have complete privacy. Enjoy your stay and thank you again. The 3 customers nodded slightly and entered the private bathing area. Upon reaching bath number 6, they unlocked the door. The changing room preceding the bath was small, containing a couple of simple pieces of furniture, a wooden bench, and a few bathrobes and towels. Naruto sighed nervously as the 2 girls began to prepare. Sakura went into the bath to see what it was like while Sasuke removed her sword. Naruto stared at her without saying anything, watching as she loosened her clothes and removed her shirt, leaving her bandaged chest exposed. Sasuke turned to look at him with a mixture of anger and nervousness, although the poor blonde only saw the anger. Sasuke, Dobi, if you dare look at me, I'll cut your balls off with my katana. The blonde swallowed hard, looking at her in horror. Turn around and don't even think about turning away. Like a spring, the boy turned around, facing the wall, stiff as a board and not moving in the slightest. Sasuke began to undress completely, wrapping a towel around her delicate white body. Sakura entered the changing room, looking at the boy in a corner, staring at the wall. She smiled to herself as she began to undress as well, repeating the same action as the other woman, using a towel to cover her body from male eyes. Sakura, Naruto, you can look now. The boy turned around and saw her very close to him, only with a towel covering her body. Naruto felt very violent at that moment, trying with all that was holy not to look at the cleavage of the pink-haired girl who, luckily or cursed, wanted the exact opposite of him. Naruto, Sakurachin, can you go outside and close the sliding door? I want to undress in private. The girl nodded, a little annoyed, but it was a fair deal. She ran out to the hot springs, following her. The blonde sighed as he looked at the ceiling and then at his crotch. Kurama, you're going to have serious problems if they see that right now laughing mockingly at his jailer. Naruto, Kurama don't play with these things if they see it they can cut it or kill me we're hanging by a thread with a huge drop of sweat sliding down his neck. Sakura, Naruto, you're taking a long time is something wrong. The blonde boy nervously snapped out of his thoughts while the fox inside him laughed loudly, even more than before, increasing his container's fear, nervousness, and insecurity to levels that an average human couldn't endure. Naruto, I'm coming. I was just tidying up my clothes. With that, the boy gathered all his neatly folded belongings in one of the baskets and placed his weapons on one of the cabinets. He grabbed a towel and tied it around his waist, trying to conceal his manhood as much as possible. He took a breath and let it out, attempting to relax behind the sliding door and opened it to get into the hot tub. From the water, the two girls stared at him as if he were a stranger. Don't stare so much I feel awkward they both turned their heads, one more embarrassed than the other as the boy stepped under a shower head. He picked up a wooden stool and placed it underneath to sit down. The soap wears it. Sakura, here it is. In the blink of an eye, she'd stepped out of the water to grab the soap, which she'd hidden to take advantage of and offer the blonde boy a very, very juicy idea. Do you mind if I soap your back? The boy stiffened like a board just thinking about it, Sakura's hands scrubbing his back in a hot tub, a dream come true, but they weren't alone, and that made him so nervous he might even refuse. Please, how could he refuse that melodious princess voice? How could he say no to Sakura? And he was crazy. Sasuke watched this with a cold expression, though inside she felt anger at how the boy let himself be manipulated and guided by Sakura, as if he had no free will and was a slave or servant of Harem. The cherry blossom began to delicately carve the boy's sword, noticing how Sakura had chakra in her hands and Naruto, in turn, wore a face of pleasure and relief that she didn't like at all. Sasuke POV, you had to have back pain at the worst possible time, Dobi. Sakura, do you feel more relieved? Naruto, tightening her massage around his neck, continuing to press a chakra-infused finger into the tightest areas. Naruto felt an immense sense of relief and drowsiness. He was in heaven, in Elysium. Naruto, Sakura, you're very good at giving massages, with a pleasing tone in his voice that made the pink-haired girl blush and angered the brunette. The boy noticed that his crotch was starting to feel more active than normal. He turned as pale as a mountaintop in winter, and without thinking twice he got up from the stool, surprising his partner. Naruto, thank you very much, Sakurachan, but I want to take a bath now. Without waiting for Haruno's reproach, he turned on the cold water, rinsing off all the soap. The cold water made him breathe quickly and shrink. He would undoubtedly have preferred lukewarm water, but to get his little friend down, he had to endure a little discomfort. Sakura looked at him with a drop of sweat on her forehead, and Sasuke sighed, disappointed with the behavior of the two of them. Sakura, and Naruto, don't you think it would be better to bathe with lukewarm water? You seem a little tense. Naruto, oh no. Don't worry, I'm fine, it's just that I like to take a cold bath before the hot springs to warm up more. Feeling how the thing down there was shrinking at a good pace. The Rose nodded, not very convinced, and turned around to get into the water with her companion. Naruto continued for a few more moments under the icy water that fell from the hose. Sakura, Naruto, hurry up, the water's at the perfect temperature, this is heaven, leaning against the wall of the pool with a slight blush from the heat of the water. Sasuke, HMPH Dobe, hurry up or by the time you get inside we'll already be gone, a little annoyed by the boy's lateness. Naruto, yais, I'm coming. Finishing checking his crotch, shit, it's still like a sausage dam. Sasuke, what did you say, Dobi? The boy jumped. Naruto, nothing, I was just talking to myself. Haha, the blonde boy started turning off the shower, but the water kept running. Oh, come on, don't mess with me now. Giving the tap a light tap, the water began to flow more intensely and at a higher temperature. It burns, turn it off, damn it. He hit the tap again, and this time the stream stopped. Unfortunately for him, the towel he had around his waist, soaked with water and due to his spasms, fell to the floor while the two girls stared at him. Shit. He bent down quickly and grabbed the wet garment that covered his private parts. Sasuke and Sakura were completely frozen, their eyes wide open and their faces flushed. The blonde boy waded into the water, completely mortified. He submerged himself up to his mouth in the hot springs and, overcome with shame, tried to look away. To make matters worse, the awkward silence was unbearable. He didn't even have the nerve to look at them. Meanwhile, both Sakura and Sasuke were still reeling from what they had seen, not just the boy's backside, but also his member dangling like a rather thick snake. Sakura POV, what an ass he has, and what a size of her gaze fixed on the water as if it were the most interesting thing in the world. Sasuke's POV, I never imagined that the Dobi could be so well endowed. That means more pleasure in restoring the clan, with the same interest in the hot spring water as her pink-haired companion. The atmosphere was quite tense. For our dear blonde, it was a shameful and humiliating ordeal. On the other hand, for Sakura and Sasuke, it was more of an awkward moment, spent fantasizing non-stop for several minutes without a break, which led to a bit of excitement. However, having their rival beside them extinguished any attempt to flirt with the boy who, to make matters worse, seemed about to be swallowed by the earth. As a result of some prayer to Kami-sama, a little frog appeared in a puff of smoke. Rana, Naruto-sama, Tsunade-sama has asked me to deliver this mission to you. Taking a scroll from her mouth and extending it to the blonde young man who seemed to have recovered somewhat from his trance. Tsunade-sama told me to also inform you that this mission is urgent and that you must depart immediately. The amphibian took his leave with a slight bow. After the messenger disappeared, the blue-eyed boy unrolled the task entrusted to him by the fifth Hokage. Sakura, what's Naruto about? Also recovered from her trance. Naruto, S-rank rogues. It also says here that they could be new Akatsuki recruits. So far they haven't caused much of a stir, but it's best to be prepared. The young man with golden hair got out of the water to go back inside the building. Meanwhile, the two women sighed boredly. About 20 minutes after leaving the Konoha baths, they met at the village entrance. The three had gone home to prepare thoroughly, remembering that the suspects they were going after were S-rank rogue ninja, possible Akatsuki recruits, and that was serious business. Naruto sighed wearily as he left the village. The three shinobi set off at a brisk pace. The blue-eyed boy would be leading this mission, replacing the copy ninja Hate Kakashi. Sakura, Naruto catching up with the aforementioned who was a little ahead leading the way. Where are we going? Naruto, according to the old woman's report, the two individuals we have to hunt down were lurking near the border of the Land of Waves, and whatever they're planning there worries me. Sakura, perhaps they're trying to gather information or establish a criminal network or simply blend in to infiltrate our country. Sasuke, I don't think they want to go unnoticed if they're S-rank criminals. Besides, it's suspicious that they're wandering between borders and letting themselves be discovered. Naruto, whatever they are, they're criminals, and worse still, if they're associated with Akatsuki or want to join, we must stop them as soon as possible. The three shinobi continued their journey toward the Land of Waves, once an impoverished region that all countries wish to forget, but now a major hub for the arrival and departure of goods of great importance to all the surrounding regions. The rest of the journey was silent, tense, and unpleasant. After several hours of travel, they reached the Great Naruto Bridge. Naruto, all right, according to the spotter's report, the two rogues were in a small coastal village about 3 kilometers west of Tazuna's village. We'll cross the bridge and try to gather information in case any civilians have seen them since then. Sasu, yes. Oichan PH. My teammates, Chapter 10. The Konoha team spent a few minutes questioning the village merchants about the presence of the rogues. Obviously, very few of the villagers could even locate the two individuals they were looking for. Remember, they only had basic information about them, their height and the little that appeared in the bingo book. With impatience growing, they decided to stop trying to anticipate the suspects' movements and focus on their last known whereabouts. Therefore, they decided to head to the small town where they had last been seen. Naruto quickened his pace to avoid losing the suspects if they were still in the area. Team 7 set off for the next settlement. The journey was silent and short, barely 3 kilometers, and remember the speed a shinobi can reach. The small fishing village welcomed them with open arms. At first glance, nothing seemed out of place. A small human settlement consisting of a few clusters of medium-sized houses. The place also gave no indication that it was a den of S-rank criminals and other scum. Once they had assessed the area and formed their first impression, the Konoha group decided to investigate further, asking some fishermen, villagers, and a few local businesses. Naruto, okay, the village is very small, but we can't all go to the same place to ask, so Sasuke, you'll have to go to the port and ask the fishermen about those guys. Sakura, you go ask in some houses, I'll go to the shops and the taverns to see if I can find anything. Saku, hi. The group instantly dispersed, each heading towards their assigned task. Sasuke arrived at the small dock where a few boats and a small fishing boat rested, and now that she looked at it closely, quite old and deteriorated, the raven-haired girl walked slowly on the damp wood of the dock, seeing a couple of fishermen sitting at the end of it fishing peacefully. Sasuke, excuse me, have you seen two guys, strangers, quite tall and with a strange appearance? The two fishermen looked at each other without changing the expression of tranquility and calm that prevailed on their faces. Fisherman, I'm very sorry, miss, but my friend and I hardly ever leave this port except to go home. We regret that we can't help you. Sasuke, I understand, thank you. The Uchiha left as she had come while the two men discussed what had happened, and it said a lot about their busy lives, that what had just happened was the most interesting thing that had happened to them for a month. Sakura asked around at some houses in the center of the small town. Most people didn't give any clues about the suspects. Some didn't even open their doors to the stranger. And to her misfortune, most of the rest claimed that they hardly ever left their homes, so they weren't likely to run into strangers of the caliber the pink-haired girl was asking about. Again, Another fruitless search ended with the girl walking through the streets looking for the blonde boy for a new move. Meanwhile, Naruto wandered through the town's 4 shops, finding nothing noteworthy at the local market, the village souvenir shop, or even a small family bar. He learned from an old man that on one side of town there was a tavern where the younger fishermen got drunk and made financial deals amongst themselves. It also served several outsiders passing through. The blue boy hurried to the place, a small establishment that didn't seem like much. He opened the door to find a handful of people drinking and talking. The loud voices and shouting gave him a splitting headache. He sat down at the bar with a serious expression, waiting to be served. After 5 minutes, the owner of the dive approached him, a burly man with a rather unfriendly face. "Naruto, I'd like to ask if you've seen 2 foreigners around here. They're quite tall and seem out of place here." The man behind the bar wrinkled his face in an angry grimace. "Owner, to ask, you have to buy something. If you don't order a drink, I won't tell you anything." Naruto sighed in stress, forced to order some sake. The man agreed and brought him a small ceramic bottle with the liquor inside. The young leaf shinobi poured himself a sip while the owner of the establishment looked at him expectantly. "Naruto, and now that I've had a drink, can you tell me what you know about some strangers who passed through here a few hours ago?" The man leaned against the bar, looking at the blonde man as if he were nothing. "Owner, let me tell you very clearly, this is a very small town, and hardly any people or travelers pass through here. I regret to tell you that the only stranger I've seen here is you," pointing at him with a mocking smile on his lips. "Naruto, how strange, some people in the village told me that this bar gave good service to outsiders. I thought that was true." The man felt deeply insulted by that boy. "Owner, I'm sorry I can't be of more help. Now finish your drink, give me my money and leave." Naruto smiled slightly at the man's anger. It was clear that something was bothering the guy more than usual. The blonde man drank a little more of the sake he had been served. Out of the corner of his eye, he analyzed the entire place and its customers. Most of them fishermen around 30-40 years old, although there were 2 guys in a corner of the dive who kept staring at him. Naruto had a bad feeling about them. Although they were no different from the rest of the men in the tavern, there was something about them that caused the blonde man a slight fear to his misfortune. The owner of the place approached him again with a face of no friend. "Owner, finish your drink and leave. I don't want to have to throw you out, kid." Naruto looked at him completely seriously while he clenched his teeth and held his breath. At that moment, with the boy looking at him with the clear intention of daring him to throw him out, the 2 guys who were in a corner of the tavern slowly got up. The owner swallowed, tensing every muscle in his body as the blonde stranger challenged him from the opposite side of the bar. The 2 strangers slowly advanced towards the boy. Knowing what was about to happen, the owner of the establishment couldn't help but turn his eyes slightly, focusing them directly on the 2 men. Naruto noticed this and turned, raising his hand to stop a punch that was going to his temple. What he didn't expect was to receive another blow to the stomach with a strange object, sending him flying against the door of the establishment, leaving it quite bruised. Naruto, what the hell? Another blow to the chin with the same object finished shattering the door, which had barely withstood the initial impact of the blonde's body. Naruto had to recover outside the dive, getting up from the ground and dusting himself off, waiting for those 2 guys to come out. So using a transformation and hiding your chakra, you're clever. One of them stepped forward, dispelling the transformation that concealed his identity, although, to the blonde's surprise, after the burst of smoke, the guy was still hiding his face behind a cracked metal mask and a black hood that covered his entire body. "Criminal 1, you're from Konoha, get out and don't come back here." The other criminal approached the hooded figure, undoing his transformation, and needless to say, this guy was also hidden under a hood and a metal mask identical to his partner's. "Criminal 2, wait, Shijatsu, that kid is the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi." The one referred to looked at the boy again, this time putting aside his anger at having been bothered while drinking. "Shijatsu, now that you mention it, Gato, he's a dead ringer for the kid who beat up Datara-sama." The 2 men rummaged inside their robes, alerting the blue-eyed man. "I don't think we'll let you go, kid. You're our ticket into Akatsuki and fame." Shijatsu disappeared in a fraction of a second, reappearing behind the Uzumaki with his arm outstretched, intending to knock him out with a kind of metallic wristband that covered his entire forearm. Naruto, unable to make a sound, he managed to turn around and stop the blow with both hands. That guy was incredibly strong. His arms trembled like jelly trying to withstand him. "Gato, kid, you're at a disadvantage." Gato moved at the same speed as his accomplice to deliver a blow to the blonde boy's lower back, another to his ribs, and finally a kick to his abdomen that sent the boy flying several meters away from them. "Naruto, you bastards are going to get it." The Uzumaki drew his staff, striking it on the ground. Quickly he formed hand seals to begin his strategy. Water release, great water dragon. The animal emerged from the liquid it expelled from its mouth. The 2 rogue ninjas stared at it as if nothing was happening. The water dragon rushed towards them, roaring fiercely. However, they both moved so fast that the blonde had lost sight of them in the blink of an eye. "Shijatsu, you're slow." appearing to one side of the Uzumaki with his arm extended and a rather thick blade pointed at the Konoha shinobi's jaw. Naruto was able to react in milliseconds and use his staff to deflect his opponent's arm with a side blow. However, when he tried to regain his composure and draw hand seals again, a chain wound around his staff. "Gadu, I'll keep your staff, little monk." The Nukenin pulled hard, dragging the blonde towards him. Naruto was reluctant to let go of his weapon, so Shigatsu took the opportunity to try to stab him in the back again. "Shigatsu, you're mine now," with the blade extended and pointing at the boy's side. "Gadu, Shigatsu, watch out." Much to his dismay, his partner was so obsessed with stabbing his prey that he didn't see a black blur that came between him and his victim, breaking the edge that came out of his wristband. "Shigatsu, WH what?" The newcomer kicked him in the face, pushing him back a couple of steps, just enough for her to. "Sakura Shanaruo." The guy reacted quickly, protecting his face with his arms. The impact was deafening. The subject had flown several meters from the blow. Sakura had arrived like a missile and had punched the poor guy so hard he would have been in a coma no matter how much he had protected himself. "Shigatsu, you hit hard, little one." He jumped up and returned to his companion who had dropped the blue-eyed man's staff and stepped back. "Gadu, now we're at a disadvantage. The best thing to do is flee." However, his ally didn't seem inclined to do so. "Shigatsu, no way, Gadu, those two are going to pay for breaking one of my wristbands." The one addressed looked at his partner's arms. The wristband was open and dented beyond belief. Shigatsu grabbed it and let go, throwing it to the ground. The loud sound it made when it hit the ground spoke for itself. That thing was quite heavy. "Sasuke, prepare yourselves, you're dead," pointing her katana at the Nukenin. "Shigatsu, you'd better prepare to die. I plan to destroy you with the wristband I have left." The hooded figure removed the robe that covered his entire body, revealing a very muscular man. This, combined with his height, made him look like a huge mountain to a novice climber. Shigatsu secured his only wristband, shielding it with earth release chakra. "I plan to crush your head." He was swallowed by chunks of rock that snaked up his legs, covering his entire body except for his head. Now he truly looked like an anthropomorphic mountain. Gatu remained silent, and in the most sepulchral silence he removed his robe. Despite not being as muscular as his comrade, the guy was quite imposing. Unlike Shigatsu, Gatu did not wear enormous wristbands on his arms. His body was surrounded by chains, making him look like the slave of a very cruel master. "Naruto, I'll take care of the one with the chains, you two take care of the giant," brandishing his staff with a serious expression. "Gadu, let's dance, boy." As if it were a spider, the chains came to life, rising above the subject's head. The serpentine metal swirled with a ferocity that betrayed that its owner was either angry or very nervous. Naruto began to trace hand seals as the two girls separated from him and Shigatsu launched himself at them at great speed. My Teammates Chapter 11. Gadu disappeared again. Naruto flexed his legs as he tried to figure out where his enemy was. The sound of metal moving alerted him, giving him time to jump and dodge the chains that threatened to grab and tear him apart. The blonde youth had to evade the chains coming out from all directions a few more times. "Naruto, show yourself, coward." As if he had followed his orders to the letter, the one addressed stopped, standing in front of the Uzumaki, the two of them separated by a few meters. "Gatu, go ahead, I want to see what you're capable of." Boy, the chains began to vibrate and swirl around him. Naruto, earth release, rock rain. Stepping on the ground and lifting segments of it, the Uzumaki began to kick them rapidly, generating a stony rain on his enemy. Gatu was barely surprised, with a smile on his face. Although our protagonist could not see it because of the mask, he began to spin his chains and use them both as a shield and as a way to move quickly. "Gatu, you disappoint me, kid." A barrage of kunai tried to stop him in his tracks, but Gatu smiled at the boy's audacity. "You'll need more than that to finish me off." Shigatsu, meanwhile, was completely out of control, a hulking mass of so many kilos running at breakneck speed toward the two girls who were trying to break free and attack him, seemingly without causing him any harm. Sasuke tried to strike him with her Chidori and Sakura with her Tengu fangs, but the masked man absorbed their blows again without even flinching. "Shigatsu, is this all you can do?" "Ah." In a fraction of a second, the big guy disappeared from the sight of both women, and to their misfortune, in the blink of an eye, he was behind Sakura. The sound of the blow was deafening. Sasuke saw her companion go through the wall of the tavern that had previously suffered the blonde's body. "Naruto s Sakura." Gadu grabbed one of his hands, pulling him hard. "Gadu, our dance isn't over yet." Brat Naruto created a clone and switched places with it using the famous Kawarami. "Naruto, get ready. I intend to finish you off once and for all." Gadu's chains tore apart the Uzumaki clone and snaked eagerly through the air. "Gatu, I'd like to see how you managed to do it." The chains lunged at the blonde boy, who smiled confidently. The boy disappeared in a yellow flash as the masked man's chains danced, tearing the ground apart and digging everywhere. How is that possible, that technique? Naruto continued moving at great speed through the seals he had scattered across the terrain. Remember the rain of kunai that Gatu had inadvertently scattered. Meanwhile, Sasuke struggled to dodge Shigatsu, who relentlessly launched punches and charges, taking advantage of his incredible speed. The muscular man had exploited his apparent invulnerability to charge kamikaze style at the Sharigan user. Sasuke tried desperately to prevent him from catching her. Sakura, on the other hand, appeared to still be unconscious inside what remained of the business where the fight had begun. Naruto capitalized on Goto's initial confusion, grabbing the man's chains and pulling him off balance. To his surprise, Goto had everything under control. "Goto, don't you dare touch them." The guy infused his chakra into the metal, which began to heat up until it burned as if it had been in a forge at full capacity. Naruto had to release the chains by shaking his hand. "I'll teach you some manners, brat." Goto, visibly annoyed, grabbed the blonde boy who couldn't use his flying thunder god technique because his hand hurt and began to slam him against the ground. The floor began to sink from the blows the Uzumaki's body delivered against it. Naruto, Cage Bunshin, he barely managed to create a clone and use the Kawarami again to escape the grip. Taju Cage Bunshin. An infinity of clones began to appear surrounding the guy who seemed unfazed by this. The blue-eyed boy created some more clones that hid in the terrain to attack at the precise moment. "Goto, a large but weak army doesn't win a war, you insolent brat." The chain man began to spin around as if he were some kind of infernal top. The chains stretched out, increasing the masked man's radius of effect. The slaughter began, the clones were chopped to pieces, dispatched without any mercy by the criminal. "Naruto, you're right, wars are won with good strategies." The ground where Goto stood began to tremble and crumble. Enormous fissures began to grow across the entire terrain as it moved erratically as if it had a life of its own. Goto jumped to avoid being swallowed by several arms that emerged from the ground in search of him, but what he didn't expect was a barrage of various fire, water, and earth techniques that erupted from the cracks that plagued the ground. She opened her eyes, feeling a sharp pain in her head, accompanied by an unbearable ringing in her ears and an overwhelming urge to vomit. She tried to get up, her arms and legs feeling weak, unable to stop the trembling in her limbs. The sounds of explosions and tremors that shook everything around her conspired with her disorientation, causing her to fall again. She gasped for air, noticing how her chest struggled to expand, unable to take in the oxygen necessary to live. Slowly, she managed to climb out of the building where she had fallen minutes before. Although her vision was still blurry, she could make out a white blur moving in fleeting flashes of yellow, and a figure that looked like a spider attacking her in a frenzied rage. A loud crash shifted her attention from that fight to the other. Sasuke was trying desperately to break open the rock that encased the enormous figure like a shell. The ground shook again, causing her to lose her balance for a moment. Sakura's POV, "I have to use your technique, Tsunade-sensei." She concentrated her chakra as best she could, fighting the urge to collapse and vomit. She gradually felt more relieved as her skin regained some of its color. Divine restoration. The energy flowed through her body with the fury and speed of a raging river raging in a flood. Black markings began to appear on her forehead and arms, giving her a fierce tribal appearance. Sasuke continued dodging the man who relentlessly pursued her at high speed as if he were in a frenzy. She felt her teammates' chakra increase, so she sensed that reinforcements would arrive soon. Sure enough, Sakura flexed her legs and accelerated, shattering the broken ground beneath her feet. The brunette formed hand seals, brandishing her katana. Electricity began to engulf the metal, claiming it as its own. Shigatsu smiled, halting her attacks. "Shigatsu, your bucking little sword won't do a shit to me, brat. I'm going to break it and force you to eat all the pieces of it." Beating his chest excitedly. "Sasuke, try it." The subtle smile on the raven-haired girl's face startled the giant, who felt a shiver run down his spine from the nape of his neck to the base of his neck. Before he could turn his head, he was met with a light breeze and the scent of cherry blossoms. Sakura Shanaruru. The blow was so strong that it pushed the metal of the guy's mask inwards. Shigatsu was thrown several meters, falling like a sack of potatoes, trembling like an orphaned child in the middle of winter. Shigatsu kug, feeling itching and dampness all over his face. Along with an unspeakable pain, his vision blurred as he saw a black blur approaching him with something flashing in its hands. He knew it was her. It was her. His strength was failing him, and he felt his armor shatter, break, and turn to dust. Wait, let me vive, please. The blood clogging his throat, combined with his rapid breathing from pain and fear, threatened to choke him and end his suffering. "Sasuke, weren't you going to break my sword and make me eat the pieces?" Watching the edge of her katana flash like lightning in the night sky, Shigatsu clenched his jaw, noticing the lack of teeth in his mouth. He felt death lay its hands upon him, ready to mercilessly tear his life away. "You were a loudmouth." The electric edge of the katana sank into his abdomen. The pain was horrific. The Uchiha had plunged it into his belly, feeling his guts explode and roast inside him. Shigatsu tried to move, screaming like a pig in the slaughterhouse. "You're pathetic, a piece of shinobi trash." Sasuke crushed the guy's face with her foot while twisting the edge of her weapon even further into the wretch's entrails. Gojo watched his partner fall and be brutally attacked by the Sharingan-wielding fox. His blood boiled in his veins. It had been so long since he'd felt the urge to kill, and now it surged through his veins. It was time to play for real time to show what he was capable of. Naruto had to stop sending techniques at the guy. The indiscriminate use of chakra by his clones had tired him out a bit, and to the blue-eyed boy's further dismay, Gojo didn't seem tired at all, as if he hadn't moved in the half hour or so that this confrontation had been going on. Gojo, this is life or death, kid, you and me, and when I'm done with you I plan to enjoy destroying those bitches that are with you. Naruto frowned, tilting his body slightly, flexing his legs and taking a breath, ready for his opponent's next move. Gojo bit his thumb and traced hand seals at lightning speed, tearing through the thin black cloth covering his torso and revealing skin as pale as a mountaintop in the dead of winter. His finger traced a path across his chest and abdomen, staining them with his blood. Secret technique: physical bondage. A massive number of chains erupted from the masked man's abdomen. Naruto knew he had to get out of there as quickly as possible. However, the chains weren't targeting him. With incredible speed, they attacked Sasuke and Sakura, who tried to break free, but their attempts were futile. The swarm of metal swirled around their bodies, trapping them and creating a kind of sheath around them, like the one a caterpillar weaves before metamorphosis. Naruto was stunned by what he was seeing. Naruto, Sakura, Sasuke, Gojo laughed, coughing slightly. Gojo, you haven't seen the best part yet. Kug technique: forbidden mind control. The sheaths opened, freeing the girls who walked out on their own. Naruto gritted his teeth, seeing their cold, emotionless faces and their bodies encased in chains that seemed to hiss, enjoying having them under their control. Prepare yourself, Uzumaki, I don't intend to leave you alive. Akatsuki can go to hell with you. My teammates. Chapter 12. His blood boiled. He felt the helplessness take hold of him almost effortlessly. He couldn't hurt them, even though his life was at stake at that very moment. If only he'd been faster, he would have finished off that bastard in time. His thoughts were abruptly cut short by a massive fireball that nearly reduced him to ashes. Even worse was having to dodge Sakura's barrage of blows. She was devilishly fast and deadly if she landed even once. The two of them were a very contrasting duo on a personal level, but in combat, they were a formidable pair. Shigatsu had experienced that firsthand just a few minutes before. Gojo, what's wrong, Uzumaki? Are you afraid of hurting your little dolls? The blonde boy gritted his teeth, vanishing in a golden flash to avoid a slash from Sasuke. The chains surrounding them rose, trying to trap the blonde boy, who was forced to repeat his father's technique over and over. Gojo was thoroughly enjoying this moment, watching that brat sweat profusely and suffer the innermost frustration of not being able to play his cards right. If he weren't feeling such sharp pain throughout his body, he'd be laughing his head off on the floor right now. Naruto, Sasuke. He stopped another slash from the girl who was threatening to cut his throat with her katana. Listen to me. Don't let me. Sakura kicked him in the back, sending the golden-haired shinobi flying through the air with a grimace of incredible pain in the affected area. Sasuke leaped forward with her blade fueled by electricity. Naruto watched her approach in slow motion, his heart pounding as his mind raced with all sorts of thoughts. Luckily, he instinctively raised his staff as a firewall. The metal struck the staff, followed by a struggle and further attempts by the woman to cut him with her weapon. Sakura, Shanaru. Naruto felt a chill. For a moment he felt like he was in the shoes of the deceased Shigatsu. Luckily, he had an ace up his sleeve. Once again, his father's technique saved his ass. However, dodging and blocking would not help him win the fight or survive. He had to finish off that bastard Gojo, focus on him and finish him off before he got any more tired. With no time to further plan a strategy as the onslaught of attacks from his teammates was swift, Sasuke launched another barrage of fireballs. Sakura seized the opportunity to engage in hand-to-hand combat, attempting to finish off her teammate. Naruto was growing weary. This couldn't continue. It was only a matter of minutes before his reflexes failed him and he was killed. Naruto POV, I have to think of a strategy to approach that guy. Looking slightly at Gojo, who was on his knees, he barely maintained a stoic and concentrated position. Sakura, Reiten, Tengufangs, Sasuke, Chidori, both women launched themselves at their target with their most powerful techniques. Naruto was not in a condition to use his Hurricane again, so gritting his teeth he created a clone and performed his father's other technique. Naruto, Rasengan. The three techniques collided in a huge explosion that forced them back. The dust cloud momentarily blinded him, and things only got worse when those damned chains shot out of the dust and headed straight for him. Despite dodging almost all of them, a few lucky ones managed to cut and bruise him. He felt weak, powerless, desperate at this rate. He'd give in within 15 minutes. He had to act now, but how? Gojo, cough, cough. The guy looked tired and unwell, as if something was hurting him. Naruto quickly put two and two together. Maintaining the techniques he'd used was slowly exhausting him. Maybe he should attack now. Naruto, wind release, compressed air bullets. The blasts of air were directed towards Gojo, however Sakura and Sasuke stepped in front to stop them. The blue-eyed boy tightened his grip, containing his frustration. He had to be faster. Sasuke Fire Release Phoenix Flames. The flames took over the atmosphere. Naruto felt the ambient temperature rise rapidly. He hurried to draw seals to stop the affront of the brunette. Naruto Water Release Great Water Wall. He expelled a great vortex of water that collapsed against the flames. The vapor flooded the surroundings, making it almost impossible to see more than a meter away. The blonde had a bad feeling. He placed his extended staff in front and took a breath. Sakura Doten Great Rain of Rocks. Sasuke Fire Release Great Rain of Flames. Both techniques combined in a deadly onslaught. Huge rocks streaked through the mist at high speed, threatening to shatter anything in their path. Enormous flames rained down from the sky, threatening to incinerate houses, people, trees, everything in their path. Naruto began dodging everything that came at him. Aided by his staff, he dodged and struck several rocks, shattering those that came at him with too much speed to be evaded. The rain of flames was even harder to dodge. The fire spread upon touching the ground, and combined with the rocks that were hurling at him, it made it impossible to avoid injury. Naruto, damn it. Feeling the burning sensation take over his left arm, the lowered guard resulting from having been injured caused him to be hit by a huge rock that sent him flying back a good distance. His defense had broken, and now he was receiving impacts from both techniques. Sakura Earth Release Stone Stakes. The pink-haired girl's hands touched the ground, which trembled and cracked even more. From the fissures emerged thin fragments of rock, sharp as knives. The air became incredibly cutting. The blonde boy deflected as many as he could with his staff, but he couldn't avoid receiving a huge number of cuts all over his body. He felt his strength almost leaving him in a final effort. He used his staff for support to stand up as the mist dissipated, revealing his two rivals tired. The blue-eyed boy turned his gaze to Gojo, who was lying back trying to keep his arms together. The chains were dragging, just like their owner. Now was the moment. Naruto drew a kunai and, using the last of his strength, charged at the criminal. Every time one of his feet touched the ground, he felt pain throughout his body. Trying not to think about his physical condition, he reached for his kunai pouch. Luckily, he still had a couple stored away. He grabbed both, brandishing one in each hand. His breathing quickened as his target drew closer. He could feel the chains beneath his feet like dead snakes that could still surprise the unwary and trusting. He extended his right arm, aiming for Gojo's neck, who still kept his gaze lowered. He took in every breath he could, now just a step away from his victim, who snapped up, staring at him as a breeze brushed against him. A sharp pain shot through his sides in front of him. Gojo had the metal of his weapon piercing his neck, blood gushing from the mortal wound, but something wasn't right. He felt the air escaping his lungs. And the act of breathing intensified the incredible pain that throbbed in his sides, confident that the criminal is no longer a threat. He lowers his gaze to his abdomen. His white robe is stained with dirt, and a great deal of blood. Two hands, one on the right and one on the left, are open with the fingers buried in him. His face is slowly losing color. His vision is fading. He struggles to breathe. A spasm from the two girls pulls their hands away from his body. A scream reaches his ears as his legs give way and he falls to the ground. Sasu, Naruto. Both had regained consciousness, not knowing what had really happened, but to their horror, their hands were pinned to the boy's side. They quickly pulled them out of his body and watched in horror as the man gave way and fell to the ground like a rag doll. His expression was shattered, and his gaze seemed to be lost in the blue of the sky. Sasuke WH what the hell, Dobi? Damn it, Sakura, do something. Haruno reacted by blinking a couple of times, quickly opening the boy's robes to reveal light body armor protecting his chest, back, and sides. She sighed in relief as she tore his shirt and removed the small protection, revealing his torso bruised and stabbed on both sides. How is he? Tell me, Sakura. Sakura, they're not very deep. They've punctured the lungs, but it's serious, not critical. The Rose began applying healing chakra to remove any blood that might have entered the lungs and close the wounds. Luckily, it was Naruto, and the Kyuubi wanted to help too. Sasuke, for her part, looked at Gojo's body. The kunai was lodged in the center of his throat. That must have killed him. Gojo Gogug, the bastard, was still breathing. He was choking on his own blood, but he was still alive. Sasuke let herself be carried away by her emotions and quickly approached the criminal, raised her leg and stepped on the kunai forcefully, embedding it further into the guy's neck, severing his spine and killing him instantly. Sasuke, I hope they chain you to a red-hot rock in hell, you bastard, observing with utter contempt the now corpse of the Nukenin. Sakura, Sasuke, I'm almost done. Thank Kami that Naruto was wearing armor, otherwise we would have cut him in two. The boy's breathing returned to normal, as did his face, which abandoned the expression of pain for one of absolute tranquility. Sasuke, thank goodness, I hope he wakes up soon. He owes us a few explanations about what happened with that guy. Looking again with disdain at Gojo's cold body. Sakura, let's let him rest with utmost care. Naruto was wrapped in his robe by Sakura, who smiled sweetly as she did this. Sasuke looked at her with envy as she approached them both. Sasuke, I hope he doesn't make us wait here for too many hours. Observing the destroyed landscape with boredom and a little annoyed for not having done anything for the boy, Sakura, for now let's let him rest. When he wakes up we'll go home and we'll ask him to tell us why we stabbed him before he regained consciousness. A couple of hours passed, and Naruto would undoubtedly be more than rested when he woke up. Sasuke went to the local market to buy some clothes for the boy while Sakura watched over him as he slept. The brunette returned with a black t-shirt and a tunic of the same color. She had seen other clothes in more striking and vibrant colors, but personally she liked how the boy looked in the basic colors, classic black and white. Sakura greeted her with a slight wave. The pink-haired girl had made a small fire next to the boy to keep him warm. The Uchiha looked at the blonde boy for a few moments before glancing at Gojo's corpse. Sakura noticed this and was curious enough to question why she was paying attention to the lifeless body of the Nukenin. Sakura, what's so interesting about that guy that you're staring at him so much? The last Uchiha woman slowly approached the corpse. Her breathing was calm. Sakura cautiously followed her with her eyes, waiting for the woman's eagerly awaited answer to her question. Sasuke, whatever this scum did to us, her eyes were glued to the fatal wound on the masked man's neck. He could have almost killed the Dobi. This pig used us like a coward for his own purposes and against our will. Sakura nodded slowly at her companion's words. She certainly felt furious at what that guy could have done with them under his control, but now he was dead and that was what mattered. Naruto, the boy slowly opened his eyes, a stark contrast to his reaction as he became fully aware of his surroundings. Damn. I'm fine. He felt his sides with his hands, searching for injuries that should have left him in very bad shape, but everything was as if he hadn't fought in a life-or-death battle relatively recently. Sakura, Naruto, are you okay? Haruno pounced on the light-haired shinobi, surprising him and slightly angering a certain brunette. Naruto, Sakura, noticing how his pulse quickened as he had such a beautiful woman close to him. I'm fine. Calm down. What happened? Sasuke, what happened is, if you care about Sakura, stop bothering him. The pink-haired girl pulled away from the blonde, blushing. This time Sasuke could get her way. We regained consciousness and saw you stabbing the guy with the chains in the neck. The problem is that we both had our hands on your sides. Luckily you were wearing protection. Sakura, and luckily I was there to heal you. With an arrogant smile on her face and a sideways glance at the brunette who noticed this, narrowing her eyes slightly. Sasuke, the Kyuubi also influenced your recovery, provoking the same reaction but with different roles. And now tell us what the hell happened to us. Naruto looked at Gojo's corpse and stood up with some difficulty. Sakura tried to help him, but he refused with a smile. Both women reveled in his body again. Yes, they had seen him unconscious in the bathrooms in his apartment, but each time it was a new experience for their enjoyment. The blonde approached his enemy slowly, as if still cautious around him. He crouched down and decisively took his mask, carefully removing it. Behind it there was only a face marked by age, perhaps 40 years old, numerous scars and blood. His gray eyes stared into the void, dry and lifeless. Naruto covered his eyes as he grabbed the kunai stuck in his throat. Naruto, rest in peace, bastard. A jerk pulled the weapon from the dead man's neck as his other hand closed his eyes in respect. Once the kunai was back in his hands, he released it, kneeling beside the corpse. He clasped his hands in a solemn gesture and uttered a few prayers. Kami-sama, our Father and Creator, judge the souls of these men justly, punish their sins and praise their good deeds. To you I entrust my beliefs and my hopes that all who stand before you will receive a fair judgment. Praise be you today and forever. Our Father. A slight bow from the boy to nothingness ended that strange situation. Sasuke, you're really weird. Dobi, I'm starting to think you're involved in a cult. The boy got up from the ground and walked back to them, picked up his new clothes and looked sadly at his torn and stained robe. Dobi, are you going to tell us what that guy did to us? Impatiently. Naruto, you see that guy used a couple of forbidden techniques, controlled you with his chains and made you attack me. The two girls weren't surprised. They'd suspected something like that since waking from their trance. Luckily, those techniques weakened his chakra and health, and although you hurt me quite a bit, I was able to take advantage of his exhaustion to attack him with what little strength I had left. I plunged that kunai into his neck, and just when I thought I'd won, I felt the pain in my sides. You know the rest. They looked at each other with serious expressions. Everything could have gone worse if the boy hadn't been wearing protection, if the guy hadn't gotten tired, if they had attacked him with other techniques. Naruto, don't worry, I'm fine thanks to you all. I definitely have the best with me, with a huge smile. Sakura, thank you. Naruto, feeling like she's in heaven. Sasuke, you're such a corny. Dobi, turning her face away, hiding the blush that was taking over her beautiful face. Naruto, what are you saying? Sasuke, don't you feel a little sorry for me? Laughing loudly as he dressed in the clothes the Uchiha had brought. Reminding me to ask the Orosanin to bring me a new cult robe when we get to the village. It's a shame this one's in tatters. My teammates. Chapter 13. Naruto asked Sasuke to cremate the two bodies using her techniques, claiming he wanted to ensure they received proper cremation and not a proper burial because of their wicked lives. Sasuke obeyed simply to please him, though she found it hard to admit. The boy's religious and solemn demeanor increasingly appealed to her and surely to Sakura as well, or so she thought. Sakura, for her part, offered to buy Naruto new body armor. Naruto thanked her and declined, saying it wasn't his responsibility. The journey back to Konoha was more lively than the outward one. Undoubtedly, a job well done and the weight lifted from their shoulders had loosened Naruto and Sakura, who chatted the entire way. Konoha received them majestically, bathed in moonlight and illuminated by the fire of torches, and to be redundant, the light reflected by the natural satellite of our world. Naruto, it's so nice to be home again. The two women continued walking, entering the village. I'll go give the report to Grandma. You two go and rest, you deserve it. The blonde boy disappeared in a flash of yellow. The two girls stood frozen, not even having time to comment or protest the blonde boy's words. Sakura sighed wearily, staring into space. Sakura, idiot, he could have brought us here with the flying thunder god technique as soon as I see him. Cracking her fists with a hostile expression, the few remaining villagers ran to hide in their homes, terrified by the pink-haired girl's face, which was straight out of a horror movie. Sasuke ignored her classmate and went home. She was too tired to be chasing after the blonde boy like a schoolgirl, even though deep down she hoped to run into him as soon as she got to her mansion. Naruto had arrived at the Hokage Tower in less time than it took to snap his fingers. He hurried inside the building. Despite it being night, there were still people resignedly and wearily finishing their last working hours. The Uzumaki simply ignored all those officials and hurried up the stairs. Once he had overcome the steps, he advanced through the corridor at a brisk pace, bumping into Shizune, who was just leaving the 5th Hokage office. Shizune, oh Naruto-kun, it's so nice to see you. Was the mission a success? The blonde smiled at the brunette. Naruto, well yes, although there were a few complications, the job is done and that's 2 fewer rogues to worry about. The woman nodded at the boy's words. It comforted her to know that there would be 2 less evildoers on the face of the earth. Shizune, I'm so glad. Naruto-kun, go in and give the report to Tsunade-sama. I'm going home now. It's been a very hard day, with a tired expression causing the boy to chuckle slightly. Naruto, of course. Shizune Nichin, good night and rest well. After saying goodbye to the 5th Hokage's personal secretary, he appeared behind the door that led to the Senju's office, and as was his custom, he burst in without knocking. Obachan, mission cum. Tsunade, how many times do I have to tell you that normal people knock before entering and that you should show me some respect, brat? All this while rubbing her fist together, and a blonde victim lay half-dead embedded in one of the room's walls. Minutes later, Naruto, now recovered from the blow, prepared to give his leader the full report without omitting any detail, no matter how trivial. Tsunade, so they were Akatsuki recruits. The blonde nodded at the Senju's question, and she became terribly serious. That's alarming. So we're talking about that organization possibly having increased its number of members, which leads to them having more influence in all the nations, and finally that they are a greater threat to you. Naruto, the person addressed, remained serious, pondering his words for a few moments, making the Hokage, who wasn't exactly known for her patience, impatient. Will you open your mouth already? You're driving me crazy. Naruto, I don't think the threat will increase. Many of them don't join the organization, or so I believe. When I ran into those two and they recognized me, they talked about how I would be their ticket to Akatsuki and fame, so either they select their new members very meticulously, or only those who find a Jinchuriki can join their ranks. Tsunade rested her head in her hands and with a serious expression ordered her subordinate to leave the room. She needed to analyze the report point by point and wanted to be alone to do so. Once she was sure the young man had left the building, she took a bottle of sake from one of the drawers. Tsunade, I know you're here. Georgia, you're a pervert spying on me. The white-haired man appeared in a burst of smoke, smiling. Georgia, once you're easily detected, a spy should think about retiring. The blonde smiled sarcastically and handed him a glass of liquor. Tsunade, too old to spy and do your job, but not old enough to do it as a hobby. Georgia smiled again, brought the glass to his mouth and drank the liquid in one gulp. It was exquisite. Georgia, it's obvious it's not one of the cheap ones. The blonde nodded, pouring him another glass. You know that if Shizune or the council find out about this, there'll be a huge uproar, right? He savored the exquisite liquor once more. Tsunade, I'm not worried. Following her comrade arms in the drinking ritual, the woman sighed after ingesting the alcohol, and her companion looked at her understandingly. Georgia, don't tell me. What worries you is that those Akatsuki thugs will increase in number and attack Konoha, and even worse, kidnap Naruto, right? The woman couldn't hold his gaze and looked away, embarrassed. Tsunade, you're the strongest woman I know, and it's okay to admit that that kid reminds you of your brother. Besides, it's obvious you love him like he's your grandson after all. You loved his mother like she was your daughter. Tsunade, Georgia, please, pouring herself another glass of liquor. Georgia, Tsunade, someday you have to tell her that your grandmother was in Uzumaki, that your family, it will make her very happy. The woman hesitated for a few moments before responding to the words of her former battle companion. Luckily, or cursed, the alcohol loosened her up enough to let go. Tsunade, I'm afraid he'll be angry with me if I tell him I'm family, that I knew his mother and loved her like my own daughter. I risk him throwing it in my face that I wasn't with him, unable to stop it. A tear fell down her face. Georgia noticed and walked around the desk to place his hand on the woman's shoulder. Georgia, Tsunade the boy isn't someone who holds grudges. You should know that the Senju was still undecided. She was a very forward-thinking woman, but at that very moment, anyone would say that she was just the opposite. Tsunade, I prefer to wait until I'm ready. The Toad Sannin knew of his comrade's stubbornness. At least he had gotten him to take the time to tell the blonde the truth. Something was something. Naruto returned to his small apartment, opened the door, and stretching wearily took off his clothes. He went into the bathroom and let the shower run. As soon as the cold water gave way to lukewarm, he stepped under the shower spray, breathing deeply and feeling the exquisite relaxation the water brought to his skin. He placed both hands against the wall and began to reflect. The image of the two girls being bound by their enemies' chains lingered in his mind. His breathing quickened slightly as his thoughts shifted from anger at having to fight his companions to something else entirely. His mind wandered to the tantalizing idea of being chained by them, being bitten and hit but not too hard. He let out another long sigh, ashamed of himself for thinking such a thing, but unfortunately for him, his mind played another trick on him. This time it was him who chained them and held them. Naruto POV, Kami, I'm too turned on. It better not tell the Erosanin that I'm into masochism or he won't stop telling me things I'm better off not knowing. He turned off the water and carefully left the shower, vigorously drying his body, now refreshed after a restorative bath. He left the bathroom and dressed in dark pajamas, happily lying down on his bed. He relaxed his whole body and couldn't hold back a yawn. Little by little his eyelids closed and he fell asleep. He woke up early. From the dim light he deduced it couldn't be later than 7:00 a.m. He'd had a restful, uninterrupted sleep. He left the comfort of his bed to make himself some coffee. He cleaned the coffee pot, refilled it, and poured in enough water. He placed the pot on the stove and lit the flame. He sat down at the table, waiting for the water to boil. He had to admit the coffee was taking quite a while, so much so that he got up to look out the window and admire the scenery. Konoha was beautiful. The light of the new day, combined with the glow of streetlights and lanterns, gave the place a magical feel. The sound of the wind and the gentle breeze that swept through the village that morning carried the scent of the forests. The blond man inhaled the aroma, becoming intoxicated by it. He stood for a minute contemplating the beauty of his home in silence until the coffee pot demanded his attention. She poured herself a cup of coffee, careful not to burn herself, added her 2 saccharin tablets and waited for them to dissolve and sweeten it. She leaned back in her chair, staring at the coffee cup as if it were the most fascinating thing in the world. Between sips, she paused to think, her mind a victim of the cacophony of thoughts that accumulated. She thought about her teammates, Akatsuki, training, talking to the Erosanin. Luckily, the coffee distracted her enough, even if only for 2 seconds per sip, to prevent a mental meltdown. 20 minutes later, he left his home already dressed in his new clothes from his house, except for the robe. He was wearing the one Sasuke had bought him. Konoha was still almost deserted. Some shops were preparing to open their doors, but they were few compared to the rest that seemed not to open for several hours. The atmosphere was calm and relaxed. Naruto felt very good. For the moment, it seemed to be one of those days when you wake up full of energy and wanting to conquer the world. However, he ran into someone unexpected at that hour of the morning. Sakura, hello Naruto. Overjoyed to see her blonde friend, he lifted his head from the ground, greeting her with equal enthusiasm. Naruto, hey Sakura. What are you doing out on the street so early? The girl approached him and playfully tapped him on the shoulder in a reproachful manner. Sakura, can't I get up early to go for a walk anymore? And you, what are you doing so early if you don't like getting up early? The man smiled, accompanied by his pink-haired friend. They both started walking while chatting in front of them. Naruto, well, the truth is, I woke up a while ago and couldn't sleep anymore. It's one of those days when it feels like the bed is uncomfortable. Sakura laughed softly, completely agreeing with her friend. Sakura, and are your injuries better? Does anything hurt? The girl's green eyes gave off a glimmer of concern that made the boy blush intensely. Naruto, thank you for worrying about me Sakura, it means a lot to me, really incredibly red. Sakura POV, it's like butter in our hands, it's all ours. Get lost, Sasuke-chan. All this while the sweet smile on her face didn't change. Our two protagonists continued their morning stroll through the village, talking about many things, some more important than others, and some simply little anecdotes to break the silence between them. Time flew by for them. They had barely walked 2 blocks before all the shops were opening. Sakura suggested they go to a shop for breakfast, and the boy agreed, more for her sake than for his own. Sakura ordered something simple, a little coffee and a couple of cinnamon pastries. Our young protagonist, on the other hand, opted for green tea and a couple of pastries, just like his friend. They had a leisurely breakfast, continuing their conversation without incident, enjoying their drinks and the tranquility of the small establishment. Sasuke, who had spotted them outside, decided to go in for breakfast. Sasuke, hello with a neutral expression and observing the man, Sakura felt terribly ignored by that woman, but there was no need to make a scene in the middle of the place and embarrass the boy and herself. Sakura, hello Sasuke with palpable displeasure in her terse words. Naruto, oh hi Sasuke, nice to see you, would you like to join us? The young man stepped aside and the brunette sat next to him. Sakura gritted her teeth. For a split second she had seen a mocking smile on his face, a smile aimed at her, and to top it all off, Naruto was being a gentleman with her. Waitress, tell me young lady. The waitress of the small business had come to the table to attend to the newcomer. Sasuke, black coffee with 2 saccharin nothing else, thank you. The woman nodded slightly, walking away with the order. Naruto continued smiling as if nothing was wrong while Sakura made superhuman efforts to keep hers upright. Naruto, well Sasuke, tell us, how was your night, smiling at her and making her a little nervous. Sasuke, well I don't know what you expect to hear from me, Dobi, but I didn't do anything out of the ordinary. I don't know why you're so worried about me. Sakura had a nervous tick in her right eye. Sakura POV, what is she saying? She doesn't care about you, she's being nice. The funniest thing about this was that a chibi Sakura was biting a handkerchief while swaying. Naruto, I was just asking with the same smile without changing his expression in the slightest. He knew that his dark-haired friend was a little complicated and sometimes too often. Sasuke, I arrived, took a shower and fell asleep in this morning when I woke up. I decided to go for a walk and here I am happy now Dobi. The boy smiled contentedly. Naruto, I'll tell you yes I am. Did it take you a lot to make me happy? Sakura's eyes widened and Sasuke turned her head slightly blushing. Sasuke, stop talking nonsense, Dobi. They chatted quietly for about half an hour. Naruto tried to keep the conversation going with both women, but it was difficult, especially with Sasuke who barely spoke and Sakura who was more serious than usual. Once breakfast was finished, the blonde man who had politely insisted on paying paid and they left the restaurant slowly, unsure of what to do next. Naruto, and now anything you want to do. Yawning, the tea had made him a little homesick. Sakura, well I have no idea, do you want to go for a walk in the forest? Naruto looked at her a little tired. Naruto, I'm too lazy, anything better. The Rose used all her brain power to come up with a better plan than that one. Sakura, well I don't know, nothing comes to mind. Her words were defeatist. Sasuke, well I have an idea, follow me. My teammates chapter 14. The brunette led them through the village. Neither Naruto nor Sakura knew where the Uchiha was taking them. Once at the village's enormous gates, the raven-haired girl turned to speak to them. Sasuke, the place is a bit far but it's great. We'll be there in a couple of hours at a brisk pace. Her 2 comrades looked at each other and agreed to follow her, although deeply intrigued to know where she would take them. They ran through the forests of the land of fire at great speed, the trees trembling and the leaves swaying beneath their feet. Sasuke walked a meter ahead, leading the way to their destination. Behind her came the blonde and the pink-haired boy, impatient to. An hour and a half later before them opened a vast valley, crowned by an immense cliff bisected by a huge waterfall. What caught their attention most was that on either side of the immense torrent of water, there stood a gigantic statue in profile, both facing each other with an expression both solemn and threatening, as if they were about to come to life and engage in a brutal fight to the death. Sakura, this is the Valley of the End. The brunette said nothing, simply watching the falling water calmly and listening with delight to its sound. That's the first Hokage and that one over there. Naruto, it's Madara Uchiha, his comrade-in-arms and co-founder of Konoha, according to what I read in a village history book. His ambition for power and not being chosen as Hokage led him to rebel and confront the first Hokage. Sasuke, that man tarnished the good name of the Uchiha clan from the day of his betrayal. The Uchiha clan was never looked at in the same way again. We lost a lot of influence in the village and were seen as traitors for a decade. That's what my father told me. Naruto placed his hand on the girl's shoulder in support. Naruto, Sasuke, that's in the past, now it's up to you to cleanse the name of the Uchiha clan and bring it to its full glory, without repeating the mistakes your predecessors might have made. I trust you. Sasuke, the brunette said nothing. She smiled slightly, but upon remembering her brother, the smile morphed into a neutral and empty expression. Sakura, honestly this place is incredibly beautiful. Sakura was amazed by the scenery. It was picture perfect. She wished she had a camera to capture it. Sasuke moved forward a little, separating herself from the group. Sasuke, I'm going up there, you guys do whatever you want. The Sharigan wielder climbed the enormous cliff at great speed, and when she reached the top, she jumped onto the first Hokage's head and sat down. Naruto, Sakura. The Rose looked at him questioningly. Do you think we should go up there too? The views must be incredible. The jaded girl smiled excitedly. A few minutes later, they were accompanying their companion on the head of the first cage of Konoha. Wow, this view is beautiful. All around them they could see kilometers of forest, mountains. It was beautiful. Sakura, you're right. It's beautiful. I regret not having a camera to capture this scenery. With a hint of sadness in his voice, Naruto turned his gaze towards the waterfall. sat on the edge of the Shadame's head watching and listening to the enormous flow of water plunging into the void in an eternal stampede. He took a deep breath, filling his lungs, then exhaled completely and relaxed. He gazed at the waterfall and the vast lake into which it plunged for a while until an idea crossed his mind. He created a clone that carefully descended to the lake, entered the water, and disappeared beneath the waves. Naruto, why did you do that? Haruno asked with great interest. Naruto, well, I thought of something to have some fun with. I'm checking if it's safe and there's nothing down there that could cause an accident. In an instant, the information reached him from his replica. The lake was quite deep, about 12 meters, and there was nothing dangerous in the water, just some fish and algae. The original blonde smiled with satisfaction. Well, it seems safe, so the next thing will be he rummaged inside his robe for a few moments. Yes, I have a few. Perfect. The boy took off his robe and folded it neatly, as well as his shirt and pants. Sakura looked at him, blushing, and Sasuke simply admired his rear end and the bulge in his boxers. Sakura and Naruto, what are you doing? The boy smiled, stretching a little. Naruto, now you'll see. Without another word, he took off running, surprising both girls. Reaching the edge of the statue, he jumped, feeling the adrenaline surge through him. He spun in the air, performing several somersaults before landing in the lake with a perfect dive. At the top of the Shadame statue, both girls were amazed and a little scared by what they had seen. Naruto, the water was really good, don't you want to try it? They both jumped, turning around. There was the boy, wet and in all his splendor. I'd be lying if I didn't say they were both drooling inside. Sakura, what, still drooling over the beauty in front of her? The boy smiled at his pink friend's poor memory. However, before he could resolve his doubt, Sasuke beat him to it. Sasuke, Haration, you're a reckless doby, you're crazy. Inside, she had to admit that he looked damn good all wet, and he was showing off his cleavage more than before. Who would have thought that Sasuke's ice would melt when she saw her doby? Naruto, relax, Sasuke. It's completely safe, don't be a spoilsport. Smiling at her, the brunette turned her head, hiding a slight blush from embarrassment. Sakura, for her part, looked at him a little sadly. Sakura, I'd love to take a bath, but I didn't bring a towel or spare underwear. With a sad expression. Naruto, oh, don't worry about it, I'll fix it right away. The boy bit his thumb and drew hand seals at great speed. He brought his hand to the ground, summoning something. After the smoke dissipated, a small orange frog could be seen. Frog, oh Naruto-chan, what do you need? The blonde youth bent down to pet the amphibian. Naruto, well, I'd like to ask you a favor if that's all right. Frog, what's this about? Naruto, I'd like you to come to my apartment and bring me some towels, please. The little being sighed, a little annoyed at having been summoned for such a trivial matter. Rana, you're mean, Naruto-chan, you call me for silly things. The boy clasped his hands together in supplication. Naruto, please, besides, you owe me one so we can settle our debt. Please come on. The creature huffed in annoyance, crossing its front paws. Frog, well, but we're even, huh? The young man nodded, smiling and pleased. The animal disappeared in a small burst of smoke and a few minutes later arrived with the towels and a backpack, more explicitly the boy's backpack. Naruto, thank you. Once he saw his backpack, he was surprised. Why did you bring my backpack too? The frog dropped the towels and the aforementioned backpack with a knowing look. Frog, because I thought that when you finish bathing you might get hungry and thirsty, I brought some water, chips, and some soft drinks. The boy unexpectedly hugged the frog with tears in his eyes. Naruto, always thinking of me. You're a real sweetheart. The creature tried to detach itself from the human. It wasn't very fond of pampering and sentimentality. Rana, stop it. Naruto-chan, stop it. Managing to break free from her deadly grip and disappearing in a new cloud of smoke, Naruto began to laugh at the gaze of the two women. Naruto, don't worry, she's a little standoffish, but she's a sweetheart. He picked up his things and placed them next to his clothes. The young man turned to Sakura and Sasuke. Now are you coming in the water with me? Sasuke thought about it for a few moments, unsure if she should bathe. Luckily, she had put on a bra that morning and not the bandages she usually wore. However, she wasn't very sure nevertheless. Seeing Sakura undress in front of Naruto's gaze, she should take off her clothes too. The Uzumaki was in heaven, standing before two beautiful women undressing in front of him. He could see Sakura's gorgeous backside and Sasuke in her bra and panties. To be honest, Sakura had an enviable rear, but Sasuke's chest was killer. Luckily, the water still soaking her body was cold enough to quell his arousal. If they'd been in the saunas, things would have been very different. Sakura, I'm ready. Stretching and taking advantage of the situation so the blonde could see her body. Sasuke, you're not. He was speechless when he saw his partner in skimpy clothing and trying to cover her rather generous bust with her arms. Sasuke, I want to take a bath too, don't look at me. Doby, the boy tilted his head, blushing. Unfortunately for him, Sakura was there, innocently biting her index finger. Sakura, does this makeshift bikini look good on me? The blonde blushed deeply. Naruto, yit looks beautiful on you. Sakura, you're perfect. Sasuke, Doby, and do I look good in this? Naruto almost had a nosebleed when he saw Sasuke's breasts bouncing, only hidden by her bra. The brunette was very uncomfortable with the boy's gaze. Naruto, you too. Sasuke, you look beautiful behind him. Sakura stared at the brunette with narrowed eyes. biting her nail in frustration at the Uchiha having those things right there in front of her. Sakura, well, Naruto grabbing his arm and pulling him towards her. Let's jump in and take a bath, okay? The blue-eyed boy smiled nervously at the girl's closeness and the perfect view of her cleavage. Sakura felt the raven-haired girl's gaze on her back, smiled mockingly and tightened her grip, swaying her rear end in a mocking manner. Naruto POV, if this keeps up I'm going to end up as hard as a rock. I need to get in the water now. The blonde looked at Sakura and she let go of him. They both stood on the edge, ready to jump in and dive. However, Sakura jumped in too soon and Sasuke was to blame for that. Sasuke, I tripped. Sakura had fallen on her butt into the water. When she surfaced, she cursed the brunette who was above next to the golden-haired boy. Both jumped, doing a few flips in the air, turns and so on, falling in a perfect dive like the first time of the light-eyed boy. Sakura approached the blonde boy who had just surfaced after diving in, quickly wrapping her arms around him under the pretext of trying to pull him under. Naruto couldn't have been happier. He could feel Sakura's breasts against his back, and to make matters worse, Sasuke emerged from the water a short distance in front of him. Her long, straight, wet hair was like the finest silk, and combined with her face and pale skin it made her fit to be a princess. Sakura gritted her teeth, pulling the boy under and taking the opportunity to press her breasts against the back of his neck. Mysteriously, Naruto remained motionless for a few seconds. You know what I mean, right? When he started running out of air, he had to leave paradise. To his surprise, both women were very close to him, and that filled him with joy. Sasuke, don't be so close to the Dobby. It seems you can't swim, and you're using him like a float. The green-eyed girl looked at her with annoyance. Sakura, and what do you care what I do with Naruto? If he doesn't complain, it's no big deal, or are you just jealous? The pink-haired girl splashed a little water on the brunette who was a little taken aback. Sasuke, what do you think you're doing, returning the insult to his rival in the same way? Sakura, I'm asking you the same thing, repeating the movement but this time with more force. The two women began to throw more and more water at each other. The blue-eyed man, meanwhile, watched them with a huge drop of water on the back of his neck. He didn't know if they were fighting or playing. After watching them for a few moments, he decided to step in to make them stop. And luckily, he had an idea for them to play and compete. He was a genius. Naruto, stop it, please. The splashing of water ceased immediately. Now, with the attention of the two women on him, he prepared to tell them his idea. Let's see, I think I've come up with an idea to entertain us a little. Sakura, and what is it? With a little interest while glancing sideways at her brunette companion who in turn returned the gesture. Naruto, well, would you mind if we had a shoulder fight? Me and a clone will hold you up. Sakura blushed a little, thinking about how it would feel to be on the boy's shoulders. Sasuke didn't change his expression, he simply remained neutral. Sakura, that's fine by me. I don't know if the prim and proper lady will like it. The woman in question looked at her with narrowed eyes. Sasuke, that's fine by me. Ironing board. Sakura, what did you call me? Threatening to pounce on her and finish her off. Sasuke, didn't you hear me right, deaf girl? You could see the electric look that both women gave each other. Naruto had to get in between again to prevent it from going further. He was getting tired of the attitude of both of them. Naruto, stop it please. He performed his famous replication technique and a clone appeared beside him. Okay, let's begin. Each blonde approached a girl. Both quickly climbed onto their respective partners' shoulders and looked at each other with rivalry. Naruto, okay, are we ready? Everyone nodded. Both men moved closer so the women on top of them could try to push and shove each other. Sakura and Sasuke struggled, grabbing each other's shoulders, shoving and trying to push each other off without much success. The two guys exchanged knowing glances. They'd be lying if they said they didn't enjoy having such soaking wet beauties on top of them fighting. Sakura, I've got you, trying to move her to the left so she would lose her balance and fall. Sasuke, not on your life. With agility she bent back, causing the pink-haired girl to lose her balance, who unfortunately for her was going so fast that she lost her balance and fell face down into the water. Clone, well done Sasuke. We won, ha ha ha. The brunette smiled slightly as she watched her two rivals emerge from the water with annoyed expressions, especially Haruno. Sakura, oh yeah, you'll find out now. Sasuke, yeah, whatever you say, smiling smugly on top of her blonde friend. Sakura, Naruto, lift me up, that brat is going to find out. Naruto, yes, right now. Sakura, once the girl was back on his shoulders, the confrontation began again. My teammates, Chapter 15. My teammates, Chapter 17. Sasuke remained impassive, her dark eyes fixed on the ceramic cup that still held a little tea at the bottom. She had never been a very emotional woman, never able to be an open book to others. She was very careful about that aspect, a very important one for anyone who wanted to be a shinobi and not end up beheaded at the first opportunity on any mission. Her own father, Fugaku Uchiha, had trained her to be stoic and never show weakness out of pride and for the honor of the Uchiha clan. That was why all Uchiha were as cold as ice, why they found it so difficult to open up even slightly to someone close to them. That arrogance, if we can refer to what was said before, was the reason why most families within the clan were the product of endemic marriage arrangements. An Uchiha rarely interacted with someone outside the clan, only with their teammates out of professional imperative, and rarely did it go beyond mere acquaintance. Perhaps it was all of that combined, what had caused Sasuke to be the way she was. She grew up in a family environment with hardly any love between her parents. She hadn't even known her grandparents. And to top it all off, her older brother, the only one who seemed to show her any consistent affection, killed them all and condemned her to seek his head as a debt to recover the honor of a clan that seemed to be cursed. Perhaps that's why Sasuke didn't know what to say to her blonde companion at that moment. Her mind went blank. Although she was physically attracted to the boy, she barely knew what love was like. She had no idea how to identify it, and it was only made more difficult for her that the Uzumaki had just confessed to loving both her and Haruno. That he couldn't choose one over the other. Sasuke was a woman who was clumsy with affection and very conservative, inexperienced in matters of the heart. Sasuke, I don't understand you. Dobi, nobody can love two people at the same time. The blonde was sweating profusely. He looked like he had been training in the full summer sun for hours. Naruto, it's very simple, Sasuke. I've forged a very strong bond with you too. You're my family, along with Kakashi-sensei, Irosanin, Obachan, and Shizuneni. And I want you to be honest with me. The Sharigan wielder obeyed her blonde guest, paying even closer attention. If I were to leave with Sakura and I only treated you as a friend, seeing each other very occasionally, with only a simple exchange of words between us, wouldn't that hurt you? Sasuke remained thoughtful, although she knew that at least the young man was being honest with her and telling her the truth about what would happen if he chose one of the two. But she had to be honest. She didn't like to think about it. It wasn't that if she were the one chosen by the young man she would worry about the third member of the discordant team. Honestly, Sasuke didn't care much about what Sakura might feel if she were rejected. Perhaps she could be malicious towards her pink-haired friend for a mere matter of jealousy and amorous competition. Naruto, don't lie to me, Sasuke, because you haven't apologized about the kiss. It wasn't a mistake for you. Everything that's happened these past few weeks hasn't been a coincidence. The young man finished his tea to clear his throat. He was in a critical moment emotionally speaking. He was still mentally regretting having brought up the subject when it wasn't relevant. Sasuke, Dobi, I don't understand these things. Naruto looked at her, hurt. Perhaps the brunette preferred to change the subject and forget what had happened. Perhaps he should apologize to her and say goodbye. In my family, there was hardly any affection between my parents. The only one who didn't act like that was Itachi. She clenched her fists in contempt, remembering the moment she had been separated from her innocence and childhood with a cold, impassive blow. He treated me with tenderness, appreciation, and affection, and he ended up killing my entire family. How can I have even the slightest predisposition to open up to my emotions if my own brother ended up killing everyone for stupid reasons I don't even know? How can I want to open up if the only person who did that in my house ended up staining the streets with the blood of his entire family, of my family? She blurted out, upset for the first time in a long time. The blue-eyed boy looked at her with a mixture of pity and sadness. Naruto. Sasuke, you can't shut yourself off. You can't hide behind a shell of apathy just because the only one who wasn't in a hurry to show his feelings ended up in a way no one expected. I grew up alone. I lived my childhood without affection, without hugs, without a word of comfort for my nightmares, without anyone who looked at me with affection beyond the third Hokage and Urokai-sensei. And I can't conceive of shutting myself off because I want to have friends. Because I want to have people to share good experiences with. Because I want to have the family I never had, and I'm not afraid of disappointments. I'm not afraid of making mistakes. I'm only afraid of not trying hard enough to achieve what I've told you, because one can endure loneliness for a while, a few days, some months, some perhaps years, but everyone needs another person at some point. Otherwise, loneliness will slowly eat you away, destroying you and leaving nothing but an empty shell with no aspiration other than to leave a harsh world she couldn't face. Think about it. Sasuke, I'm going to get Sakura. I'll take her to her apartment. Thanks for the tea. See you later. The young shinobi left the room slowly. Sasuke stared at him, her gaze inevitably drifting once the blonde figure disappeared down the hallway. Sasuke saw herself crying over her parents' corpses alone, helpless. Now she had words that weighed on her conscience even more than those her older brother had once said to her after his infamous betrayal. Moments later, the sound of the door broke the deathly silence that usually filled the mansion. Sasuke sat for quite some time, feeling, unfortunately, that she was beginning to dislike the solitude of her home. Naruto had picked up Sakura with excessive gentleness. Luckily, it was very early and there were very few people in the village streets. He walked with Sakura in his arms, thinking of Sasuke. He had lifted an enormous weight off his shoulders, but as if under the influence of a ridiculous curse, he now had an even greater weight on his back. He didn't know how his companion would react to his words. A person with such profound emotional deficiencies, with a past so murky that it darkened her future, bound by a blood debt to her family, was someone emotionally oppressed enough not to function smoothly like Naruto Uzumaki himself. who observed everything from a different point of view. He had never had anything, and when the third Hokage approached him and comforted him through more than one night of hardship, nightmares, and self-loathing, he showed him that for someone as special as him, he had to strive to change the painful reality that had been gnawing away at his daily life. That old man was a genius. Naruto learned from him not to defy the evil that tried to undermine his soul, that strove to transform him into what the ignorant villagers shouted at him in fits of rage and senselessness. There are special people who, by the whim of a cruel and deceitful god, must cross a dark and dangerous forest of thorns during their lives, with the sole aim of passing through without breaking them, because if you take the easy way out, every branch you break will be replaced by others thicker, sharper. More malicious Hiruzen Sarutobi was a philosopher. With the analogy of the forest of thorns, he had shown young Naruto Uzumaki that to reach the green and peaceful meadow, one had to cross a dark and painful forest with calm, patience, and serenity. He entered Sakura's apartment. It was a rather sparse place with some inexpensive furniture, a few photos of the Haruno family little else. Sakura was still peacefully asleep in his arms, as if the man's embrace protected her from any harm that might try to disturb her rest. Naruto couldn't help but gaze at her face, calm, serene, sweet, beautiful. Sometimes he wondered how God was capable of such artistry, of such beauty embodied in a person. Well, in two people without a doubt, Kami-sama was an artist of human creation and the master of perfection. He gently placed his companion on her bed and for a moment allowed himself to watch her rest. The woman's calm breathing and serene face filled him with immense inner peace. He didn't know how long he stood watching her in silence, guarding her sleep, holding his own breath so he could hear Sakura's. For a moment he came to his senses and made the difficult decision to let her rest in solitude. Slowly he hurried out of Haruno Sakura's room. Sakura, Naruto, that sweet whisper with a melodious voice as soft as a spring breeze in a field in full bloom, sent shivers down her spine. The young man turned to look at her one last time before leaving. The delicate smile, the product of a pleasant dream, reassured her. She returned the gesture with the same intensity and walked to the apartment door. Naruto, rest cherry blossom. With the departure of her two guests from the mansion, Sasuke Uchiha allowed herself time to reflect on the words of her friend Naruto Uzumaki. She felt strange, relieved in part. First, there was the fact that kissing him had been more than just an excess, the product of a wild night. He felt something for her, even knowing her deeply, knowing that for Sasuke Uchiha there was one goal above all else. She had to avenge her honor along with that of her clan. She had sworn it over the corpses of her parents, and that was inviolable. As an Uchiha and a woman of honor, she was going to finish off her brother. Collecting the debt of the blood that had once stained her hands on that infamous day, she left her childhood behind to become a woman. She pondered her future. Although she was friends with the Dobi and to a certain extent had a more or less healthy rivalry with Haruno, she had never been particularly concerned with developing deep relationships with other people. She was obsessed with paying off her debt. She felt she couldn't start a separate project without finishing the one she had underway. Perhaps once she had finished with her brother and regained her honor, she could look for another goal in her life, but she wasn't stupid. She couldn't let her guard down. Even though she didn't yet know how to act and behave with someone who attracted her as a woman, and even less how to understand love as something subjective, she knew that her rival, Sakura Haruno, was someone she had to battle daily. She couldn't let her guard down, because once her debt as an Uchiha was paid, she had to begin her project as a woman, and she shouldn't face her brother. She should face Sakura Haruno. Naruto was strolling peacefully through the streets of Konoha. He had thought about training a bit or maybe grabbing some breakfast. He wasn't sleepy, so he wouldn't go home yet. Some familiar faces crossed his path halfway to God knows where. Naruto, oh hi guys. The blonde young man greeted his generation colleagues, the Ino Shikacho trio, enthusiastically. Fully equipped, they were undoubtedly going on a mission. Ino, oyai Naruto, greeting in the same way as her blonde comrade. Shikamaru, you blondes are so noisy and troublesome, sighing wearily. Ino, do you have a problem with that? Cracking his fists, Shikamaru preferred to remain silent and not have to go to the hospital. Naruto had a huge drop of sweat on his head. Naruto, are you going on a mission? The question couldn't have been more stupid. If the three of them were carrying backpacks right on the avenue that led to the gates of Konoha, obviously they were on a mission or maybe camping. Ino, let's go camping, smiling at him happily. Naruto, oh, and you didn't invite me, you're so cruel. He said jokingly. Shikamaru, look, Ino's just messing with you. We're going on a mission to the fire temple. Our sensei and a support team are waiting for us at the gate. Don't believe Ino's lies. I'd much rather be peacefully out in the countryside watching the clouds, with a gesture somewhere between annoyed and bored. Honestly, the Nara were very strange people. Sometimes you could think that if it were up to them, they would stay in their mother's womb because being born was quite problematic. Naruto, oh well, good luck. I hope I can go camping someday, he said, still engrossed in Yamanaka's joke. Ino, of course. Well, we all have to do one together. Finally someone understands me, unlike these two lazy bums. The three men had a huge drop of sweat on their temples. Ino Yamanaka seemed to be one of those people who lacked a filter when opening their mouths. Shikamaru, we're leaving, see you later, Naruto. The man watched them hurry off, a slight smile playing on his lips. All that talk about camping had made him hungry, and for once in his life he didn't feel like eating ramen. He searched for a cafe that caught his eye and luckily found one after a few minutes of careful searching. Inside, he bumped into someone he hadn't expected with a gentle gesture. The person invited him to sit with them. My teammates, Chapter 18. He was extremely surprised to see him there. He hadn't expected his sensei to be having breakfast at the very same establishment he had chosen to satisfy his hunger. He approached his Jounin mentor with a smile, and the son of the White Fang of Konoha returned the gesture with a similar expression from beneath his face mask. On the table occupied by the copy ninja, an empty plate and a cup with barely any trace of what appeared to be coffee could be seen. Naruto, good morning, Kakashi-sensei, how are you? The silver-haired man continued smiling. Too much smiling, he must have said. He had something on his mind, and whatever it was, Naruto didn't like it at all. Kakashi, very well, actually, and you? How are you after last night's partying? Naruto jumped in his seat. Naruto, how does he know that? He beckoned a waitress with his finger to take his order. Kakashi, well, I happened to go for a walk at night and I heard some very familiar screams, and wouldn't you know it, I ran into my 3 students across the street. Kakashi was holding back his laughter with all his might. The blue-eyed man's face was a poem of sensations at that moment, but those that dominated that emotional storm were shame and anger towards his teacher. Naruto, sensei, haven't you ever been told that your students' private lives must be respected? With a stern expression like a mother giving away her child. Kakashi, well, no, not really. A huge bead of sweat trickled down the blonde ninja's temple. Sometimes headache. Kakashi was too blunt. But the important thing here is I saw you entering the Uchiha mansion, and you know what I mean. The Jounin's hand lowered itself until it disappeared from the blonde's sight. Kakashi seemed to be rummaging in his pocket. Here you are. When one has read a gem like this, one doesn't need to see much to let their imagination run wild. Naruto was stunned. Before him lay a yellow-leafed book with a red swirl printed on its cover. The title of the literary work left no doubt as to what, or rather who, had inspired the author of the Ika Ika saga, Jiraiya the Gallant, to write My Two Beloved Teammates. Naruto, give it to me, sensei. The embarrassed and very annoyed boy almost snatched the book from his mentor's hand, opened it abruptly, and began to skim the pages with wide eyes. When did he have time to write this? A small detail came to his mind, an almost minuscule detail. It had been a while since he'd seen the pervert anywhere. Kakashi, Jiraiya-sama told me that you were with Sasuke and Sakura at the hot springs. By a lake, drinking. You 3 spend a lot of time together. If what's in the book is true, I can't do anything but congratulate you. I'm so envious, my dear disciple. Naruto dropped the book abruptly, staring at his sensei with serious doubts about recognizing the man in front of him, smiling in a way that sent a horrifying chill down his spine. Naruto, I'm not in the mood for jokes. Kakashi-sensei, as soon as I find the Erosin, I plan to stomp on his neck until I decapitate him. Far from there, a white-haired man was counting one by one the $1,000 bills that filled a huge wad. A slight shiver ran down his spine as if someone had traced the path of his spine with the tip of a bony finger. Perhaps the Shinigami himself was behind him, blade in hand to finish him off. However, Jiraiya, the wise hermit of the toads, smiled amusedly even knowing his dark future. Jiraiya, it seems that good old Naruto has already found out about my new work. Minato, your son, is a completely virgin gold mine. Ha 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 ha. Back in Konoha, Naruto had just taken his order after waiting for the poor waitress to muster up enough courage to approach him. After all, who in their right mind would approach a guy whose face was filled with rage and who threatened to split you in two with his gaze? Kakashi, come on, my dear student, there's no need to get so worked up. I understand you want to keep some of the things Jiraiya-sama wrote a secret, but there's still no need to get so worked up. Naruto, most of the things, emphasizing the air quotes with his hands, that pervert wrote are lies. I'm going to kill him. I'm going to make him eat the pages of this book one by one. Grabbing the object that caused the discord, and rest assured, sensei, I won't let him stop until he's finished the last piece of this thing. Kakashi, well, if I'd known, I wouldn't have said anything. Sighing in disappointment at his student's lack of Highschool drive, he decided to retrieve his book, fearing that in another outburst of discontent from the blue-eyed boy, it would end up as a handful of useless scraps of paper. But that doesn't mean that in the future. Naruto, I wish I could, but no. Kakashi patted the table, surprising the few people in the place. Kakashi, if you want it, you'll get it. Don't tell me the toughest fighter in Konoha is going to give up on something as important as this. Naruto, sensei, is it really you? Terribly scared by this unusual behavior from his lazy and absent-minded mentor. Kakashi, for me, you're more than just my student now. You're the protagonist of my favorite literary work, and I won't rest until I've straightened you out. It was incredible that Kakashi Hade could take it almost as a personal affront that his student didn't resemble his fictional idol. It was something quite sinister if we take a moment to be honest. The waitress approached with the order the blue-eyed young man had placed, her hands trembling more like a Parkinson's patient than a woman in her 30s. She served the coffee and a piece of toast like a bat out of hell. She proceeded to retreat as quickly as possible. The young woman had a heart attack at that moment, freezing with her back to the table of those two strange guys. "Waitress, yais, what do you need?" She said this without even moving a muscle, as if the mere fact of blinking would condemn her to fall into the deepest abyss that an average mind could imagine. "Kakashi, if possible, I'd like another coffee like the one before with a little sugar and cold milk, please." "Waitress, of course, don't worry, I'll serve you right away." "Kakashi, and now I want you to tell me everything that makes you have doubts, and it's an order as your superior." Naruto swallowed hard. "Naruto, yais, why did I ever choose this cafe?" he thought, crying comically. Team 10 had set out minutes ago. Asuma Sarutobi was responsible for the mission's success. He also had on his shoulders the responsibility of bringing his team and support team back home safe and sound once the problems were solved. The fire temple was a little far from Konoha, which was normal. Those kinds of buildings had to be quite far from any inhabited area due to moral and religious imperatives, so that the monks could meditate and be in harmony with God without being bothered by the noise prevailing in the inhabited regions. Shikamaru decided to get ahead of his teammates and talk to his teacher, since he had only just been informed of the mission by the Hokage, and he needed to know at least that they were going to meet in order to come up with one or two basic strategies to face the mission in question with a high chance of success. "Shikamaru, Asume-sensei, can you tell me what we're up against? They haven't even told me the mission classification." Despite being interested in knowing the details, Nara Shikamaru's face showed nothing but a perfect mix of tiredness and boredom. "Asuma, they reported a surprise attack on the temple. There have been many casualties, mostly civilians. The informant who gave the news to the fifth homie was the only survivor of a team that was there on patrol. That's why there are 8 of us instead of the 4 of us." "Shikamaru, and that guy said who we're facing." "Asuma." Akatsuki. Shikamaru suddenly lost his composure. If Akatsuki was in the equation, nothing short of a brilliant strategy could guarantee even a minimal chance of success. It had been a long time since Shikamaru Nara had felt anxiety on a mission. "Shikamaru, troublesome, anything else?" with a slightly serious expression. "Asuma, the 2 Akatsuki members wiped out the survivors' team in a few seconds and they didn't chase him, you know what that means, right?" "Shikamaru, they already know we're coming for them. There's no element of surprise, there's a trap waiting for us, damn it." A fine drop of sweat was dragged from his skin due to the speed they were going. Shikamaru Nara had already discarded 20 battle plans that took advantage of not being expected by their enemies. What had once stood in all its glory as the largest temple in the entire Land of Fire was now a handful of ruins and rubble. The corpses of monks and a couple of Konoha shinobi were scattered in all directions. It had been a massacre. High atop the ruins, a hooded figure could be seen. The red cloud robe he wore betrayed him as an Akatsuki member. The individual in question was writing on a scroll, assessing the value of all the valuables they had managed to gather and seal on various scrolls. He was enormously pleased with the outcome of their hunt for the Two Tails Jinchuriki. It had been a very important haul. "Hey Kakuzu, I'm getting bored down here. The Konoha people won't come, they know it's a trap." The one now known as Kakuzu continued engrossed in his calculations. His companion stared at him for several seconds without saying anything. "Hey, don't ignore me, I'm bored, there's nothing to do here anymore, let's go." "Kakuzu, shut up, Hidden, you're not letting me count the money." The other man glared at him angrily. "Besides, the leader ordered us to wait for reinforcements from Konoha." "Hidden, and what for?" "If the leader wants to attack Konoha, let him go himself, we already did our job." "Kakuzu, you're an idiot, the leader is counting on the Kyubi's Jinchuriki to come out of hiding and come after us, we just have to provoke him." "Hidden, I still think it's stupid, we're wasting our time, they're not coming for us." A smile appeared on the face of the impatient Akatsuki member. "Or maybe you were right, come out of your hiding place, you little rats." Hidden pulled a huge scythe with 3 blood-red blades from his robes. The weapon's handle was connected to a tether that, in theory, bound it to its wielder. The enormous scythe flew towards some bushes. Inside them, a frightened Chaoji trembled with a slight cut in his hair. A few centimeters more to the right and he would have been decapitated on the spot. "Asuma, everyone out." Following their captain's orders, the 8 Konoha shinobi emerged from their hiding place, facing their 2 enemies. The 2 men were completely concealed by their robes. There was nothing distinctive about them that could be used to identify them. "Hidden, hey Kakuzu. They finally came, it seems the Konoha ninjas are just stupid, reckless fools, ha 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 ha." His companion descended from the top of the ruins without saying a word. "Asuma, Shikamaru, you Ino and Chaoji take care of the silent one, the others and I will go after the one with the scythe, I trust you." Shikamaru nodded nervously. Asuma and the other ninjas jumped away from the ruins, while Hidden laughed loudly watching them go. Hidden, but where are you going? I intend to use you to please my god. The immortal duo separated, leaving only the Inoshika-cho trio in front of the impassive Kakuzu. Kakuzu, I won't waste my time with you kids. Removing his cloak, his dark-skinned body was covered in scars that looked like they were held together by sutures. Shikamaru feared the worst when he saw that. He had to think of a plan to finish off that guy and help his master as soon as possible. Nothing he couldn't do under pressure. Asuma stopped in the middle of a wasteland filled with giant roots, enormous dying trees, and yellowing grass. That place called for death. And that's exactly what his pursuer seemed to be, the Grim Reaper dressed in a black robe with red clouds and a scythe, much more intimidating than the once classic physical representation of death. Hidden came to meet him, still hidden under the hood of his cloak. Hidden, now that we're here, I think I'll get more comfortable. The Akatsuki member pulled back his hood, revealing a young man with ash-gray hair slicked back, violet eyes, and a murderous grin. He then opened the top of his robe, exposing a thin, undefined chest and very pale complexion to the leaf shinobi. The only interesting detail was a necklace with a religious symbol. Little else to note about the guy. Be proud of appeasing Jashin-sama's hunger. Ha 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 ha. My teammates. Chapter 19-20. A bead of sweat trickled down Asuma Sarutobai's nervous face. Before him, the Akatsuki member known as Hidden grinned macabrely, scythe in hand. The small drop of sweat detached itself and fell to the ground in a profound silence. No one breathed, no one moved. The fluid hit the ground as the scythe flew swiftly toward one of the jounin accompanying the Leaf team's captain. Asuma, separate yourselves. The five split up, moving away from each other. The weapon returned to its wielder, who seemed amused. Hidden's but if the little rats are going to give me a game, even better, that way I can entertain myself for longer. Scythe over his shoulder, Hidden moved quickly, approaching the nearest ninja. Asuma drew his custom kana, imbuing them with wind chakra. The sound of the clashing metal reverberated through the wasteland, amplified by the echo due to the almost complete absence of any objects in the environment. You'll need more than this to surprise me. Ninja 1, Katten, Great Flame. The seals were produced at an astonishing speed. While a huge flame came out of his mouth towards the renegade who was locked in the clash with the captain, Asuma jumped away at the last moment, leaving his enemy to burn before such a powerful technique. The silhouette of the Akatsuki vanished for a few moments in the maelstrom of flames. Ninja 2, we got it, smiling victoriously. Asuma, no, it's intact, maintaining a battle stance despite the disbelief of his companions. Ninja 1, no, it's not possible. I finished off 2 A-rank rogues with this technique. How is this possible? The figure of the Nukanin emerged from the flames that were beginning to die down. He looked incredibly injured. He had quite serious burns all over his torso, and what was once his robe was now reduced to blackened rags. However, where there should have been a grimace of pain or even one of anger, there was a deranged smile. It was the face of a madman who enjoyed torturing his own body. Hidden, is that all you can do? You're pathetic. Attack me with everything you've got. Ninja 3, now you'll see. With a slight gesture, he urged a couple of his companions to act. The seals or hand positions followed one another with impetus, ready to destroy their enemy with a powerful and deadly attack. Wind release, air bullets. Ninja 2, Katten, Great Flame. Ninja 3, Futon, Cutting Wind. The 3 techniques merged into a massive firestorm that engulfed the smiling Akatsuki. They should have died from that combined attack of colossal power. They allowed themselves the luxury of sighing with exhaustion, clinging to a small shield of confidence in their victory. However, the fight had only just begun. Hidden, that technique really hurt. Nothing remained of his Akatsuki cloak. His skin was blackened in places, and burns and cuts of considerable severity covered his body, but somehow incomprehensible to human understanding. He remained standing and showed no signs of weakness. I'll make you pay in kind. I'm going to get serious with you. The silver-haired man knelt down, drew a kind of sharp steel dagger or knife, the size of a tanto, from his kunai pouch, and to the surprise and horror of those present, stabbed himself, screaming with pleasure. Ninja 3W, what the hell, is he crazy? The ground around the Akatsuki member began to blacken as a symbol formed with the abundant flow of blood that left the renegade through the perforation in his stomach, a symbol identical to the one he wore on his necklace. Asuma, finish him. Don't let him finish what he's doing. The 2 ninjas closest to Hidden rushed to decapitate him, kunai in hand. Meanwhile, the Akatsuki member remained in a deep trance due to his ritual. His skin had turned completely black, and eerie white markings resembling a skeleton were beginning to appear on his body. Both leaf ninjas ran with the speed of the wind, determined to finish off this lunatic. This was their chance to kill him once and for all. Hidden, trash, with one of the kunai just centimeters from his neck, he reacted with lightning speed. With astonishing speed and a demented grimace, he let one of his enemies stab him in the shoulder. The other ninja changed his target to the back of his neck with the same purpose as before, to kill him. I can't die. I am Jashin-sama's vicar in this world, ha 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 ha. The weapon buried itself in the back of his neck up to the hilt. All the men of Konoha opened their eyes wide as they witnessed with total disbelief that revelation that seemed to be confirmed every second. Asuma, stay away from him. While another of his subordinates moved a little further away to attack from a distance. Hidden, you won't escape with superhuman strength and stamina, he thrashed enough to destabilize his two opponents. Both shinobi were completely at his mercy, having had no time to react. Hidden grabbed one of their arms and used the same dagger that had pierced his stomach to pierce his eye. The steel emerged from the other side of the skull, an unmistakable sign that the brain had been penetrated. A second later, the corpse fell to the ground like a sack. Without time to regain his composure, the other ninja could only see a red blur accompanied by a faint breeze. His body collapsed. Split in two, a huge pool of blood stained the torso of the Nukenin, who laughed uproariously at the terror of his three remaining enemies. The three members of Team 10 were paralyzed. Their enemy seemed like a huge mountain threatening to swallow them whole. Shikamaru was well aware of the power gap between Kakuzu and the three of them, but there was no escape. He needed a plan to face this guy, a strategy that would give them even the slightest chance of overcoming the Akatsuki, but first, they had to study the enemy, an impossible task from any remotely sane point of view. Chouji, Shikamaru, what do we do now? Asume-sensei left us alone against him. The Nara glanced sideways at his inseparable friend, seeing in his face the same fear that gripped his own being. Shikamaru, he didn't leave us alone, he gave us his trust. We'll show him what we're capable of. Chouji Akimichi regained his composure for a few moments, but it wouldn't do much good. It was a battle almost impossible to win. Kakuzu, I'll get rid of you quickly. Konoha will send elite ninjas to bring me a hefty reward for your heads. Prepare to die. The Akatsuki member launched a melee attack. The Ino Shikacho trio scattered, trying to buy time for the rest of their team to come to their aid. Little did they know that things in the other fight were about to take a critical turn, very dark for their own interests. Shikamaru Shadow Mastery Technique. Shikamaru's shadow extended, seeking Kakuzu's own. Both merged into one, leaving the Nukenin at the mercy of the Shadow Master Clan shinobi. Kakuzu didn't seem to flinch at all. Shikamaru began to move, mirroring his enemy's movements. You're mine now, Ino. The woman prepared to use her mental technique to destroy her enemy's psyche. It seemed all was won. Kakuzu began to move with difficulty. Shikamaru tried his best to keep him under control. However, the renegade managed to break free at the last moment, avoiding the Yamanaka technique, and taking advantage of the blonde's few seconds of recovery to grab her by the neck and lift her into the air without apparent effort. Ino. Let tame, feeling her breath begin to fail her as a deep pain fills her throat and her heart races with adrenaline from the terror that invades her being. Seikachou Yuji. Chouji, a Kimichi clan technique cannonball. Chouji inflated, transforming into a massive mass of flesh. He spun like a wheel and collided with the Akatsuki member, freeing Ino from suffocation. Shikamaru, Chouji, try to keep him busy for as long as you can. The enormous ball increased its aggression, forcing Kakuzu to retreat, dodging the numerous volleys that tried to crush him. The renegade didn't seem to feel threatened. He simply dodged and dodged, waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike in the desired way. Minutes later, he dodged another charge from the young Akimichi, but this time he kicked the boy hard, who couldn't stop his technique. Shikamaru opened his eyes seconds before being dragged by his friend towards the remains of one of the temple walls. The thick wall stopped his journey abruptly and painfully. Both were in a lot of pain after that blow. Kakuzu, you're no match for me, brats. Chouji launched another attack as Shikamaru approached Ino. The girl had red marks on her neck, but she was fine. Shikamaru helped her to her feet. Shikamaru, I have a plan. Do you have explosive tags? The blue-eyed girl nodded. Wait for my signal to throw them. I'll try to immobilize him again and hold him. Kakuzu effortlessly dodged the young brunette, who didn't seem to be taking the fight seriously, which only enraged Akimichi. The attack stopped abruptly, the boy's size shrinking back to normal, and Kakuzu prepared to finish them off once and for all. He tried to move, but his legs wouldn't respond. Shikamaru, now, Ino, yes. The Yamanaka launched her entire arsenal against the Akatsuki member. A couple dozen kunai, each laced with explosives, ended up embedded in Kakuzu's body, who seemed unfazed. Tenths of a second later, a huge explosion resounded. It was over. Kakuzu, you asked for it. To the surprise of the three, the man was completely unharmed except for his clothes. His sleeveless shirt was torn and his pants were completely pulled back from the knees down. Shikamaru fixed his gaze on the scars, and even more so on a slight movement between them, a movement that didn't seem natural. I'll fight seriously to get rid of you once and for all. His forearms separated at the elbows, and the three members of Team 10 of the generation of 12 rookies stared in astonishment at black fibers resembling human hair sprouting from the scars. The course of the fight was taking a very abrupt turn for Konoha. Asuma was very worn out, both physically and psychologically. He was the only one left standing. He had seen his last two companions fall in anger and guilt. They had died in a horrible way for saving him from that masochistic and satanic lunatic. Hidden, don't you ever get tired of avoiding me? Hahaha, smiling maniacally, bathed in the blood of his enemies. Running only postpones the inevitable, and like the rat you are, I'll pray to Jashin-sama for you. The silver-haired man charged again, scythe in hand. Asuma dodged as best he could all the cuts that threatened to slice him in two. Sarutobi knew perfectly well that he couldn't defeat his opponent. Now all he could do was hold out as long as possible so that his students could defeat the other Akatsuki member and escape. He had to give it his all to save them. You won't be able to save them. Kakuzu will have already killed them, and I'm going to send you after them right now. The enormous scythe flew swiftly towards the Jounin. Asuma dodged it again, moving to the left at the last moment. Ha, you won't escape again. The Nukenin used the cable connecting him to his weapon to control it remotely. The experienced dark-haired man tried his best to avoid the blade's edge, hoping to tire him out and buy more time. In a tenth of a second, perhaps crucial to turning the tide of the fight, he used his position to kick the scythe hard, sending it embedded in one of the enormous roots that decorated the barren and almost empty landscape. The force of the blow, combined with the cable's maximum length, catapulted the Akatsuki member in the same direction. Asuma knew it was a golden opportunity to try and finish him off once and for all, even though it seemed like madness to him. The edge of his blades flashed blue as the remnants of his cigarette slowly detached from his lips and fell to the ground with a leap. He prepared to decapitate him. They crossed paths in slow motion. It was all going to end very soon. The sound of metal piercing flesh was all his ears heard, as his eyes opened, threatening to pop out. My Teammates Chapter 20. A sharp pain centered in his shoulder took his breath away. His legs buckled under his own weight and he fell to his knees, gasping for air, a metallic taste in his mouth. A trickle of blood began to run from the corner of his lips. In the distance, his opponent drew his weapon from the enormous root, a horrifying smile on his face. In one hand, the same strange metal tool he had used to stab himself gleamed crimson, coated in fresh blood. Hidden, you're doomed. Prepare to revel in your agony. The renegade licked the blood from the metal, clasping his hands together, murmuring a strange prayer under his breath. To Asuma's surprise, Hidden pierced his right leg. The pain shook him unexpectedly. He couldn't contain the scream that stirred his insides. Asuma, damn it, feeling faint from the pain. Another stab, this time to the left leg, another to the lower abdomen, a third to the side, continuing with the same outcome, this time on the other side, now slashing the right arm followed by the left. The dark-haired man was completely doubled over by the suffocating pain. His body wouldn't even respond enough to let him fall to the ground, utterly defeated. Hidden smiled with satisfaction, clasped his hands again, beginning his macabre prayer once more. The blood that stained the ground beneath the two combatants came to life, aligning itself to form the symbol unmistakably associated with the criminal's god. A final stab to the center of the stomach, using the navel as a reference point, completed the sinister blood ritual. Asuma Sarutobi would never rise again. The Akatsuki smiled contentedly. He had had a great time with the Konoha ninjas, and most importantly, his god would be pleased. A time very well spent. With a final murmur in the form of a prayer, the color of his skin returned to normal as all his wounds closed as if by magic. Hidden, I'll go see if Kakuzu has already taken care of those brats. He started walking away from his last victims. On the ground, Asuma was breathing heavily, as his gaze began to get lost among the gray clouds that obscured the blue of the sky. Hidden took his time returning to his companion's side. It wasn't that he didn't want to keep killing. In fact, if he could, he would raise another temple. The reason was simple. Kakuzu wouldn't forgive him for interfering in their fight. So to avoid having to control his impulses, he preferred to take as long as possible. Halfway there, a familiar voice pulled him from his religious, satanic, or whatever musings. Beside the path, a kind of humanoid creature resembling a cross between a human and a carnivorous plant was emerging from the ground. Hidden, the leader needs you for the extraction of a couple of Biju. The cultist raised an eyebrow in doubt. Hidden, but didn't you want us to draw attention here to attract the Kyubi? I don't like people who change their plans all the time. The leader is lucky my god is satisfied, otherwise he would have to offer Jashin-sama his blood as tribute. The plant man observed him without showing any emotion. Don't let the leader hear you say that or else you'll lose your immortality. Find Kakuzu and inform him I have to go finish the ritual preparations. Don't keep us waiting. The strange being was completely swallowed by the ground. Hidden sighed in boredom, quickening his pace. In the vicinity of what was once the Fire Temple, the battle between one of the Akatsuki members of the well-known immortal duo and 3 Konoha ninja was at its peak. The 3 boys had given their all to contain the criminal. No attack had managed to injure him, only to enrage him. Shikamaru had racked his brains to the limit, executing numerous strategies and battle plans, from combined attacks to exhausting the opponent, but none had worked. Their only hope remained to hold out until the others returned, a hope that began to crumble when Hidden appeared, smiling. Hidden, wow, Kakuzu, you're getting old. Couldn't you handle 3 brats in this short time? The one addressed glared at his companion. Kakuzu shut up drawing seals with his hands. A kind of black lump emerged from his back composed of the same fibers that joined his own body. A strange white mask with red details was the only remarkable thing about that strange being. Shikamaru, here it comes. Spread out. Team 10 broke ranks, moving away from each other. The strange creature contracted, convulsing, while a red orb formed in the area where its mouth should supposedly be. Kakuzu, fire, release, great flame. The being expelled a huge flame. The Konoha shinobi moved quickly, avoiding the fire that pursued them. Hidden, the leader wants us to go to the meeting point. Smiling, sitting on top of the corpse of a decapitated monk. Kakuzu, let it wait. The creature retreated back into his back. Kakuzu trembled slightly as another monstrosity, similar to the previous one, emerged from within him. This new abomination wore a white bird-like mask with small green decorative touches. Wind release, great gale. The creature contracted, releasing a hurricane-force gust. The three young people tried their best to remain unharmed. The wind ceased, leaving them in a deplorable state. They could barely stand. Hidden, let them go back to their burrow, Kakuzu, and tell what will happen to the rats who dare to face us. Laughing loudly in his comfortable seat, his companion said nothing. He simply absorbed the creature that nested on his back. Kakuzu, let's go. Then the man turned around and walked slowly. His comrade stood up smiling, looking at the young men kneeling on the ground. Hidden, I had a lot of fun with your friends. I hope I can continue with you very soon. With that, he followed his comrade until they disappeared into the distance. The three Konoha shinobi were petrified, defeated, humiliated. Shikamaru struggled to his feet and walked over to his two friends. Ino, Shika, Asume-sensei, and the others holding back tears. Shikamaru, we have to find them. I'm sure they'll be all right. Asume-sensei can't die at the hands of someone like that. The Nara offered his hand to his teammate and then offered his best friend his. The three of them set off to find the rest of the team as fast as their legs would carry them. Asuma felt pain coursing through every part of his body. He had been lying on his back for some time, agonizing on the dry grass that grew abundantly in that desolate wasteland. He had the doubt, the fear rather, that his three pupils had suffered the same fate as the others, or perhaps even himself. He tried to stand, but his body refused to cooperate. He tried to move even just a little, to crawl, but the result was the same. He was going to die. His fate was sealed. He would join his comrades on the other side. It was becoming increasingly difficult to fill his lungs, increasingly difficult to stay conscious, to feel his back anchored to the ground. Even the pain would momentarily evaporate. The sky had completely overcast. It was going to rain. It was, in a way, romantic. The sky weeps, contemplating the lives lost beneath its mantle without shame. Shikamaru, sensei, are you all right? Asuma looked at him smiling. At least they were all right. Ino stood by his side trying to heal him, thick tears falling from her eyes. He had gone ahead of her to heavens. Ino, Asume-sensei, don't go. I'm going to save you. The person being referred to feels faint. For a moment he loses track of time and space. Nara's words managed to bring him back. Shikamaru, Asume-sensei, don't fall asleep. Please hang on. Sarutobi looks at him for a few moments. His gaze seems to get lost again. At the same time, a thread of voice leaves his lips. Asuma, I'm glad that you're all right. His three pupils get as close as possible to hear what he's saying. Ino is trying her best to keep him alive. She's at the limit of her strength. Shika, light me a cigarette, please. The young man nods, rummaging in the pockets of his master's battered and bloodied vest. He finds a half-empty pack of cigarettes, takes two, puts one to his master and keeps the other for himself. He takes a lighter from inside the pack and lights both as if it were a ritual. They both inhale the smoke, looking at each other knowingly. Ino, sensei, the man turns his eyes, focusing on his precious student, smiles slightly and inhales his cigarette again. Asuma, Ino, you've grown strong. You're a true kunoichi. Now keep going down the path you've chosen. I'm so proud of you. The young woman's tears flowed more freely. Her throat tightened with a knot of anguish, her eyes never leaving her sensei's. Take care of these two, please. The Yamanaka nodded silently, her arms aching, but she knew that if she stopped, her teacher would die. She had to hold on until she could say goodbye to her comrades. Chaoji, you're a good fighter. You work well as part of a team, and you contribute to a positive atmosphere wherever you go. You've improved tremendously since we met. I'm so proud of you. The chubby boy nodded, hiding his eyes with his forearm. No matter how much he rubbed them, the tears kept streaming down his cheeks. Shikamaru held his cigarette as if it were a metaphor. The cylinder was almost empty, barely 2 centimeters left. Completely consumed, Asuma senses his impending death. He is on the verge of it. He looks into the eyes of his last disciple and is met with a look of approval. Shikamaru, you're a great shinobi. You have surpassed your father. You're a great leader. You will go far. Take care of everyone. Protect them. Go wherever you set your mind to. I trust you. I am very proud to have met you. His gaze fades. His eyes go blank. No one says anything. Their faces speak volumes. The cigarette falls from his lips. Completely extinguished raindrops begin to fall on them, but they seem not to care. Slowly the rain hardens. The sky weeps for the losses it has witnessed. My teammates. Chapter 21. The path back to Konoha was arduous. Team 10 marched briskly, shrouded in a painful silence. None of them had the slightest intention of breaking it. Shikamaru Nara carried his master's body, his serious expression a far cry from the grimaces of grief worn by his two comrades behind him. Asuma Sarutobi had profoundly influenced him as a ninja and as a person. They were more than teacher and student, more than friends on this fateful day. Shikamaru had lost a father figure and that had broken his soul. Memories of his sensei paraded through his mind, many happy, others dull, and a few troubling. The tide of thoughts settled on one in particular, a fairly recent memory, something his two companions didn't know. Flashback. Nara Shikamaru was quite a peculiar fellow. Compared to the average person, he might seem rather lazy, unfriendly, and boring. But with the Nara gene flowing through his veins, he became an average member of the clan, quite talented, to be precise, much more open and even fun. Asuma Sarutobi would occasionally visit the Shadow Tamer's compound to chat with his star pupil. They would often engage in intense shogi battles while discussing various trivialities, their daily lives, or some rumor circulating in the village. That day, the Wind User had some very important news to share with his student. Asuma, Shikamaru, no one can beat you, picking up the chips with the smile of a loser. Shikamaru, and with this, how's our score going, sensei? Admiring his mentor's expression from the ground with a superior smirk. Asuma, 456 for you, 1 for me. The loser took his pack of tobacco out of a pocket of his vest. The man offered one to his student, who gladly accepted the prize of his victory. Both sat admiring the garden of the Nara house. Shikamaru, at least you beat me, 1 something right. Lighting his cigarette with his teacher's lighter, Asuma lowered his head in defeat. Asuma, I don't even know why I'm still playing with you, enjoying the first drag of his cigarette. Shikamaru, maybe because coming here just to talk is too troublesome. The young man had a good humorous point with that reflection. Asuma held back a laugh. Asuma, you're right. In that case, let's have another game. I have something to tell you. The pinnacle-haired one nodded, placing the board in the middle. Little by little, the pieces took their place, preparing for war. Shikamaru, and what's it about, sensei? Any rumors? The veteran Jounin smiled and shook his head as he made his first move. Asuma, no, what's more, few know, and I want you to be one of those few. Nara raised an eyebrow, beginning to feel a hint of curiosity, and moved a pawn, mirroring his mentor's move. I already told you I have a relationship with Kurenai. Moving another pawn, Shikamaru nodded slightly, taking a puff of his cigarette and repeating his rival's move. Well, she recently told me she hadn't gotten her period. The young Shadow Tamer looked at him doubtfully. Shikamaru, if you're referring to what I think you're telling me, I don't know whether to congratulate you or not. Do you want to have it? The chain smoker nodded slightly, his gaze fixed on the board. Asuma, at first I was surprised, but then I felt comforted. I can't explain the whirlwind of feelings that have been swirling through my thoughts since Kurenai told me. Shikamaru, in that case, congratulations. Cleverly moving one of the pieces, his sensei had just lost one of his key pieces. Asuma, thank you. Shikamaru, can I ask you a favor? The Nara nodded slightly lazily. If something happens to me, take care of her and my son. Shikamaru, don't be so arrogant, sensei, but if something happens to you, believe me, I'll take it personally. The adult smiled at the boy contentedly. A new move of his removed one of his pupil's pieces from the game. Asume-sensei, you know how to keep secrets too. The boy nodded in a resounding yes. Don't tell anyone about this. Asuma was very intrigued by what his lazy disciple could be hiding. Don't tell anyone that I let him beat me once at shogi. Asuma, you're very funny today, barely holding back laughter. End flashback. Shikamaru's POV. I promise you, Asume-sensei, I'll protect your family with my life. Far from Team 10, in a Konoha cafe, two shinobi were arguing heatedly. The few remaining customers watched out of the corner of their eyes as the two lunatics argued while continuing to order drinks so they wouldn't be kicked out by the staff. Kakashi, I don't understand how you could do something so stupid. Those two are dying for you, and you're hesitating about what to do. You disappoint me. Naruto, with a stern expression in front of him, Naruto Uzumaki, the fox boy, looked at him angrily because of that hurtful statement. Naruto, you were supposed to be helping me. I don't know what kind of support that is. Besides, what do you want me to do? If I choose Sasuke, Sakura will hate me, and if I do it the other way around, the result will be the same, but reversed. I'm at a dead end. Finishing his fourth coffee of the morning midday. Kakashi, look, Naruto, if you like them and they like you too, I don't see the problem. He said it as if it were the most basic and simple thing in the world. Naruto, the problem is very simple. They can't stand each other. I already told you about it at my apartment. And if that happened during training, what could happen if one of them felt scorned or outraged or humiliated? It would be my trip to the gravedigger, wiping away a treacherous drop of sweat that was beginning its downward journey on his forehead, a product of stress and nerves. Kakashi, I'll just tell you one thing. You wait, keep not moving, keep refusing to do anything, and a moment will come when everything moves forward on its own, and when that happens, the one who remains static is left out of life's progress. Naruto remained thoughtful for a few moments. His sensei might be right. Jirja himself had told him this long ago. The one who doesn't move and fight for what he wants ends up veiling Shadow's memories of a better time than the present. He was beginning to feel bad. He was overwhelmed beyond measure. Naruto, I don't know what to do, completely lost in the stormy sea that was his emotions at that moment. Kakashi, you'll find a way, you always do. You could talk to them, ask each of them for a day just for the two of you, without interruptions, without problems. I'm sure they'll understand. And if not, well, they'll agree to be with you without the other one bothering you. Naruto, well, it's not a bad idea. Something strange clicked in his head. It's a phenomenal idea. Jumping out of his seat, completely motivated again, Kakashi watched him, smiling slightly, feeling satisfied to have helped his male student on the other side. The customers and waitresses of the shop watched them with huge beads of sweat on their necks. I'm leaving right now. You pay the bill, sensei. See you. Leaving the cafe in a hurry, Kakashi remained frozen in his seat, turning his head slightly to observe the cashier, who returned the gesture with a knowing smile. 8 coffees, 3 juices, 4 toasts, 2 desserts, and an ice cream weren't going to be cheap. The poor silver-haired man watched through the window as his pupil sped away through the village streets. Kakashi's POV, you'll pay for this. Naruto taking out his wallet. Inside were a couple of bills and a piece of lint. This is my downfall, he thought, head down, cursing his lack of good fortune, both financial and personal. Naruto slowed his pace once he was far enough away from the place where he had shared opinions with his sensei. He smiled, satisfied that he hadn't had to pay for the small breakfast he'd had. It was ironic. At the start of the morning he'd been stuffed, but talking with his novel-loving teacher had loosened him up considerably. A crowd of people at the village entrance caught his attention. Perhaps Don Luis de Almeida had returned with more eccentricities from the mysterious West, or perhaps some famous person had deigned to pass through Konoha. A slave to his curiosity, he approached the enormous crowd. Pushing through the civilians and shinobi was incredibly difficult. Little by little, he advanced through the tide of people pressed against each other, driven by a collective and inquisitorial curiosity. He stopped, still far from the front row, any attempt to move thwarted. He decided to ask some of those present. Naruto, can someone tell me what's going on? Among the crowd were faces of doubt, some stoic, others sad, some terrified. Excuse me, can you tell me what's happening? One of the shinobi confronted him. The young Uzumaki saw an expression of dejection on his face. Shinobi, Team 10 is back from their mission. Their captain died on it. I can't believe Asuma-san is dead. The blonde youth felt a slight tremor of emotions, thanked the shinobi for the information, and tried to reach the front row without success. Shikamaru and his companions walked with their heads down. Behind them, 2 shinobi carried a stretcher with a body hidden under a white sheet. The blue-eyed man remained silent, letting them pass. Naruto POV, I'll talk to them later and I'll officiate the funeral if they allow me. The boy clasped his hands, praying softly, surrounded by a deep silence. My teammates. Chapter 22. The rest of the day passed with an unsettling calm. The news of the death of the relative of the late third Hokage and an entire team of Jounin resonated in the hearts of all the inhabitants of Konohagakure no Sato. The information spread like an uncontrolled epidemic. Naruto abandoned his plans for his 2 companions and decided to speak with the 5th Hokage, Tsunade Senju, about officiating the funeral of the late sensei of Team 10 of the Golden Generation. Tsunade was deeply troubled, weighing heavily on her shoulders the guilt of having been responsible for sending Asuma Sarutobi and other skilled shinobi to their deaths. Although she had assembled a sizable force to repel the attack on the Fire Temple, it hadn't been enough to defeat 2 Akatsuki members who, from now on, were labeled as potentially dangerous. A knock on the door pulled her from her thoughts. Remorse. Tsunade, come in, you can enter. The door opened and her assistant and student Shizune entered, accompanied by the blonde Uzumaki, who wore a serious face. It was no wonder the loss of someone you know always leaves a void, and however small it may be, it disorients you and invites you to reflect. Naruto. Good morning, Tsunade-sama. The blonde greeted him with a slight nod, prompting him to explain the reason for his visit to her office. I learned of the death of Asuma Sarutobi and a team of Jounin at the hands of 2 Akatsuki members. As you can understand, in my position as a Jinchuriki, I feel indirectly responsible for what happened. The hazel-eyed woman's lip curled slightly upon hearing this. She didn't like self-flagellation, but she had been blaming herself ever since learning the outcome of the mission. I would like to officiate their funerals. It's a small token of my atonement for being involved in the events that led them to that mission, which ended their lives. The Senju rose from her seat, gazing at the village through the immense window of her office. Naruto remained rigid, solemn, without uttering a word until the leader of Konoha broke the silence in the room. Tsunade, are you sure? There are still people who harbor some resentment towards you, not as much as before, but there is still pain and bitterness in their hearts. The young Uzumaki smiled sadly. He was fully aware of it. It was an irrefutable reality, but his duty as a shinobi, as a believer, compelled him to do so. Naruto, I am fully aware, Tsunade-sama. I have already accepted who I am. I promise myself to change people's hearts with my actions and perhaps with my words, every gesture of hatred, every word of displeasure. Every dark look are tests for me for my heart and spirit. I am not afraid of the hatred, and the village I am afraid of doing nothing to change it. And betraying my ideals of turning my back on myself, the Hawkeye sighed, without taking her eyes off the beautiful village she was proud to lead. She was confused. The decision to accept this was hers once again in the end. She was the one who would bring about the next events for her village internally. Tsunade, if that is your wish, turning to face the young, blue-eyed Jinchuriki, you have my permission to act as the monk who will grant rest to the souls of those poor men. It is yours. Then to guarantee their eternal rest, the young man bowed in respect to his leader and left the office. Heading to his apartment to prepare for the funeral service, he was perfectly aware that a great collective emotional weight now rested on his shoulders. A few hours after Naruto took her to his apartment, Sakura woke from her long sleep. Traces of alcohol still lingered in her body, causing a slight discomfort but nothing more than a mild stomach ache and a dry mouth. She got out of bed and walked slowly to the small bathroom in her home. She brushed her teeth to get rid of the bad taste in her mouth and took a quick shower to regain the energy she'd lost the night before. Minutes later, she left her apartment and walked through the village streets. The atmosphere was quite somber. Sakura didn't know what on earth had happened to the dejected faces she passed. She stopped at a random shop to look in the window. Ordinary, unremarkable clothes filled the small mezzanine behind the glass. A couple of voices behind her caught her attention. "Villager, I heard about Asumasen's death. Apparently, 2 Akatsuki members ended his life, and the lives of other jounin. I don't know who they were. I'm sorry for their families." "Villager, one of them was my neighbor's nephew. She's devastated. Akatsuki will come for the boy. You know, I'm afraid something will happen to us because of him." The Rose continued listening, clenching her fists in rage. "Villager, you're right. In the end, the innocent will pay for the guilty. There's no justice in this world these days. It seems Kamisama has abandoned us." The young Kunoichi left the place, walking through the village towards Ino's house. Once there, she was greeted by Ino's mother, who displayed the same desolate expression as many of the Konoha inhabitants she had encountered. "Sakura, hello Mrs. Yamanaka. I was wondering if I could see Ino." The woman didn't know what to say. Footsteps behind her made her turn around to see her daughter, her eyes red from crying. Ino. Yamanaka threw herself into her old friend's arms, resuming her sobs. "Ino, I am so sorry." The young mental techniques specialist was still clinging to her, overcome with tears and distress. Sakura could only hug her and try to comfort her as best she could. There was nothing more to do or say, simply try to hold her in those moments of weakness. Naruto arrived home in complete silence. He had walked calmly through the village, receiving only a few reproachful glances, far fewer than he had expected. He left his new cloak on a chair and undressed to take a shower. He relaxed as the warm water cascaded over his body, taking deep breaths to calm the unease that seemed to be threatening to take hold of him. Stepping out of the shower, he gazed at his reflection, blurred by the steam clinging to the glass. He wiped a portion of it with his hand before looking at himself in the mirror. His serious expression remained unchanged as he stared at himself, as if under some strange spell. Footsteps outside caught his attention. He finished drying himself and tied a towel around his waist to go out and greet his unexpected visitor. Sasuke Uchiha had entered her teammate's apartment. Her sensei Kakashi had visited her minutes earlier to tell her the latest news that was shaking Konoha to its very core. The Koppanen had asked his student to attend the funeral as a sign of respect for her comrades. The Sharigan wielder had accepted so as not to dishonor her sensei after the White Fang's son left his mansion. The idea of a possible self-incrimination due to his status as a Jinchuriki crossed her mind. Therefore, she decided to visit him to see how he was doing. She entered his house through the open window and confirmed that he was in the bathroom by the light coming through the cracks in the door. She waited silently for him to come out, arms crossed. The bathroom door opened, revealing the young man with golden hair, loose and slightly damp. Sasuke couldn't take her eyes off the boy, who looked at her with a faint smile. "Naruto, do I look bad?" Looking at himself with an amused expression, the brunette did not change her serious expression, getting to the point. "Sasuke, don't put on that fake smile mask. It doesn't work on me. I know Asumasen's death has you worried." The blonde young man changed his expression to a serious one. Sasuke kept his gaze on him at all times. "Naruto, you're right. I'm worried because he didn't have to die. Nor the others who were with him. Those Akatsuki have me as their target. Anyone who falls into their hands in this country will be my fault." The woman with black eyes followed the man who walked around the room almost naked with her penetrating gaze. The man bent down, opening a small chest next to his dresser. "I'm going to change my clothes if it's not too much trouble." The Uchiha's eyes widened slightly in surprise, and she turned away, terribly embarrassed for having forced Naruto to call her attention. "You can look now." The Uchiha turned around, contemplating her comrade dressed in a completely black robe, as well as the pants and boots he wore. His hair was tied back in a high ponytail. Sasuke, you'll go to the funeral. It wasn't a question. It was more than obvious that the man in front of her was going to attend the funeral of those men. Naruto, I'll go and offer my condolences by officiating. Sasuke, are you crazy? Losing her composure for a moment, don't you know that some people will blame you for what happened because of their damn ignorance? Are you an idiot? Naruto, I'm glad you care about me. Smiling sincerely, a faint blush appeared on the troubled face of the only Uchiha survivor of the massacre. But I won't be able to live in peace with myself if I don't guide them towards the light on their final journey. Sasuke, you yourself, I plan to go too. I hope you don't regret this. The young woman prepared to leave through the bedroom window, but her friend's voice stopped her. Naruto. Sasuke, the girl turned her face slightly, glancing at him out of the corner of her eye. Thank you, really thank you so much. The young woman smiled slightly at her companion, leaping out of the apartment window. Naruto watched her run and jump across the rooftops with a grin. It's because of things like this that I can't lose you or Sakura. The afternoon was drawing to a close. The overcast sky had faint reddish tints despite the insistence of the dying sun's light. Gray predominated in a somber sky that seemed to want to accompany and sympathize with all those who entered a small temple located on the Hokage Mountain. Black predominated in all of them. An uncomfortable and heavy silence had settled in the enormous hall that sheltered a grieving village. 5 coffins presided over the ceremony. No one could hold their gaze on them for more than a couple of seconds. The shinobi occupied the front rows. Those closest to the deceased were at the head of the funeral procession. Downcast and sorrowful faces predominated throughout the hall. Asuma's team and his companions as well as his students were on the right. On the left were the comrades and acquaintances of the other 4 heroes fallen in battle. The uncomfortable silence persisted. From the side door of the temple, Naruto appeared with a serious expression. He walked slowly through the middle of the room, was filled with glances from almost everyone present. Each look was different, some expressionless, others filled with sadness. Some with indifference, few with hatred or resentment. The young man reached the stage and stood before everyone present with the 5 coffins behind him. Sakura and all her classmates, as well as their respective senseis, looked at him without knowing what to say or think. Naruto, dear brothers, looking at everyone in the room with a serious expression, today we are gathered here to bid farewell to 5 brave heroes who gave their lives to defend this village. And its people, the gazes fixed on the blonde young man, reflected no emotion other than the pain of their losses. He continued, they fulfilled their duty, they died in combat, they saved some of those present here today with their sacrifice. Looking at the 3 members of Team 10, God is pleased with their bravery and kindness. He will welcome into his bosom those who with hearts cleansed of guilt and clothed in honesty and courage gave their lives for others. That is the premise that must prevail from this day forward in their memory. You must remember their effort, their pain, their fear, their passing to the side of our Lord in the heavens. For it is there that the souls of the worthy converge. Kami-sama awaits them in the kingdom of heaven, where all is light and kindness to us. We are left with the lesson that from this moment on is seared into our hearts. For them, pointing with his arm to the coffins, never abandon the weak fight for our loved ones, do not falter before death, that looms over us like a sinister shadow despite fearing such a grim omen. Such a terrifying vision, we must remember who we are, look back and glimpse those who sacrificed themselves for us. Some of those present could not hold back their tears, weeping silently. Naruto turned to face the coffins, a song escaping his lips. To you who fell before evil, God opens his gates to you, for heaven is your new home as it will be for all living beings. Immense mercy. For the Lord is waiting for you in the house of love, where everything is love and light. The Lord awaits you, for you fulfilled the command of your heart. And thus there was light in the earth. May happiness make you eternal here, as in heaven you may depart in peace. My teammates, Chapter 23. The young man bowed respectfully before the coffins, keeping his head down for a few moments while murmuring a prayer. This time it would only be heard by him and the departing souls. Once he had delivered his message, he walked to the exit, followed by the astonished gazes of all those present. Shikamaru approached the coffins, placing a white carnation on each one, pausing at that of his teacher and friend. Kurenai walked behind him, helped by Kakashi. The 5 coffins were wrapped in an amalgamation of flowers and prayers. Naruto sat on a bench outside, his gaze fixed on the overcast sky that threatened to burst into tears at any moment. Footsteps sounded behind him, but the young monk paid no attention to it. Shikamaru stood behind him, lighting a cigarette. Shikamaru, you were impressive. Thank you very much. The young officiant did not take his eyes off the gray sky. The sadness on his face deepened. Naruto, don't give them to me. It's the least I could do now. Those poor souls will finally rest. That's the ultimate reward for their kindness and bravery. Bodies wither and eventually turn to dust, but their memory and their souls will live forever. The young Nara nodded, taking a drag on his cigarette, took a couple of steps around the back of the bench and sat down next to his classmate, looking at the dense layer of gray clouds that blocked out the little light the sun tried to send them. Shikamaru, it looks like it's going to rain tonight. Naruto didn't change the direction of his gaze. His expression remained sad, anchored in the murky and overcast skies. Naruto, the sky will release its guilt, will you too? The young Nara turned his gaze from the clouds to focus on his friend. Will you release everything that afflicts your heart? Shikamaru, I've been crying over his death all afternoon. Naruto, I mean the hatred and thirst for revenge that coerces your soul. Shikamaru remained silent, his gaze rested on his feet, thinking about what to say to that boy who seemed like a different person at that moment. Shikamaru, I'll make whoever is responsible for his death pay for Asume-sensei, for Kurane-sensei. Naruto, and for you. The young Nara waited expectantly for what his blonde seatmate would say. You'll only do it for a selfish reason. Shikamaru, it's justice. Naruto. The blonde slowly shook his head, followed by a sad smile on his face. Naruto, justice isn't meant to satisfy personal interests. That's what revenge is for. I'd be lying if I said I understood your pain, but think like you always do. Personal interests, selfishness, evil, all of that is intertwined, forming the chain of hatred that enslaves man from the moment he has the use of reason. The men who killed your sensei and 4 other men, as well as numerous monks, are guided by their own personal interests. Are you going to act like them? The Nara lost his temper. Was this man asking for mercy for the murderers? Shikamaru, I don't understand. Am I supposed to just let the death of my sensei and my teammates go? The shouts outside led some of the members of the Golden Generation to leave the temple to see what was happening outside. Naruto, I'm not asking you to be merciful to the wicked. I'm telling you not to seek revenge. Don't be guided by your personal desires. Think that by finishing them off, you will not only honor the memory of the fallen that weighs on your shoulders, and mind you, will also prevent evil from taking hold of more innocent lives. The dark-haired young man was stunned, staring at his friend. All his companions approached slowly, without saying a word, without breaking the atmosphere surrounding the two of them. Remember what we are. What is the mission we were taught? We protect the weak. We prevent evil from walking and spreading. We do it for all those who have neither the strength nor the will to strive to do it. That's why I will help you alleviate this evil that swirls before us. Shikamaru, sometimes I don't know whether to bow down to you or punch you. The golden-haired boy smiled at his friend's comment. Naruto, being guided by feelings and impulses isn't always good, but we're human. We received the gift of thought. You, more than anyone else in this village, possess it. See things without resentment, and you'll see that ending them is our duty, not only for our fallen friends, but also for the entire world. The blonde boy stood up from his seat and walked towards the precipice. He stood for a few moments looking at the sky, light drops beginning to hit his face. The sky can no longer contain its sorrow. Its release will cause it to clear again. The blonde boy jumped, disappearing from the sight of those present. Kakashi, without a doubt, none of us expected him to say things like that. Far from there, in a cave of unknown location, several shadows communed in a circle before the body of a blonde woman. She wore the protector of the Cloud Village. Leader, good with this Biju extracted. We only have 3 left. The silhouette focused its blue eyes with concentric circles on the 2 immortals. Get rid of the body and return to the land of fire. Harass the Konoha forces and force the Kyuubi out of hiding. The 2 nodded. The leader of the organization changed his objective. And you too, Deidara and Tobai, find the 6 tails and bring it here. Deidara, okay. Tobai, my first mission. It'll be so much fun. Deidara-senpai, Iwa's ex, put his hand to his face. Deidara POV, what have I done to the world to deserve this punishment? Looking sideways at the masked man beside him. Leader, you can set off. Don't let me down. The silhouette faded, followed by the others, leaving only the 2 immortals inside the cavern. A torrential downpour struck Konoha. Naruto arrived at his apartment, removed his black cloak and folded it neatly, placing it back in its designated spot. He decided to heat some water for tea, preparing everything he needed and lighting the stove. As the water began its journey to a boil, the young man approached the window, listening to the sound of the rain pounding on the rooftops. A few knocks on the door pulled him from his reverie. He walked slowly across his small room and opened the door. Sakura, hi Naruto, I was surprised by the downpour on my way home. Luckily I was close by. Do you mind? The young man stepped aside, inviting her in. The rose-colored girl entered his house dripping wet, soaking the floor. A misstep by the Kunoichi made her lose her balance, and this, combined with the wet floor, made her slip. Luckily, Naruto managed to catch her in time, holding her in his arms. They both stood motionless, looking at each other, unsure what to say. Blue and green seemed to want to merge. The awkward silence that accompanied the violent situation was broken by the whistling of the kettle. They both blinked, waking from their trance with slight smiles. Naruto, the water. I'm going to make tea. Do you want a cup? Sakura, yes, I'd love to. See, can I use your shower and some clothes? The young man nodded, a little nervous. Naruto, of course I can lend you some old pajamas that fit you well. I'll turn on the heater so you can warm up. Haruno smiled as she went into the bathroom. Naruto walked over to pour himself some tea and wait for his unexpected visitor to finish showering. The sound of the water falling on the tiles added to the sound of the rain outside. Naruto was once again mesmerized, watching the drops fall from the edges of the rooftops surrounding his house. Sakura felt the hot water cascading over her pale skin. She sighed in relief and used her hands to push her hair back. Her body seemed to levitate in that moment, experiencing that slightly silly feeling some people get when it's raining outside and the hot shower water falls on them, bringing with it a sense of absolute comfort. Sakura let the water run over her body for a few more moments. Thinking about what might have happened moments before if the kettle hadn't interrupted them, perhaps, she decided not to dwell on the speculation and stepped out of the shower. She took one of the towels from a small shelf and began to gently dry herself. When her skin was free of moisture, she remembered something very important. She had forgot to take her host's dry clothes. Sakura, "Na Naruto, I forgot my clothes. Could you lengthen them for me, please?" Naruto, "Of course, Sakura, I'll get you something to wear right now." The young man searched through a few drawers, pulling out some pajamas. Most were too small, so he decided to give his clothes to the cherry blossom kunoichi. "Sakura, I can't find anything in your size, so I'll give you some of my clothes. Some pants and undershirt, and if you get cold, you can wear my cloak, which is folded on my bed." The bathroom door opened a crack, and the young man passed his clothes to her through the small opening. "Sakura, thanks, Naruto, I'll be right out." The boy returned to the table and continued drinking his tea, gazing out the window. Moments later, Sakura left the bathroom dressed in a t-shirt that clung to her body quite well and pants that were a little too big. Luckily, a belt in her boots stopped causing her any problems. The young kunoichi with pink hair sat down at the table, receiving a glass of tea from her comrade in arms. "Again, thanks, I owe you one, Naruto." "Naruto, don't worry, you would do the same for me," smiling at his friend, causing her to blush slightly. Sakura's POV, "You have no idea how much I'd like to." "Naruto, don't you find it pleasant to watch the rain fall from the warmth of your home?" The woman watched the water fall through the window. Sakura, "Honestly, it's hypnotic. The sound and the scent of wet earth, those are things that bring you inner peace." Naruto, "Yeah, whenever it rains, I spend hours mesmerized listening to the rain joining the sky when I think it's crying." Sakura stared at him. Mesmerized, she still couldn't get used to that face of her friend even though she loved it. "Sakura, you were very good. Roman 2 really liked your words at the Hokage Mountain Temple. They really touched me." Sakura cursed herself internally for seeming like a fool who didn't know what to say. Luckily, her companion seemed very happy with her words. Naruto, "Thank you, Sakura, it came from the heart. I wanted to officiate the funeral because I feel responsible for the deaths caused by Akatsuki. It's the least I can do. Guide the souls on the right path, illuminate the darkness with my voice, fight against the shadows that loom over us." Sakura, "I really like you when you get all mystical." The girl brought her hands to her mouth, blushing terribly at the tremendous, colossal, biblical verbal blunder she had just committed. Naruto was looking at her smiling from the other side of the table. But on his face she could see a slight hint of sadness, of fear, of insecurity. Sakura felt her heart race with the nerves that were bubbling up in her stomach. She didn't know what her partner might say to her. And judging by his face, it wasn't going to be anything as good as she would like to hear. My Teammates Chapter 24-25. Naruto stared at her for a few moments, unsure what to say to his guest. Although he had a horrible feeling of déjà vu, it couldn't necessarily end the same way his conversation with his other teammate had. He took a breath as he watched his friend being consumed by nerves. It was clear from her beautiful face that she felt very uncomfortable sitting in front of him. Naruto, "Sakura, your words make me so happy, and you don't know how much I like telling you that I like you a lot too, every moment." With every word, the woman looked at him with a light in her beautiful green eyes that almost blinded him. "However, I feel that you might hate me or not be able to look me in the eyes the same way." Sakura, "Why would I do that? I don't understand. I don't know what you're trying to tell me." Naruto, "You see, I was alone my whole childhood. My early years weren't the best. I suffered all kinds of deprivations until I was 6. But the one that marked me the most, the one that hurt me the most, was not having someone who loved me. Then I met you and Sasuke, Urukai-sensei, Kakashi-sensei, old Saru Tobai, Tsunade Obachin, Erosanin, all our classmates and friends. I was never alone again, and I try to treasure every friendship like the most precious of relics. However, maturity leads you to see, to feel certain things. Your perception changes, you develop other feelings, a different vision of what was once perfectly clear." Sakura looked at him, uncomprehending. Naruto was someone who had been beating around the bush a lot lately. She found it attractive. But at that moment she was praying that her platonic love would get straight to the point. But she was so nervous that she couldn't string together a sentence that ended with her silence. I don't want to lose anyone. I don't want to lose my ties with any of my loved ones. I'm telling you this because I feel a deep affection and love for you, so immense and so boundless that it's nothing other than love." Sakura felt her chest quicken as the swarm of butterflies in her stomach increased its voracious appetite. But the problem is I'm very selfish because what I feel for you I feel for Sasuke Sakura opened her eyes completely stunned and in shock, emotionally devastated by the boy she liked. Sakura, no, I don't understand why. The young man with golden hair watched her sadly as he finished his tea and poured himself some more to ease the lump that threatened the integrity of his voice. Naruto. Because I'm selfish, Sakura, think of it this way: if I chose Sasuke, or if I chose you, how would you feel if you were the one rejected? Sakura, Mbad, no, I couldn't see you with her without my heart breaking into pieces, without feeling like I was dying inside seeing you happy with someone other than me, bringing her hand to her heart, which was still beating excitedly. Naruto. You're wrong about something. I couldn't be completely happy. I love you both too much to bear being the cause of your sadness. Both you and Sasuke are too important to me to choose. I'd rather not have a romantic relationship with anyone than be the reason for one of your sadness. I don't want to be the reason for your tears. You're crying. I can't. I don't want to be your sorrow. I told Sasuke this. And I'm telling you this too. I can't choose one over the other because I would never forgive myself. I hope you don't. Not rejecting you, I'm just avoiding breaking one of the two hearts that make me dream and sigh. Sakura, Naruto, I don't know what to say right now. I didn't know you felt this way. I can't think of anything right now. Looking a little sadly at the man in front of her, Naruto smiled with a hint of sadness, taking one of the glasses that were on the teapot tray and pouring tea into it. Sakura thought she would offer him a drink, but right now she didn't feel like it. Naruto, if you'll excuse me just a moment. The Rose nodded, watching her companion walk slowly to the bedroom window. The blue-eyed man opened it, glancing to one side with a faint smile. Come in, Sasuke, I don't want you catching a cold spying on us. The young Jinchuriki stepped away from the window so the last Uchiha of Konoha could enter the room. She was wearing a completely soaked black tactical cloak. Luckily, these were waterproof for obvious reasons. Naruto took the garment and carried it to the bathroom to drip dry. Both women stood looking at each other without saying a word. Here, Sasuke, warm up with a drink. The young Uzumaki handed the cup to the brunette, who took it without saying or doing anything. The Sharigan wielder remained standing, taking a sip of her hot beverage. Did you hear the whole conversation? The woman looked first at her interrogator and then at her companion. She took another sip of tea, nodding slightly with the head. Sasuke, after the ceremony I followed Sakura. I knew she would come here. It was just a coincidence. Sakura, more like you were afraid that he and I might do something wrong. Naruto, believe me, Sakura, even though sometimes my physical instincts are very strong, I can't betray my soul. I can't do something that would irreparably harm one of you. Sasuke, well, things aren't going very well for you at the moment, fixing her accusing black eyes on the man in front of her. Naruto, and what the hell do? I love you both, damn fortune that mocks me. If you feel bad about this now, how would you feel if I chose one of you, the one who's left out of the equation? How would she feel? The two women looked at each other for a few moments before focusing again on their blonde announcer. How would I feel? Would I be completely happy? Or I'd have a thorn in my heart for life, seeing one of them sad, feeling like scum, for not being completely happy with whoever I chose. It would be like cheating on her in the vilest, dirtiest, and most despicable way I can think of. I prefer to be your friend, seeing I couldn't see you with another man. I guess I'm a selfish man trying to appear generous, bringing his cold hand to his face. The difference in temperature between the two areas of his body was undeniable. His forehead was burning, his throat suffering the onslaught of the lump caused by the irritation of his nerves, and the unease of seeing himself losing everything like Erosin, another student who fails like his master in things outside the shinobi realm. I'm sorry. I can't choose between losing my right arm or my left. I can't choose whether I lose one leg or the other. I want myself intact. I am whole. If it's with you two by my side, I want to be happy with you both. Can't live without either of you. I want to fight to struggle to have you with me every moment of my life. I'd rather live with you for 2 years and die happy than have a long existence without either of you. It wouldn't be life. I'd be dead inside. I am selfish. But I don't want to reject those who are so important to me, those who have made me feel the most important thing in this world. The two women stared at him in silence. Naruto felt a horrible headache accompanied by sharp pains in his throat and a terrible discomfort in his stomach. The anxiety and the bad time he had experienced were taking a toll on his health. He was starting to feel very ill. If not, you don't mind, I'm going to lie down for a moment. The young man stood up with his head down and walked slowly past the two women who were watching him without understanding. The boy was about to lie down when he felt a huge discomfort that made him stagger and fall face down on the ground. Sakura immediately got up to help him, and Sasuke also came over to make sure he was okay. Sakura, Naruto, are you all right? The Rose placed her hand on the boy's forehead, feeling the intense heat radiating from him. He has a fever. Sasuke, find a cloth and dampen it, then we'll get him into bed. The brunette nodded, rummaging through the drawers for a towel or something that would work. She remembered there were quite a few on one of the bathroom shelves, walked to the sink and grabbed one. She looked around to see if there was a bucket or something to pour water on. In the end, she only found the mop bucket. She changed the water and washed the bucket, filling it with fresh water. Sakura remained worried, watching the young man lying on his back on the floor, breathing with difficulty. Her teammate arrived with a cloth and a bucket. They both lifted the boy and placed him on his bed. Sasuke soaked the towel in the water, and after removing the excess liquid, placed it on the Jinchuriki's forehead. A beam of light illuminated the room. A storm had begun. He opened his eyes, feeling his forehead very cold and wet. Carefully, he tried to sit up, feeling a slight pain in the area of his forehead. A few pricking sensations and a bit of discomfort still lingered in his body. He remembered everything that had happened on that frustrating day. He looked out the window, observing the street dimly lit by the streetlights. The rain continued to fall heavily, flooding the street visible from his apartment. A flash of light illuminated his face and the entire room, followed by the characteristic sound of such weather phenomena. The boy shifted his gaze. Searching for his two teammates, something in his heart told him despite his pain that they had left, leaving him alone. Carefully, he got up, dodging the bucket of water at the foot of his bed, and walked to the small living room of his house. The light was off, and only the sound of the rain broke the sinister silence of the place. The footsteps of his bare feet echoed almost as loudly as the thunder. He stood silently in the middle of the room, surrounded by darkness. A clap of thunder illuminated the room, revealing two shadows anchored to the wall. The blonde man turned around abruptly, his heart pounding in his chest. Naruto, oh my god. Looking at the two women in front of him with a nervous smile, you scared me half to death. Sakura, you're the one who scared us, standing there with your back to us without moving. Are you feeling better? The young man touched his forehead with a doubtful expression as the rose slowly approached him. You still have a bit of a fever. With her hand on the young shinobi's forehead. Naruto, your hand is really cold. Sakura, feeling a slight twinge of pain in his head. Damn, my head still hurts a little. Aren't you turning on the light? Sasuke, there's no electricity. It went out a while ago. The boy sat down in a chair while Sakura applied some medical chakra to his head to relieve him. Naruto, thank you. Sakura, the young woman smiled, blushing slightly. And thank you too, Sasuke. Sasuke, you're welcome. Looking away, slightly blushing now, will you tell us what happened? Naruto, I don't even know myself. Everything that happened today irritated me so much that maybe I got sick. These are things we don't know why they happen. A corny person would say that my emotional pain became flesh due to the purity and truth of my feelings. Smiling at what he had said. What a stupid thing he had said. Sakura, at least you're better now. I wanted to talk to you about what I was thinking about. What you said to us while you were in bed. I like you a lot. And I guess I don't know how to explain it well. Sasuke took a step forward, putting an arm on Sakura's shoulder. Naruto raised an eyebrow, an unmistakable sign that he didn't know what the hell was going on. Sasuke, Sakura means that we've been talking amongst ourselves while you were half dead. A huge bead of sweat trickled down his neck. And with what you told us, each of us separately, looking at Sakura, who was nodding. And the two of us together, we've decided that we like you and you like us, but you don't want to choose. Sakura, we'd prefer to have a few dates with you individually to test your feelings, and then one date with the three of us to see if your words are as true as we believe. Sasuke, we prefer to share than to have nothing. Naruto's face was a picture. A small drop of sweat trickled down his forehead. It had to be a dream. It couldn't be real. My teammates, chapter 25-26. That's it. It had to be a dream. It couldn't be anything else. The two women in front of him glared at him, waiting for any kind of reaction from him. Naruto continued to stare at them. Completely perplexed, the room was once again completely illuminated by a new flash of lightning, followed by a clap of thunder. The rain continued to fall relentlessly on Konoha. Naruto, is that true? Really, still not quite believing it. Sasuke, by Kamidobi, yes, we're not messing with you about something as serious as this, but just so you know, if you lied to me about anything you told me, the Uchiha became terrifying, even more so when another flash of lightning illuminated her, highlighting her red eyes. I will personally see to it that your god won't be able to get you out of there no matter how much you beg for mercy. Naruto, guys know there won't be any problem, with a huge drop of sweat falling down his neck. Sakura, I'll simply send you to the hospital with the biggest beating you'll ever suffer if you don't back up your words with actions. The bead of sweat on the blonde's head grew even larger as another flash of lightning illuminated the modest apartment. Naruto POV, I think I've gotten myself into a real mess. Smiling nervously. Minutes passed and the power didn't return. Naruto took out a couple of candles and asked Sasuke to light them with her fire release. The small house once again had some light of its own without having to depend on the outside, lamps and lightning. The young Uzumaki invited his companions to stay the night at his house, and neither of them objected to their host's offer. The three of them sat at the table talking about trivial and unimportant things. The sound of the blonde boy's troop seemed to momentarily drown out the thunder. Naruto, I'm starving. I'm going to make something for dinner. The young man got up from his seat and walked to the small kitchen of his apartment, candle in hand, checked his small cupboard for a few moments, and a huge drop of sweat fell down his neck. Sakura, what's wrong, Naruto? Don't tell me there's only instant ramen. The young Jinchuriki closed the small cupboard and moved to the refrigerator, opened the appliance, and the drop increased in size. Inside, there was only an almost empty carton of milk, a bottle of water, and a tomato well, something round of a color between red and brown that was not very appetizing. Sasuke, only you could be affected with a half-smile on her beautiful face. Naruto, touching that weird thing in the refrigerator with his finger, looks like there's only ramen to eat. Sakura, I guess there's no other way, I'm very hungry. Smiling tenderly at the boy, there were things that would never change about that man, at least they were those cute and charming things that reminded her of the Naruto of years ago. The blonde man took out 3 cans of instant ramen and prepared the kettle to heat the water, searching the kitchen for the lighter without success. Naruto, well, today doesn't seem to be the day for finding things, he sighed dejectedly, to the amusement of his 2 companions. Sasuke, would you do me a favor? The brunette nodded, turning on the stove. The water began to heat slowly as the 3 continued talking without a care in the world, although Sakura and Naruto mostly exchanged words and Sasuke only occasionally spoke. The water was ready for its purpose. Naruto turned off the fire and carefully prepared the 3 bowls of noodles. Dinner was ready, and the 3 of them ate in silence while the sound of rain and occasional thunder surrounded the small apartment. After finishing dinner, Naruto threw the containers in the trash and smiled at the 2 girls. Naruto, I suppose one of you 2 will sleep in the bed and the other on the sofa. I'll sleep on the floor. You 2 need to come to an agreement. The atmosphere suddenly turned cold. Both girls looked at each other. It's unclear if with hatred, rivalry, little affection. The only reasonable and perfectly viable thing was the fact that they didn't seem very willing to give in to the other with a smile. Naruto, true to his new habit, had a huge drop of sweat on his forehead. Sakura, don't think for a second that I'll give an inch to you despite what we talked about, looking defiantly at her Uchiha companion. Sasuke, HPMF, returning her gaze haughtily. Naruto, don't get so worked up, we can draw straws or something. The 2 women's eyes focused on him. The poor blonde felt himself shrink before those 4 eyes which, although beautiful, were very frightening. Sasuke, don't get involved in this. The blue-eyed boy nodded, swallowing hard and taking a couple of steps away from them. Naruto's POV, just like I said, today hasn't gone well at all, he cried comically in his mind while Kurama laughed at him. Kurama, you 2. 30-minute stretch of female confrontation. Naruto remained seated in his chair while the 2 women in front of him engaged in a terrifying duel. Kunai in hand, the knife game would decide who would sleep in the bed with him. Sakura, I'll start. The Rose took her weapon and placed her hand on the table with her palm extended in the same way as her fingers. Quickly she plunged the knife between them, passing from one point to another of the hand with great skill. After its journey, she plunged the kunai forcefully into the wood, getting up from her seat. Naruto POV, my table, crying comically. Sasuke took a seat under the confident gaze of her rival, dislodging the weapon from the surface of the furniture, concentrating on the edge of the ninja tool. Sakura, 6 seconds beat that if you can, which it won't be, smiling arrogantly at the brunette. Sasuke didn't look at her. She concentrated on the metal edge and placed her hand on the table in the same way that Sakura's hand had been seconds before. She began her turn by plunging the kunai in with astonishing speed, the weapon dancing gracefully between her fingers, almost caressing them. Sakura's eyes widened in surprise when her rival finished. Sasuke, 5 seconds, you lost. It's your turn. On the couch, the Uchiha looked at the man who had a lost gaze, watching the rain fall outside the window while he continued crying in his mind. Dobi, you have to sleep with me, and tomorrow you have a date with me too. Sakura, no way, we only bet on the place to sleep. Fixing her green eyes on the black eyes of the Sharigan user. Sasuke, do you want to bet again? Twisting the kunai on her index finger while raising her chin, feeling superior to her rival. Sakura, consider it done, frowning. Naruto, we'll talk about it tomorrow. Please, I'm not feeling well, not knowing what excuse to give to avoid further damage to his property and perhaps to himself. Sakura, oh Naruto, are you still sick? I'll take care of you. The Rose slowly approached the boy but was stopped by Sasuke, who stood between them, grabbing the young Uzumaki's arm. Sasuke, I'll take care of him tonight. Let's go to bed. The brunette took the poor blonde boy with her while Sakura glared at her angrily. Sakura's POV, Sasuke has a date with me tomorrow and you won't stop it. Once the other 2 were in bed, Sakura sighed dejectedly, throwing herself down on the sofa. This is taking forever, damn cheater. She searched for the best position to fall asleep, though she had no desire to. Sasuke waited until the young man was comfortable in his bed and rested her head on the chest of the lucky blue-eyed boy. Naruto sighed dejectedly. Sasuke's calm breathing matched his own. Naruto gazed at her sweet face and couldn't help but smile slightly as he resisted the urge to stroke her cheek. Naruto POV, you're going to drive me crazy, but what a bewitching madness. You 2 are. The shinobi stared at his bedmate for a few moments, maybe a few seconds, maybe a few minutes, without a doubt. It was going to be a busy few days for Team 7. The sun rose again over the flooded Konoha. The damp rooftops of the village were illuminated by the first light of dawn. The early risers left their homes to carry out their daily tasks and chores, taking great care not to step in the enormous puddles of water and mud that abounded in all the streets at that hour. Shifting our focus to a small apartment, the light of the new day began to bother a blond boy with curious whisker-like markings on his cheeks that gave him a very adorable appearance. Beside him, or rather on top of him, a brunette with fair, delicate skin was still fast asleep thanks to the comfort of her brand-new pillow. The boy opened his eyes, as blue as the clear sky that very morning he felt radiant after resting all night. His eyes focused on his precious Sasuke, who in his eyes was more beautiful than ever. Footsteps drew his attention away from the Uchiha. "Sakura, you're finally awake," watching them with her arms crossed, clearly annoyed. "Your sofa is awful, my back hurts so much," stretching with a pained expression. "Naruto, if you want I can give you a massage." The woman resting on his chest shifted uncomfortably at the sound. She had finally woken up because of the commotion. Sakura, don't make so much noise with your complaints, I want to sleep." Hugging her blonde cushion possessively, Sakura clenched her teeth in pure anger. "Sakura, enjoy it while you can because Naruto has a date with me today." Sasuke didn't flinch at those words. She simply continued clinging to the blonde boy who was smiling nervously. Naruto, well, before we do anything, he crossed his fingers, creating a clone that materialized next to Sakura. "I'll send a copy to get ingredients and we'll make a nice breakfast. You'll need your strength to continue." Sakura huffed in annoyance, and Sasuke imitated her. A huge drop of sweat fell down the backs of the two boys' necks. The clone left the small apartment block heading for the fruit shop and some small food store. The original, for his part, got out of bed despite the complaints of the black-eyed girl, walked to the bathroom brushing his teeth and splashing some water on his face to remove any trace of sleep from his face, urinated and looked at himself in the mirror, feeling his jaw. His skin was a little prickly. The hair of his beard was beginning to emerge. He smiled to himself and left the small room to come face to face with Sasuke, who entered it. "Sakura, you should shave. I don't like you with a beard." The blue-eyed boy smiled charmingly at his teammate. "Naruto, and here I was thinking I'd look hexier to you like that." Feigning sadness at the pink-haired Konoichi's comment. "Sakura, I like you a lot." Slightly blushing, "But that beard is too much for you, Naruto." "Naruto, well, as soon as Sasuke gets out of the bathroom, I'll shave." The clone returned home with a couple of bags full of groceries. Naruto smiled contentedly, placing the bags on the table and his clone disappearing. "Now, when I finish shaving, I'll make breakfast." "Sakura, oh, don't worry, I'll prepare it, okay?" The blue-eyed man looked at her doubtfully. "Don't tell me you don't like my food." Looking at him with narrowed eyes and an aura dangerous around her. "Naruto, no, I love your food." "Sakura, I can't wait to try your wonderful breakfast." The pink-haired girl smiled, blushing slightly as she took things out of one of the bags. Sasuke left the bathroom with her eyes closed. "Sasuke, I'm hungry." "Naruto, make something delicious." "Sakura, I'll prepare something and don't even think about mooching. Come and help me." Naruto needs to shave. "Naruto, sorry Sasuke, but Sakura doesn't like my mature style." "Sasuke, I like it," without showing any emotion on her face. "Sakura, well, not me, so let him go in to get ready and you come help me, we'll finish sooner." The brunette huffed in annoyance as the blonde went back into the bathroom to groom himself a little. Both women took out all the contents of their bags to see what they could prepare to break their fast. Naruto looked at himself in the mirror again, ran his hand over his chin and cheeks, feeling the roughness of his skin. Naruto's POV, to be honest, it's a bit uncomfortable to touch. He checked the small cabinet next to the faucet, taking out a can of shaving foam and a disposable razor. "I hope I don't cut myself. Those damn things sting like hell." He poured some foam onto his hand and rubbed it all over the areas with facial hair, poured some water into the sink and wet the razor in it. "Well, let's go." Outside the bathroom, Sakura and Sasuke moved around the small apartment, preparing some of the food. Sakura made toast, and Sasuke chopped some fruit while keeping an eye on the coffee maker. They stored the rest of the food they weren't going to use in the pantry. Little by little, breakfast was taking shape, a very appetizing shape. My Teammates Chapter 26. Naruto emerged freshly shaved from the bathroom. The smell of breakfast caressed his sense of smell, inviting him to eat. The boy walked over to his two teammates, smiling and hungrily eyeing the food. "Naruto, that looks delicious, thanks, girls." The two smiled slightly without looking at him. Sakura poured the coffee into 3 cups, and Sasuke brought a handful of toast to the table along with various toppings such as butter and jams of different flavors. The 3 of them sat down and began to eat in silence. Everything was delicious. Naruto tried the fruit cocktail prepared by Sakura and then took one of the toasts made by Sasuke. Everything was very tasty. He smiled happily, satisfying his hunger. Sakura, thank you so much, Naruto with a slight blush on her beautiful face. Will you have a date with one of us today? Naruto, I don't want to choose one over the other. I love you both equally. Can't the three of us be together? With a little hope of ending the conflicts between the two women. Sasuke, I don't know, staring intently at her cherry-haired rival. In the end, she always provokes me into fighting. Sakura muttered through gritted teeth, visibly angry at such an out-of-place comment. Sakura, well, I'm sorry, but you and I were supposed to have agreed that we'd share it, but we didn't say anything about how to do it. Sasuke, you didn't want to talk about that point in question because you want it all to yourself. You're selfish. Sakura frowned at the insult from the dark-haired woman of the Uchiha clan. Sakura, me selfish. Excuse me, but I won't be that selfish when I agreed to share it with you, knowing that you're as selfish as you supposedly think I am. Both girls looked at each other with rivalry, to the point that it seemed like lightning bolts were shooting out of their eyes and colliding in an epic stare duel. Naruto sighed dejectedly. The day hadn't even started and they were already fighting. Naruto POV, what I have to put up with. They look so beautiful when they blush for me, the blonde thought calmly, trying to escape the struggle between the two women. Sakura, I don't know what you can suggest, but right now I can't think of anything to solve the problem. Sasuke, me neither. Both women focused their eyes on the young Uzumaki, who was still immersed in his thoughts. Naruto, why are you looking at me like that? Observing the two women who kept staring at him, the two girls glanced at each other for a few moments and then focused again on the object of their problems. Seriously, wouldn't it be better to go outside, take a walk, and have a drink to calm our nerves? Sakura, if there's no other way, huffing in annoyance. Sasuke, if that's what you want, Dobi with her eyes closed and a very visible annoyance on her beautiful face. Naruto, don't be like that. I want to spend a lot of time with you too. I love you both so much. Trying to calm the atmosphere and navigate against a strong gale of feelings and possessiveness. Minutes later, the three of them were walking through the village streets, Naruto in the middle, flanked on either side by his teammates. The blue-eyed boy smiled nervously, looking straight ahead. He noticed something in his right hand. Sakura had taken it. The blonde looked at the pink-haired girl, smiling at her. She blushed deeply, lowering her gaze. Again, the same sensation in his other hand. Sasuke had taken it for herself. The kitsune turned his face to smile at the brunette, who maintained a serious expression with a slight blush on her face. The three of them were the center of attention on the street. Naruto remained stoic but with a faint smile of happiness. A small bar gave them a little more privacy. The three members of Team 7 took seats at one of the tables, Naruto in the middle and his companions beside him. Waiter, good afternoon, what would you like to order? A fairly young man was serving them. Naruto, what do you have to drink? The waiter touched his cheek, thinking for a few moments before reciting from memory the list of drinks they had available. Waiter, we have orange, lemon, and pineapple juices for alcohol. We have sake from the land of rice and also a few barrels of beer. They're the new sensation all over the country. Naruto, we know we've already tried them before. Give me a pitcher of ice-cold beer and what do you want? Sakura, I'd like an orange juice. The man wrote down the two orders in his notebook and looked at the last customer. Waiter, and you? Sasuke, I'd also like a pitcher of ice-cold beer. The boy jotted it down in his little book with a small smile. Waiter, and what about food? The starter is free. You can choose between some grilled meat, a full and dressed salad, or some grilled fish. Naruto, in that case, does the meat sound good to you? Both women smiled in agreement with the request. The waiter bowed slightly to leave and give the order but was stopped by one of the two girls. Sakura, if you'll excuse me, I changed my order to a beer as well. I've changed my mind. I'm sorry for the inconvenience. A little embarrassed at having to copy the Uchiha. A few moments later, the same boy returned with the three imposing beer mugs, placing them in front of each of the customers with a slight smile. Waiter, here you are. I hope you enjoy them. The starter will be ready shortly. Sorry for the delay. The boy bowed again and went back to attend to other customers. Naruto ran his finger along the thin layer of frost surrounding the glass of the pitcher, tasting great pleasure. Naruto, let's toast to us. The blue-eyed boy took his beer and raised it, followed by his two companions. To the three of us, to many more moments like this, to our happiness. The clinking of the glasses punctuated his words, and the three took a large sip of the sacred liquid crafted by none other than Kami-sama. The atmosphere relaxed as the beers passed around the table. They had each had three already and seemed to want to continue their private conversation. However, someone unexpected entered the small establishment. Kakashi, me. I didn't expect to see the three of you together here. The blonde boy greeted his teacher effusively, inviting him to sit with them. So early and you're already drunk. Naruto, don't talk nonsense, Sensei. We only have a couple of them. I'll treat you to something for what happened the other day. Kakashi, in that case I'll have a drink with you. Both women focused on their teacher with a slight twitch in their eyes. Sasusaku POV, it will be taken advantage of. The waiter approached to take the new customer's order. Waiter, good afternoon, sir, what will you be ordering? Kakashi, another beer please. The young waiter was about to leave, but Kakashi called his attention again. Put it on the blonde boy's tab. The waiter nodded with a huge bead of sweat on his head while the two women continued to stare like daggers at the erotic novel reader. Sasusaku POV, just what I thought, a total opportunist. Kakashi, and well, tell me, what are the three of you doing here all together? The two women looked away, blushing slightly at that indirect comment, if you could even call such a brazen remark from their silver-haired sensei with questionable literary tastes. Naruto, oh nothing, we just decided to meet here to spend the morning and have a drink. Last night was a bit strange. They both looked at their beloved with narrowed eyes, either it was the alcohol or she was letting her tongue run away with her mentor. Kakashi, yes, it was a very stormy night. With his hand on his chin in a thoughtful gesture, the waiter brought him his drink and placed it in front of him, leaving after giving a slight bow. Tasting his drink, this is much better than sake, isn't it? Naruto, very true Kakashi-sensei, you are absolutely right. Kakashi, and what do you plan to do after drinking? Suspiciously interested in the course of his student's day. Sasuke POV, he's acting too strange today. All this curiosity gives me a bad feeling watching her teacher as he drank from his jug. At the other end of the table, Sakura also had the same thoughts as her companion regarding her teacher and specifically, the strange curiosity and interest that he showed lately and exclusively with them. Sakura, Sensei, you've been very interested in everything we do lately, can you tell me why? Looking at him with narrowed eyes, thus making the well-known Kapanin a little nervous. Kakashi, I don't know what you're talking about. Sakura scratching the back of his neck a little nervous and turning his head so he could drink the beer without her seeing his face. Naruto, well, let's not get so worked up, let's just drink a little more and forget our troubles, taking what was left in his jug. Sakura, that's it. She downed her beer in one gulp. Sasuke narrowed her eyes, looking at the rose, and finished her beer in one swift motion, mimicking her. Kakashi felt a huge bead of sweat on the back of his neck when he noticed this. Kakashi's POV, what a rivalry, and I was complaining about mine with Guy. My teammates. Chapter 27. The four continued drinking for a while longer until their bodies, especially their stomachs, began to reject more alcohol. Naruto, visibly dizzy, called the waiter to ask for the bill. The young waiter appeared at the shinobi's table with the bill for their orders. Waiter, here you go. The blonde man looked at the paper and took out his wallet, beginning the parade of bills. Naruto, here you go. The waiter collected the money and went to get the change. After a few seconds, he returned with the change and handed it to the blue-eyed man with a smile. Waiter, thank you very much for your visit. Please come again soon, bowing respectfully as the shinobi left. Once outside the establishment, the boys looked at each other, unsure what to do. Naruto, all that beer has made me sleepy, but if I lie down now, I doubt I'll be able to sleep tonight. Sakura, I feel the same way. I'm homesick. So much alcohol isn't good, feeling a little unwell from drinking too much. Sasuke, I want to train to see if it goes down. Whatever. The three young people looked at each other with strange and funny faces. Kakashi smiled under his mask with a perverse idea in his mind. Kakashi's POV, I'll convince them to go train, then I'll apologize and leave. I'll stay behind and spy. And I'll witness the wonderful group hex scene. After training, I'll be able to see with my own eyes my favorite chapter of Jiraiya-sama's book. The silver-haired man drooled under his mask as he clutched the latest book of the Gamma-sanin with strange and sick intentions inside one of the pockets of his tactical vest. Naruto, who had been staring at him, shuddered at the thought of what might be going through his sensei's head, or rather his sick sensei's head. Sasuke, hey Dobi, the blonde tilted his head, snapping out of his trance, let's train or not. Naruto, I don't care as long as the high passes a little, and Sakura also wants to go, touching his face a little in a vain attempt to clear his head a bit. Sakura, I don't care, I just want my stomach pain to go away. Caressing her belly, badly hurt by the effects of alcohol, the four then marched to training ground number 7. The journey was silent and arduous. Their bodies weren't well prepared for the movement, so more than one bout of nausea and the occasional dizziness served as a stark warning that training wasn't a good idea. 20 minutes later, they arrived at training ground 7. Sakura walked slowly until she leaned against one of the 3 wooden posts in the field. Sasuke and Naruto did the same, but headed towards the small lake to wash their faces, hoping to at least shake off the grogginess brought on by the beers. Kakashi stood watching them from the center of the field with his favorite book in his hands. If one was perceptive and looked closely at the jounin, one could see how the hand holding the book trembled slightly and he gripped the flaps tightly. Without a doubt, it was something worrying. Kakashi, guys, are you ready yet? The 3 of them focused their eyes on their teacher. Sakunaru Sasupav. He's up to something. He's never been so enthusiastic about training or life in general. Observing in detail the jounin with silver hair and a face mask, he felt undressed by those 6 eyes that seemed to scrutinize him to the fullest. Kakashi POV, these three seem to suspect something. Damn it, opening his book to find out how to act in this situation. Naruto, well, let's train. Stretching a little to clear his head next to him, Sasuke imitated him by tilting her head with a serious expression. Sakura, how are we going to do it? A free-for-all. Getting up from the post where she had been sitting all this time. Kakashi jumped to land on a tree branch, sat comfortably leaning against the trunk reading his book and trying to appear as the same boring guy as always. Kakashi, start fighting amongst yourselves, let's see how you fare individually. Turning a page. Naruto POV, one day I'll make Hiroshinen pay for writing that book about me, narrowing his eyes, wishing he could beat up his godfather. Sakura, okay, discreetly glancing maliciously at Sasuke as she put on her gloves, she was going to take it out on the Uchiha under the guise of practice. Sasuke returned her comrade's gaze with the same intentions. This training was sure to be very entertaining. Kakashi, come on, start already, I'm bored waiting. The three prepared to fight. Naruto brandished his staff and struck the ground with it. Sakura got into a fighting stance, ready to dash towards the Uchiha, who was already brandishing her Chokudo pointing at the rose. Naruto had a huge drop of sweat on the back of his neck. Naruto POV, something tells me I'm not needed here. The three looked at each other, taking deep breaths. Sakura took out a kunai, gripping the handle anxiously. Kakashi, who was watching everything from the tree branch, smiled knowingly beneath his mask. Kakashi, go. Sakura shot out like a missile at Sasuke, who took a defensive stance awaiting her opponent. They clashed weapons with serious expressions. The Uchiha pushed the Haruno and tried to cut her with her sword. Sakura blocked the slash and attempted to destabilize her with a sweep. Naruto sighed in amusement, forming hand seals. Naruto, water release, great wave. The blonde boy spat out a huge torrent of water that took the form of a massive tsunami. The two girls jumped away, dodging their beloved's technique and glaring at him angrily. You were ignoring me, I'm sore. The blue-eyed boy stopped the brunette's Chokudo with his staff. That's more like it. Naruto used more force in the clash and destabilized the Sharigan user. Sasuke took a few steps back and tried to defend herself from the Uzumaki's staff strikes. Sakura, earth release, rocky projectile. Sakura stomped her feet, lifting large rocks and kicking them into the air. The boulders shot towards her two companions. Naruto formed hand seals, placing his hands on the ground, creating an impassable wall. Sasuke, meanwhile, used her Chidori to shatter all the projectiles that came her way. The Uchiha charged at the Jadid Sakura, Chidori in hand. Sakura smiled as her hands crackled with electricity. Lightning release, Tengo Fangs. Both women began their own battle, dodging each other. Naruto struck his own wall, using the debris as projectiles. Both women leaped, somersaulting and evading the rocks. Naruto, good work, let's see if you can handle this wind release, air blades. The blonde boy waved his arms wildly, generating large waves of air. Sakura, earth release, earth dome. The rose surrounded herself with rock as Sasuke jumped, dodging the attacks of her love. Sasuke, Katten, great fireball. The enormous flame flew straight towards the Jinchuriki. Naruto stuck his staff into the ground, tracing seals with both hands. Naruto, water release, great water dragon. From the small lake adjacent to the training field, the fearsome beast emerged, roaring with fury. The dragon lunged towards the flame, colliding in an explosion of steam. Naruto picked up his staff, jumping. Stakes of earth rose up where his feet had been. Not bad. Sakura, the rose, appeared behind him, smiling. Sakura, I've got you. The boy received a powerful right hook that sent the blonde flying towards the lake. The young shinobi crashed into the water and was submerged. Sasuke formed hand seals from the ground. Sasuke, fire release, phoenix flames. The enormous blaze rushed swiftly and furiously towards the green-eyed Kunoichi. Sakura spun in the air, dodging the powerful flame. Sasuke ran towards her, katana in hand, to cut her. Sakura fell to the ground, drawing a kunai and throwing it. Sasuke slightly moved her head, dodging the blade by mere centimeters. A faint smile from Sakura alerted her. The rose disappeared in a burst of smoke, revealing the kunai that the Uchiha had just dodged. Sasuke reacted instinctively, ducking to avoid a powerful punch from her rival. Sakura tried to kick her, but the brunette rolled along the ground, using it like a spring to attack. Both became embroiled in a colossal hand-to-hand combat where cuts and blows flew from both sides without connecting. Near where the two women were constantly battling, a blonde boy emerged from the lake, propelled by a geyser of water. The young man smiled sideways as he sat on top of the liquid. Naruto, how quickly they get rid of me so they can fight amongst themselves, observing his two lovers or girlfriends, who knows what they were right now. I'm going to make this more entertaining, with a sinister smile on his face. Water release, great water dragon. The water of the lake began to stir, and from it rose a great dragon that lunged at the two women who were dueling. Sakura, shit, watching the beast approach. Earth release, great rock wall. Striking the ground to raise it as a defensive bulwark, Sasuke smiled confidently, tracing hand seals. Sasuke, Katten, great fireball. The powerful flame came out of her lips with the clear objective of nullifying the water monster. Both jutsus collided with each other, canceling each other out. Naruto, you fell for it. Wind release, great gale. A huge hurricane-force gust erupted from his lungs, dispelling the mist created by the previous techniques. Sasuke plunged her katana into the ground to avoid being thrown by the winds. Sakura remained sheltered behind the rock wall. Naruto formed hand seals at high speed. Water release, great wave. A huge mass of water vomited by the blonde boy joined the winds in a scene worthy of the perfect storm. Sakura emerged from the ground far from the enormous destruction caused by the blonde boy. The jaded girl sighed in relief at not being there. All her instincts alerted her to jump back, and following them she dodged the boy who fell from the sky wielding his staff, sinking the ground several meters. Naruto, good reflexes. Sakura. Smiling arrogantly, he placed his staff on his shoulder. Earth release, earth clones. A large number of copies of the Jinchuriki emerged from the crater. Sakura took a couple of steps back, taking out 2 kunai. Sakura, now you'll see, conceded one. Electricity flowed through her entire body to the tips of her weapons, the metal gleaming menacingly to her future prey who brandished their staffs eager to finish her off. Naruto heard the clones moved quickly, splitting into 2 groups. The first attacked the pink-haired girl head-on while the other cautiously backed away, waiting with their arms crossed. Haruno Sakura moved nimbly, skillfully dodging and slicing the clones to pieces. The original smirked, pointing his staff at her. Now finish her off. The others formed hand seals, stamping their feet. Large rocks rose up, which they paired with, creating a hail of shrapnel that forced Sakura to raise another rock wall. It began to crack after the first 3 impacts. It wouldn't withstand the terrible punishment much longer. Come on, let's see. Wind release, air bullets. The real Naruto inflated his chest, blowing powerful blasts of compressed air that finally caused the rock wall to collapse. Unfortunately, the girl was no longer there. She's gone. What a shame, isn't she? Sasuke, turning to face the brunette, soaked and covered in cuts. Sasuke, you're dead. Dobi with great anger reflected on his face. My teammates. Chapter 28. It's a rather short chapter, sorry for the inconvenience and my mischief, but I wanted to leave it right at that point. Naruto smiled smugly, facing the brunette. Sasuke frowned, even angrier than before. Sasuke, Chidori electricity accumulated in her right hand, barely making a sound. Naruto, I have the perfect technique to hit you. A bluish sphere formed in his left hand. Naruto smiled. They both launched themselves at each other with their jutsus. Their techniques collided, creating a huge explosion that pushed them back a few meters. Naruto quickly drew hand seals, catching his breath. Naruto, wind release, air blades. The blonde boy moved his arms like swords, generating gusts of wind that rushed towards his opponent. Sasuke smiled slightly, her Sharigan activated. With great agility and speed, she managed to dodge all of the Jinchuriki's attacks. Naruto performed hand seals again, taking another breath. Wind release, air bullets. The blue-eyed boy repeatedly blew on his rival, trying to bombard her with a huge barrage of compressed air balls. Sasuke gracefully dodged each and every one of the blasts once more. Sasuke, is that all you've got? Landing on the ground and pointing her Chokudo at the boy smiled. Naruto, shadow clone smoke bursts erupted all around the Uchiha. Sasuke raised an eyebrow, visibly disappointed. Sasuke, clones, are you undervaluing me? Dobi. Naruto, more like I'm giving it my all. The original raised his free arm. Now the arm came down like a spring as all the copies traced hand seals at high speed. Clones, ultimate jutsu, great collapse. Some blew air bullets, others spat out vast quantities of water, forming colossal waves and enormous dragons. Others kicked the ground, lifting large rocks and slamming them from below, sending them flying into the sky, generating a great rain of debris. The original crossed his arms, unconcerned. He knew perfectly well that his partner would survive. The woman opened her eyes, surprised by the barrage of attacks that mercilessly surrounded her. Quickly she formed hand seals, filling her lungs with air. Sasuke, fire release, great phoenix flame. The dark-haired woman began to spin, exhaling a massive whirlwind of flames that collided with the air, intensifying and consuming the water. Sasuke tried to dodge the raining rocks while continuing to spew fire to hold back the ocean and hurricane bearing down on her. Naruto smiled, proud to see her fighting to hold back an entire regiment of formidable enemies. He kept his arm outstretched for a few more seconds, watching the Uchiha begin to tire. Satisfied with her performance, he raised his arm, stopping his clones. The flames, colliding with the wind and water, finally won and destroyed the boys' replicas. Sasuke gasped, visibly exhausted. Naruto, you're very strong. I'm very proud of you. Smiling at her as he applauded his favorite Uchiha, the brunette sat on the ground, looking away because of a treacherous blush that easily spread across her cheeks. And now the boy turned, stopping a kunai with his staff. Sakura had attacked him from behind and was now struggling with him. Nice try, Sakura, exactly nice try. The rose dissolved into mud. It was an earth clone. The Jinchuriki jumped from the ground, dodging arms that tried to grab his feet. The blue-eyed one still kept the smile on his face. Naruto, you play your cards very well, Sakura, but those tricks of yours aren't exclusive. The boy began to shatter, revealing himself to be an Earth clone. Sakura also cracked, leaving the field silent. From the ground emerged Naruto carrying an unconscious Sakura over his right shoulder. Kakashi, who had been watching everything from a tree branch, jumped down, applauding his disciples. Kakashi, that was wonderful, great fight, you are formidable ninjas, I am very proud of your performance. Naruto smiled at his sensei as he offered his hand to Sasuke so that she could stand up. Naruto, thank you, sensei, I think we'll go home and rest for a bit. The silver-haired man smiled beneath his mask. Again, the double meanings he attributed to his male students' expressions, combined with his already depraved mind, gave him some rather unholy ideas about what might happen in the private moments of his three students. Kakashi POV, he will take them to his house and there they will please him because he is a very powerful warrior, completely seduced by his power, and he will take them to mark them as his own, and only his drooling a little from under the fabric of his face mask. Naruto, is something wrong, sensei? Raising an eyebrow with a bad feeling, he gripped the back of his neck, wondering what could be going through his Jounin mentor's mind. Kakashi, oh nothing, I was just remembering a really delicious dish I had a few days ago and it's made me hungry, I'd better go eat it again, see you. The Koppanen disappeared in a puff of smoke, leaving his two conscious students with huge drops of sweat falling down their necks. Naruto, I'm sure he wasn't exactly drooling over a plate of food. Sasuke, I have a slight bad feeling about him, something's not right with that pervert lately. Naruto nodded, sighing wearily. Naruto, I'll take Sakura to drop her off at her apartment and then I'll go to mine. Are you okay enough to get to your mansion? With a hint of concern for the physical well-being of his Uchiha companion. Sasuke, I'm fine, if you want you can come with her to my mansion and stay. With her eyes closed and arms crossed, Naruto, since when are you so hospitable? Laughing a little, teasing the last female Uchiha. Sasuke, keep laughing, Dobi activating her threatening Sharigan and I'll castrate you thousands of times in a genjutsu. Naruto, completely blue from the terror caused by his exquisite imagination. Sasuke, and if you want to know, it's simple, I want to spend time with you and not have to put up with her when she wakes up alone in her apartment. I can't stand her, but when she gets angry, I get the urge to pierce her neck with my Chidori. Naruto, you as always a great speaker, walking beside her, heading towards the Uchiha district. The three arrived at the Fan clan's neighborhood. Sasuke opened her front door and invited the young man inside. They went upstairs to one of the rooms and the blue-eyed man gently placed Sakura on the bed. The two left the room and went downstairs to chat for a while as the pink-haired girl regained consciousness. Sasuke prepared some tea to liven up their conversation with their guest. The Uzumaki followed her to the kitchen with a wicked smile. The brunette filled the teapot and placed it on the stove, turned on the gas and lit the flame to heat the water. Naruto mustered his courage and hugged her from behind. The Uchiha felt a shiver run down her spine like an electric shock. His arms wrapped around her lower abdomen as she felt a torso press against her back, the blonde's warm, alluring breath near her ear, an intoxicating and restless breath that made her nervous. Sasuke, Dobi, what are you doing? Completely frozen, not knowing what to do. Naruto, I'm sorry, I couldn't hold back. I haven't slept peacefully in so long, thinking about being left alone without you, without Sakura. The brunette remained standing, motionless, speechless. Silent, except for her deep breathing. The grip tightened as the Uchiha's soft, white hands rested on the Jinchurikis. You don't know how much I wish I could know for sure that you and Sakura will be by my side. Forever I would give everything, my life, my home, my dreams except one. Sasuke thought with a hint of anger that she was referring to his dream of becoming Hokage. My most cherished dream, to share my life with you two forever. Naruto mustered his courage and resolve, moving his head until it rested beside the Uchiha, who didn't expect the boy to take her lips in a tender and inexperienced kiss. At first, they only felt the warmth of each other's mouths, but over time, their tongues began to, they fought amongst themselves as their mouths began to move on their own, hungrily seeking to devour one another. The wet sound of kisses echoed throughout the kitchen. Sasuke turned to grab the blonde man's neck as he took her by the hips and pulled her close to his body. Their hearts beat rapidly with happiness, throbbed with love, pounded with life. My teammates, Chapter 29. They separated, staring into each other's eyes, unsure what to say. Words were absent, their mouths seemed to have forgotten how to speak after the kisses. The silence was slightly awkward, but not enough to cause any discomfort between them at that moment. The sound of the kettle completely shattered the silence in the kitchen and consequently also cut short the affectionate moment between the two. Sasuke hurried to turn off the stove, a little nervous. Behind her, the blonde boy watched, smiling faintly. The dark-haired woman poured the hot beverage into 2 cups and offered one to her companion or partner with a neutral expression. Sasuke, I liked it. The blue-eyed man swallowed his tea, looking at her with a raised eyebrow, indicating that he hadn't the faintest idea, or rather, he did what she meant by those words. I liked what we did, turning away to hide his embarrassment. It was incredible that a fierce kunoichi like her could act so idiotic. Over such normal, trivial things, how could what had happened between them just 2 seconds ago be so? Naruto, I liked it too. I want to do it again as soon as possible, staring intently at the lips of the Uchiha blood-bearer, who again felt the uncomfortable butterflies in her stomach for a couple of seconds. Sasuke, whenever you want. Dobe the blonde smiled contentedly, eagerly taking her lips again. They were joined by their mouths for a few moments, enjoying each other. Naruto, that was great. The girl turned her back on him. Naruto smiled, touching her butt with a lascivious look. Sasuke, Dobe, what are you doing? Facing him again with accusing eyes. Naruto, my hand moved on its own. I couldn't help it, bringing the culprit to the back of his neck. Sasuke, you can do it whenever you want. Poor Uzumaki had a mini heart attack at that unexpected answer from his brunette companion. Naruto, are really? The Uchiha nodded slightly without showing any emotion on her face. Naruto mustered his courage and grabbed her butt with both hands, planting a juicy tongue-filled kiss on her, which the raven-haired girl instantly returned. Sakura, what are you doing? They both jumped apart, staring in astonishment at the pink-haired girl who stood with her arms crossed, watching them from the doorway that led from the kitchen to the living room. Naruto, oh Sakura, I'm glad you're feeling better. Quite nervous, he knew what was coming next. Sakura, you're taking advantage of my being unwell to give me the boot. Remember what we agreed on. Sasuke, the girl with black eyes, didn't utter a word. She simply observed the other woman in the room with a serious and imperturbable expression. Naruto, are you going to tell me what the hell you were talking about while I was passed out in bed? The emerald-eyed girl slowly and firmly approached him. Naruto had a bad feeling, perhaps a blow, a scolding for his bad behavior. The cherry blossom kunoichi stood just inches from him, their breaths mingling in a scene somewhere between erotic and suspenseful. Naruto instinctively closed his blue eyes to better protect himself from the beating he was sure to receive. However, it wasn't a blow that landed on him, but a soft sensation, a warmth on his lips, a tickling on his tongue, a faint taste of cherry and beer on his palate. The Jinchuriki opened his eyes, gazing at his partner with beautiful jade eyes, her lips closed, taking his. Sasuke watched them closely with a serious expression. Who knew if she was annoyed, jealous, or very, very angry? Naruto returned the kiss. Placing his arms around Haruno's lower back, he pressed her against him as she ran her hands behind his neck and parted her lips slightly, revealing their tongues intertwining in a battle of passion. Far from the Uchiha mansion, in the lush green forest that covered most of the Land of Fire, several sounds of blows and clashing metal disturbed the tranquility of the forest. On one of the immense, ancient oak trees of this region of the world, a heavily bloodied corpse, clad in the standard leaf shinobi uniform, lay impaled on the tree by its shoulders and head. The clotted blood trickled from its body, staining the bark a gruesome crimson. Below it, 2 other corpses lay alongside, displaying grievous wounds all over their bodies. Kakuzu, I suppose we'll have Konoha reinforcements on us soon. Climbing down from one of the trees and approaching the bodies to search their vests. Hidden, better. Those idiots will make the same mistakes 1,000 times in a row. They're just fresh meat for my rituals. Emerging from one of the bushes with a sadistic smile. Kakuzu, hopefully the Jinchuriki will appear and come to us, taking a wallet from one of his victims' pockets. He opened it and took all the money the Konoha shinobi was carrying, folded it again, and put it back in his pocket. Hidden, and I'm the lunatic. Aren't you ashamed of stealing from the dead? Facing his immortal companion. Kakuzu, are you ashamed of performing those satanic rituals on all the unfortunate souls who have the misfortune of crossing paths with you? The gray-haired man narrowed his eyes, overcome with absolute annoyance. Hidden, these aren't satanic rituals. Don't use Jashin-sama's name for such blasphemies. Kakuzu, they didn't have much money on them. Checking the other corpse. Hidden, don't ignore me, you traitor. Clenching his fist, driven by the most recalcitrant of rages. At a safe distance from the 2 Akatsuki members, the ambush survivor leaped from tree to tree, clutching his side. Heavy bleeding had nearly reached his limit. He rummaged in his vest, pulling out a couple of round, dark soldier pills. He believed he would have enough strength to reach Konoha and report back. He swallowed one and quickened his pace despite the sharp pain that gripped his insides. Despite everything, he had to get there to report what had happened, and for his comrades to avenge their 3 companions killed by those monsters. 2 hours later, at the gates leading to the village hidden among the leaves, Izumo and Kotsu kept watch, their feet propped up on their desks, their eyes closed, taking in every detail of any intruder who might slip into their home. From the undergrowth that gave way to the forest surrounding the village, a shinobi emerged, trotting, almost limping, his face nearly disfigured, the entire right side of his uniform stained red. Shinobi help, although he couldn't raise his voice much due to exhaustion and his injuries, the 2 Konoha guards awoke from their moment of free time and rushed to help their newly arrived comrade. They both stood beside him and put one of their arms around his back. The poor man lost feeling in both legs and had to be dragged almost to the checkpoint by the 2 guards. Izumo, Kotsu, inform the 5th Hokage. I'll stay here and try to stop the bleeding. The person addressed nodded, disappearing in a puff of smoke. Izumo laid the shinobi on the table, pressing on the wound. The blood, black, a clear indication that it was already very coagulated, stained his hands. Come on, hold on a little longer, giving some water to the almost unconscious Jiao. A few minutes later, Tsunade arrived accompanied by Kotsu and a couple of doctors. Izumo stepped aside, leaving the Senju to perform first aid treatment supported by the other two medics. They cleaned the wound on his side and bandaged it to prevent further bleeding. The blonde Kage used her medical ninjutsu to stabilize the injured man, who lay on the table very pale and on the verge of a catatonic state. Shinobi Hokage-sama Tsunade frowned in annoyance. It wasn't the time to talk, they had to get him to the hospital as soon as possible. Tsunade, silence. Don't make useless efforts, we have to get you to the hospital as soon as possible. Shinobi, they've returned, nodding, very dizzy from blood loss. The killers of Asuma and the others have returned, they want the Kyuubi completely losing consciousness. Tsunade, damn it, take him to the hospital. Anbu. A pair of shinobi in the standard uniform of the village's elite troops appeared behind her. Gather Team 10 and Team 7, it's an emergency. The two shinobi bowed respectfully, disappearing without a trace. Tsunade turned around as the survivor was placed on a stretcher and rushed to the hospital under the terrified gaze of the villagers who had witnessed everything. At the Uchiha mansion, Naruto and his two companions were enjoying a relaxed afternoon, sitting in the spacious living room of the Uchiha residence. Sasuke had prepared a delicious lunch herself, because she wanted to, consisting of grilled meat with a very spicy sauce, a typical dish of the Uchiha family. Naruto understood at that moment why the Uchiha's fire techniques were so powerful and destructive. With such spicy food, even someone not attuned to the fire element could blow out a flame after just a couple of bites. Sakura, my mouth feels like shoe leather. Sticking out her tongue and fanning it with her hand, unsuccessfully trying to cool it, Sasuke smiled smugly at her friend's low tolerance for even a little bit of Uchiha spice. The young man, for his part, had admirably tolerated the excessive spiciness of his food, having, of course, drunk a bottle and a half of water during and after lunch. Right now, the three of them were calmly resting after their meal, but unfortunately for them, a few knocks on the door ended their relaxation. Sasuke got up and walked calmly to the entrance of her dwelling, opening the door to find herself face-to-face with an Anbu wearing a tiger mask. Tiger, you are summoned to the office of the 5th Hokage. It is urgent, please do not delay. The informant disappeared in a puff of smoke, leaving the Uchiha alone at the entrance of her house. Naruto, who had gotten up spurred on by his curiosity, picked up his staff that was placed in one of the corners of the hall. Naruto, I guess we'll have to go right now, receiving a slight nod from his raven-haired companion. Sakura, we have to go to the old lady's office, are you feeling better? The aforementioned appeared through the door leading to the living room with a serious expression. Sakura, of course I'm fine. It's not like I half died from some bad food. The Sharigan wielder narrowed her eyes, taking a couple of steps towards her comrade with pink hair like a cherry blossom. Sasuke, my traditional food isn't spoiled, it's you who lacks the refined palate to appreciate the subtlety and quality of my culinary art. Sakura frowned, taking 2 more steps closer to her rival. They were too close, dangerously close. The poor Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi stood stunned, staring at them with a huge bead of sweat slowly trickling down his neck. These two seemed to fight over any stupid thing they disagreed on. Sometimes it amused him, other times it terrified him because of the consequences of a possible confrontation between them, and other times it simply exhausted him. He decided to end the confrontation like a true gentleman, walking up to them and placing himself between them with a serious, yet conciliatory expression. Naruto, come on please. Sasuke's food was delicious. The brunette raised her chin proudly upon hearing those words. And Sakura just doesn't like spicy food, but that's okay, I don't like salty food either. Everyone has different tastes, please don't fight, we have more important things to do. Both women looked away and prepared to leave the mansion. Naruto chuckled softly as he walked behind them. Team 10 had arrived at the Hokage Tower and were greeted by Shizune, who escorted them to Tsunade Senju's office. The 5th Hokage of Konoha sat behind her desk with a worried expression. And no wonder, she had already lost many men to those 2 Akatsuki monsters, and to make matters worse, she was sending her shinobi out to face them again at that moment. Little hope of victory remained in her mind and heart. Shikamaru, Team 10 present. Tsunade-sama, what do you need us for? The leader of Konoha sighed wearily. Tsunade, when Team 7 arrives, I will inform you of the parameters of your mission. The 3 young disciples of the deceased Asuma Sarutobi waited for the arrival of their companions. Minutes later, the 4 members of Team 7 entered the room along with the Hokage's assistant. They were all gathered to receive the relevant instructions. Naruto, well, Obachin, what's this about? A huge vein began to throb on the forehead of the old slug Sannin, who, fortunately for the young Uzumaki, was worried enough about what had happened minutes before to punch the insolent golden-haired boy. Tsunade, the 2 Akatsuki members who killed Asuma and the support team have returned. They ambushed another team of Jounin returning from a patrol mission, leaving one alive to report back therefore. They'll be waiting for you. Naruto glanced discreetly at his Team 10 teammates, especially Shikamaru, whose lazy expression had been replaced by a grimace of anger and displeasure. His fists were completely clenched. The rage was perfectly palpable in him and his two comrades. The blonde closed his eyes, sighing seriously. Naruto, we'll get going right away. The blue-eyed boy turned, placing a hand on Nara's shoulder. I hope that despite your more than understandable anger, you can keep a cool and focused mind. If you let your emotions guide you in the battle, ahead we'll probably have to fill a few more coffins. If we even make it back in one piece. Everyone felt a slight shiver upon hearing those words from their ever-cheerful and serene friend. Naruto smiled, raising his hand and walking to the door of the room. See you in 10 minutes at the entrance to Konoha. My teammates. Chapter 30. The two teams participating in the mission converged at the entrance to Konoha. Kakashi Hatake, acting as the mission leader, gave the order to march. The seven-leaf ninja began the route to the area indicated by the survivor in the hospital. The journey was swift and silent. It was no wonder, as they were about to walk straight into the lion's den, a wolf with sharp teeth and a voracious hunger for their lives. Naruto marched at the head of the group alongside Kakashi and Shikamaru. The latter had captured his full attention. The blonde wasn't entirely sure how his comrade would perform once the battle with his sensei's executioners began. The Nara stared ahead, completely serious and motivate something very, very strange for a Nara, especially for the infamous Nara Shikamaru, the laziest guy in the 5 elemental nations. Therefore, the Jinchuriki had ample reason to be very worried. Shikamaru, assuming his role as strategist and support, likely saw the battle rage for several hours and nothing guaranteed a victory for them, and even if they did emerge victorious, there was no guarantee they would all return home unharmed. Behind the 3 men marched the rest of the team, Ino and Sakura on the sides, while Sasuke and Choji occupied the center of the formation. The whistling produced by the speed of movement and the sound of footsteps were the only things their ears could hear. They didn't need more. There was still a long way to go. A couple of quarters of an hour's journey later, the Konoha team entered the conflict zone. The 3 bodies remained in the same positions in which they had lost their lives. Kakashi looked around, raising his headband. His Sharigan was free and ready for combat. The rest of the group dispersed, walking slowly and carefully, observing the forest, searching for any sign of enemy activity. Kakashi Sakura, get down. The girl reacted just in time, avoiding a scythe by millimeters right at the height of her neck. The weapon returned along the path it had come from thanks to the cable attached to its rear end. The Konoha shinobi took their fighting stances, separating themselves a little further from each other. Sasuke, separate yourselves. Everyone jumped, alarmed by the Uchiha's tremendous shout. What had once been a lush and vibrant forest was destroyed by a whirlwind of fire and wind that reduced everything living within a large radius, about 20 meters, to ashes. With no vegetation to hide them, the 2 hostiles finally revealed themselves to the Konoha forces. Hidden, well, have you already forgotten about your sensei? The 3 members of Team 10 frowned at those disgusting words from the scythe-wielding Akatsuki member. Naruto, you must be hidden, the immortal, the follower of Jashin. The criminal smiled arrogantly. Hidden, my fame and that of my lord precede me. The blonde man remained serious, staring at him intently. Naruto, demons like you only dwarf false idols like Jashin, a mere pawn of hell, and you his servant. The gray-haired Nukanin gritted his teeth, pointing his 3-bladed scythe at him. Hidden, I'm going, unable to string words together due to the immense torrent of fury and fanaticism that filled his veins and arteries. I'm going to torture you for 7 days and 7 nights, you damned bastard. The young Jinchuriki of the 9-tailed beast smiled, having him right where he wanted him. Naruto, try it. Acolyte. The blonde separated from the group, followed by Hidden and Sasuke. Shikamaru looked at Kakashi and then at Kakuzu, who was still standing watching them with his arms crossed. Shikamaru, I'm going with them. You guys stay here and take care of him. We'll be back as soon as possible. The Nara followed his 2 mission partners, leaving the rest behind. Kakashi faced Taki's rogue, raising his chin slightly. Kakashi, we'll finish you off. The person in question removed his new cloak of red clouds without taking his eyes off them. Kakuzu, many told me the same thing before they died, like your 3 comrades. Before they fell, the Konoha warriors gritted their teeth in rage. They would show no mercy to the rogue ninja. Naruto stopped dead in his tracks in the middle of a small clearing in the enormous forest. He jumped to the side, dodging his enemy's scythe. Hidden appeared, descending from one of the sturdiest trees. Naruto, is that all you know how to do? Brandishing his staff, using it to repel his opponent's weapon. Hidden, silence, rat. The renegade tried to cut him in 2 repeatedly. The blue-eyed man dodged and blocked the cuts with his staff. An idea crossed his mind during the back and forth of attacks from the Nukanin of the Hot Spring Village. I think that's where Hidden comes from. If not, I apologize. He waited for the most opportune moment to kick him in the stomach and push him away while he himself backed off, doing somersaults and digging in his back under his robe. Naruto POV, let's see how your weapon performs. Don Lewis, the Uzumaki, pulled the small rifle from his back, more like a blunderbuss, you know what I mean. Hidden looked at him, raising an eyebrow, curious about the strange tool his enemy carried. Asuka arrived on the scene with his chokyudo ready to cut and slice. He watched his partner aiming at the forehead of the rogue, who didn't move from his spot. An explosion shattered the fleeting tranquility that had settled over the place after the clash of weapons between the two combatants. The smoke from the weapon began to dissipate, allowing its wielder to see his enemy with the top of his head almost completely split open. His eyes were bloodshot, and a smile of pleasure was on his now disfigured face. Hidden, oh yes, now do you believe me when I tell you I'm immortal? Ha 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 ha. He laughed uncontrollably as pieces of his skull moved, almost completely detached. Naruto. Spawn the boy performed his famous multiplication technique, creating several copies. These scattered throughout the clearing. Sasuke prepared to attack him with her sword, but her comrades stopped her. Sasuke, for the love of God, don't let him touch you. I know this guy's abilities and those of the cult he leads very well. Don't let him get even a single drop of your blood. The Uchiha nodded slightly, pacing in circles without taking her eyes off Hidden, who was still laughing, perhaps due to the brain damage from the gunshot wound he had suffered. Hidden, you can't defeat me. The deranged man launched himself at Sasuke, scythe in hand, slashing wildly and erratically without any pattern. The girl managed to successfully escape the onslaught thanks to her fantastic Gekkei Genkai, the Sharigan. Hidden was progressively going crazy, increasing the speed of his attacks. Sasuke began to give way a little, unable to shake him off. Naruto offered to help her using his clones, who began to draw hand seals while the original charged the weapon. Naruto, let's go, putting the projectile into the barrel and then adding the gunpowder. He used the rod to ensure the effectiveness of the new shot. Sasuke retreated a few meters while Hidden received the attacks, becoming very bruised, his head beginning to heal slowly. Hidden, I am invincible. You will pay dearly for your audacity in questioning the purity and divinity of Jashin-sama. The criminal rose from the ground, propelling himself with both legs towards the woman who prepared the edge of her sword for the new attack. However, the silver-haired man stopped just a few meters from the Sharigan user, unable to move. Damn it, you damned brat, I'm going to kill you like I killed your master. Shikamaru looked up, remaining in his crouch, maintaining his familiar technique. Naruto, take some more. The blonde shot the Nukenin again in the back of the neck, further damaging his head. Hidden held the affected area, turning around angrily. Hidden, I'm going to smash your skull, taking out his ritual spike. Naruto, come at me then. The blonde threw the weapon to one of his clones and brandished his staff. Hidden lunged at him, breaking free from Shikamaru's technique and attacking with the same ferocity he had previously displayed against his teammate. The Uzumaki blocked the slashes with his weapon, barely withstanding the criminal's immense strength. In the other area of conflict, Kakashi and Sakura, along with Ino and Choji, dodged the numerous mixed attacks that Kakuzu launched at them. Fire, water, wind, and earth release fused together, creating real threats ready to finish them off in seconds. That guy was very powerful, there was no doubt about it in their eyes. Kakashi, Sakura the girl looked at him for a few moments, dodging a large number of air bullets. The Kunoichi spun in the air, dodging a huge burst of flame, taking the opportunity to propel herself off a tree trunk and launch herself like a missile at the rogue. Unfortunately for her, Kakuzu acted quickly and blocked the attack with both arms. Sakura prepared to retreat, but the guy stretched out his arms, grabbing her by the neck. Choji, Sakurachin, a Kimichi art human cannonball. The chubby boy inflated himself, beginning to roll like a wheel, and launched himself at great speed towards the immortal native of Takagakure. Kakuzu, useless with just a movement of one of his arms, he struck a Kimichi, deflecting him far away, ending his chances. Kakashi prepared to act. Kakashi, Reikiri, the copy ninja, charged forward with electricity coursing through his right arm. Kakuzu used two of his masks to block his path. Two powerful beams of water and fire were fired at him, but thanks to his Sharingan, he successfully evaded both attacks by leaping and spinning through the air. The silver-haired ninja managed to break free from Kakuzu's grip, who flew through the air trying to stop him. Kakuzu's Reikiri severed the strands of the rogue ninja's arm and got close enough to cut the other one, which was holding Sakura. This freed her, giving Sakura the chance to recover and strike one of the masks, shattering it. Kakuzu staggered, trembling and shaking. Kakuzu, you'll pay for this. Releasing his other three masks and losing his own face mask, revealing his entire face, his mouth, which had two enormous scars at both corners, opened grotesquely, expelling more black fibers. The Nukenin had gotten serious. My teammates, Chapter 31. Kakuzu began a barrage of attacks, both elemental and physical. The Konoha team ceased their offensive efforts to focus on avoiding as much damage as possible. Techniques flew in all directions, combined with the Nukenin's outstretched arms. Sakura concentrated electricity in both hands, dodging her enemy with great difficulty and taking advantage of his few seconds of recovery to attack and cut the fibers that connected the limbs to the Akatsuki member's body. However, it was all a useless effort. Once the arms were severed, they rejoined without problems. Sakura was dismayed. "Sakura, I don't know, I'm not dying." Dodging a fireball that almost incinerated her completely, a huge water dragon rose up to finish her off. Luckily, she managed to form seals from the ground and cover herself with a dome of rock. The imposing beast crashed into the rose barrier, cracking it. Luckily, it had held long enough. Kakuzu raised his arms, joining his hands, and then struck hard in the center of the hemisphere, finally destroying it. Kakuzu, damn girl, gritting his teeth as he saw the hole in the ground where the dome had been. Kakashi and Choji attacked him from both sides at great speed, but it was no use. Two of the masks got in the way, blocking their attacks and seriously damaging them with elemental counterattacks. Ino, for her part, took advantage of the guy being distracted to attack the remaining mask, throwing a kunai loaded with explosive and incendiary tags. The being was engulfed in a huge explosion of fire that consumed it completely. The two remaining masks approached Kakuzu, merging with his body. The Akatsuki member began to shake, greatly increasing the number of fibers coming out of his body. The two masks emerged from his back, each positioning itself on one side of his head. "Kakuzu, you're all dead," the rogue ninja roared furiously, facing his opponents in a completely crazed state. In the other fight, Hidden stood with serious head injuries. The original blonde raised his head slightly, looking at him arrogantly. "Naruto, you are nothing more than a demon, and I will purify your body by eliminating any trace of the dark pact that makes you immortal." He struck the ground with his staff, which began to emit a faint reddish glow. "Hidden, you don't even dare insult my lord, you infidel." "Ah!" The silver-haired man launched his attack, stabbing with his dagger, seeking to draw blood from the blue-eyed boy. Naruto backed away, blocking the stabs with his staff, waiting for his opponent to tire so he could attack. Sasuke narrowed her eyes, gripping the handle of her Chokyuda. Shikamaru watched her out of the corner of his eye, plotting a strategy. "Shikamaru, Sasuke, I have a plan. I'm going to stop him with my shadow imitation technique. When I do, I want you to decapitate him with your weapon. Maybe if we cut off his head, we'll kill the snake." The Uchiha nodded slightly, preparing to act. Shikamaru formed hand seals at great speed, making his shadow grow and swiftly approach, merging with that of the criminal, who remained motionless. "Hidden bastards." Naruto approached, ready to pierce his chest with the lower end of his staff. Before he could carry out his attack, a blur decapitated the Akatsuki member. "Naruto, it won't work." The Jinchuriki finished, closing the distance with the criminal and plunged his relic into the center of the immortal's torso. The staff's reddish glow intensified, blinding everyone present. Naruto shielded his eyes with his forearm to see what was happening. Hidden's body began to glow, slowly dissolving and leaving behind only ash. "Shikamaru, that's it, we've killed him." Sighing lazily, sitting on the ground with a slight smile of satisfaction, the Nara took out a cigarette and his lighter and tried to light it. Unfortunately for him, the lighter didn't produce enough flame to let him smoke. "Amendo Kusai," he sighed again, this time dejected. "Naruto, that's a divine sign," smiling slightly as he withdrew his staff from the pile of ashes. "I think Asuma is asking you from the heavens to end your bad habits." Approaching the boy slowly, accompanied by Sasuke. "Shikamaru, don't say anything else, leave me alone." Smiling, amused by his mission partner's comment, the boy with great strategic skills shifted his focus. Now his eyes were on the Uchiha, who returned the gesture without any expression on her face. "Sasuke, can you?" Naruto shook his head slightly as the girl in question generated a small flame so that Shikamaru could satisfy his addiction. "Naruto, let's go with the others. I won't be at peace until I see the other Akatsuki member dead." Sasuke approached Naruto, ready to start marching. Shikamaru, for his part, got up from the ground, walking slowly to the pile of ashes, stopped a step away from them and threw the cigarette right on the small peak. "Shikamaru, I hope you burn in hell, bastard." The dark-haired man stared at the small mound of ashes for a few moments and left with his two companions. The fight wasn't over yet. Sakura clenched her fist in rage upon seeing her master and Choji lying on the ground in very bad shape. The green-eyed girl shifted her gaze to Ino, who had put a good distance between herself and the Akatsuki member. "Sakura, Ino, pick up Kakashi-sensei and Choji, heal them while I distract him." The blonde nodded, waiting for her moment to act. Sakura, for her part, used her ever-present lightning technique, Tino Fangs, again. The pink-haired girl lunged at the criminal, trying to focus all his attention on her to facilitate Yamanaka's support. Kakuzu roared angrily, knocking her off with a precise blow of one of his arms. The two masks he still had began charging their techniques to finish her off. Sakura formed hand seals, raising a large wall of rock to better defend herself against her enemy's devastating attack. Both elemental beams were channeled toward the enormous rock wall. Sakura performed hand seals again at great speed, but unfortunately for her, her defense broke, letting the torrent of energy through. Sakura took the full force of the blow, becoming severely injured. "Sakura, You bastard, trying to get up with difficulty, her legs trembled and wobbled, making something as simple as standing upright almost impossible. Kakuzu smiled victoriously, charging up his next barrage. Sakura struggled to her feet, facing him with determination. The dual attack manifested again with the clear purpose of finishing her off. The jaded girl jumped, dodging the sweep at the last instant. The criminal's arms lengthened, moving frantically and striking her repeatedly. Sakura couldn't react to defend herself. Kakuzu grabbed her by the neck, lifting her several meters while he gathered energy for another multi-attack. Kakuzu, goodbye forever bitch. A sharp pain seized his neck. The Nukenin shuddered in confusion. A white blur kicked him in the face, knocking out 2 teeth. Another black blur severed the fibers that bound his 2 upper limbs, freeing his prey from its restraints. Kakuzu tried to move but was unable to change his position even an inch. The remains of one of his 2 remaining masks fell to the ground with the typical sound of ceramic breaking. The piercing pain took over his entire being, shattering any trace of reason. Fury, the immeasurable flow of adrenaline and hatred, coursed through every fiber of his being, collapsing him. Kakuzu, I'm going to kill you, you shitty brats, trying to break free from Shikamaru Nara's shadow imitation technique. My teammates. Chapter 32. Kakuzu thrashed violently, breaking free from the shadow bindings that held him immobilized. Shikamaru was slightly unbalanced by the immense force exerted by the Akatsuki treasurer. The Nara tried to recapture him with his familiar technique, but this time he was unable to execute it successfully. The S-rank criminal was in an unprecedented state of rage and adrenaline. It was impossible for him to control him with his shadow imitation technique. Sasuke and Naruto stopped a few meters away, cautiously observing their enemy. The Akatsuki member was unpredictable at this moment. Kakuzu, you're all dead. Expanding thanks to the enormous amount of fibers his body contained, the last intact mask entered him, emerging from his chest and surrounded by a vast amount of fibers that acted as an insurmountable shield. The man looked more like a huge tangle of roots than a human being. Enormous tentacles formed from the union of countless branches of whatever those hairs were that resided within him. Attack me if you have the guts. The blond man smirked, slightly bending his knees to gain the necessary momentum for greater speed and impact force. The blue-eyed man propelled himself, staff in hand, towards the criminal native of Takagakure, the head of his staff glowing. Kakuzu lost sight of him for a few seconds, so he surrounded himself with fibers, creating an enormous dome or sphere. Naruto stepped back with a disgruntled expression. Naruto, the cowardly bastard! The ground beneath his feet cracked, and a tentacle grabbed his right ankle. Son of the Jinchuriki was lifted several meters off the ground, then violently shaken and slammed into the ground. Sasuke gritted his teeth, infusing his Chokyudo with lightning, and swiftly attacked the rogue's appendage, severing it in one swift motion and freeing his companion. Naruto, Sasuke. The dark-haired girl turned, finding herself mere centimeters from a powerful energy beam emanating from Kakuzu's remaining mask. Sasuke began rapidly forming hand seals to counter her opponent's technique. As she inhaled to unleash a massive fireball, an imposing wall of rock rose before her, halting the attack. Sasuke turned to look at Sakura, who lay on the ground, her hands propped up, an unmistakable expression of exhaustion perfectly complementing the beads of sweat trickling down her face. The pink-haired girl collapsed, unconscious from exhaustion and chakra depletion. Ino rushed to her aid, carrying her to safety with Kakashi and Choji. Their 3 other comrades would take care of eliminating the remaining Akatsuki member. Kakuzu put distance between them, moving several dozen meters away and clambering onto the trunk of a large, ancient tree, its fibers gripping tightly and spreading throughout the area. The surface of the bark, the mask embedded in his chest, emerged again, ready to launch another attack. Naruto gripped his staff, bending his knees to take advantage of the few seconds it took for the mask to surround itself with the fibers that protected it. Sasuke noticed his intentions, brandishing her Chokyudo, which began to be surrounded by electricity again. Shikamaru had to sigh wearily as he understood his role as a walking target. The Nara stood up, drawing the attention of the renegade. Shikamaru, buy me some time to prepare my technique. I'll be able to finish him off in one hit. Kakuzu, you'll be dead before you do anything. Brat. The strands that made up his body began to move impetuously towards the young strategist. Naruto watched his dark-haired teammate Sasuke. She needed only to lock eyes with the blonde boy before the Uchiha heiress lunged at the tentacles, assisting Shikamaru. This made it clear that the Nara was the key player in Konoha's offensive. Completely confident, Kakuzu went all out, attacking with everything he had while preparing an energy blast. Shikamaru displayed his dodging skills while simultaneously thinking of a strategy in case his comrade's plan failed. The Nukenin's arm was about to grab him by the neck. Luckily, Sasuke managed to cut it in time. However, it reattached itself in a few seconds as if nothing had happened. Kakuzu's chest contracted, releasing the ever-present white ceramic mask with a huge orb of concentrated energy where the mouth should be. The sphere contracted. Pulsing violently, it didn't look good. The barrage of blasts coming from it left the two-leaf shinobi completely astonished. Sasuke and Shikamaru tried their best to evade their rival's massive attack. Naruto POV, I have to finish this now, they won't last much longer. The blonde jumped, wielding his staff. Kakuzu climbed the trunk, dodging the Uzumaki's attack. Luckily, the blue-eyed boy's attempt ended the Akatsuki's attack. Sasuke and Shikamaru sighed in relief, covered in dust and surrounded by smoking craters. Kakuzu, you can't finish me off, you're finished. Sasuke gripped the handle of her chokudo, tired of the fight. Naruto, Sasuke, wait. The dark-haired girl ignored her golden-haired companion's shouts, lunging at the criminal, sword in hand. Kakuzu tried to stop her with his arms while his mask charged the attack, hidden beneath the fibers on his chest. The Uchiha skillfully broke free from his arms and the numerous tentacles that emerged to stop her. A few slashes cleared her path. Naruto reacted, reaching under his robes and pulling out his gunpowder weapon, possessed by a premonition. Sasuke managed to get close enough to try and stab the Nukenin in the chest. She raised her arm, ready to pierce him. Kakuzu, the mask emerged with a massive burst of energy ready to fire. Sasuke opened her eyes, but before she could react, she was 3 meters away and suspended in midair. She was unable to move or complete her attack. She closed her eyes, awaiting her inevitable fate. A shrill noise shattered the ambient tranquility. Sasuke opened her eyes, observing the completely broken mask as Kakuzu lost his strength and detached himself from the large tree trunk, falling to the ground, trembling slightly. Naruto, who stood upright with his arm outstretched in front of him, holding his smoking weapon, sighed in relief. Naruto, few good thing I have good aim, blowing out the gun barrel and storing it in the holster on her back under her robes. Sasuke landed on her feet, observing her enemy's spasmodic body. Naruto approached her, placing his hand on her shoulder. I'll check on the others, would you mind, burning him to ashes so he never gets up again. With guys like this, one doubts the relentless touch of death. The blonde slowly walked away to where Ino and the others lay, still unconscious. Shikamaru sighed, taking out a cigarette and lighting it, then walked behind the boy. Sasuke formed hand seals, exhaling a large fireball that began to incinerate the criminal's remains, which began to convulse more violently, an unmistakable sign that a glimmer of life still lingered within them. The flames devoured him mercilessly, leaving behind only ashes. The immortal duo, he had fallen into the clutches of death. Naruto approached the blonde Kunoichi Ino Yamanaka. She had done a great job tending to her 3 mission companions. Kakashi and Choji didn't need to worry about their injuries, and Sakura, well, she would soon recover from the exhaustion caused by collapsing in the middle of combat. The Uzumaki sincerely thanked the woman for her great work, while Shikamaru finished smoking his cigarette, sitting on the ground with a tired expression. The boy with blue eyes felt an irresistible curiosity to question his teammate from Team 10. He walked casually to where he was resting and took a seat next to him. Naruto, do you feel better? Observing the clouds, imitating the air of the Nara clan, the person in question took the last drag of his cigarette, putting it out on the ground. Shikamaru, I'd be lying if I said no. I've avenged my sensei, but that's not all that comforts me. Taking another cigarette from the pack he kept in one of the pockets of his tactical vest and lighting it. It's calming to have finished off 2 monsters who threatened anyone unlucky enough to be in their path. Who knows how many lives we saved from a horrible death at the hands of those 2, savoring the taste of the tobacco under the watchful gaze of the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki. Naruto, I share your point of view. Despite being driven by a selfish goal, you managed to open your eyes and see that eliminating them wasn't just a personal matter. It was something you had to do for the good of all those who live with us in our village and perhaps all those who share this world with us. Asuma rested in peace after dedicating his last words to you. Calling Nara's attention, now you too can rest at night. I suppose no shadow of vengeance will now rot your soul. Touching the boy's shoulder, he stood up to approach Sasuke, who was slowly approaching them, still several dozen meters away. Shikamaru, you're right, he muttered boredly, turning back to looking at the sky for any clouds that might catch his eye. My teammates. Chapter 33. Naruto and Sasuke passed each other without taking their eyes off one another. The blonde smiled at her with that smile only he knew how to give. The Uchiha blushed slightly, looking away a little. Uzumaki Naruto touched her shoulder, drawing her attention. Naruto, good job, although I should also thank my good aim. I'm starting to get the hang of using firearms. The blue-eyed boy confessed with a bit of embarrassment. Sasuke sighed, closing her eyes. Sasuke, I burned the corpse as you asked. It's nothing more than a handful of ashes now. The Jinchuriki increased the size of his smile, pleased with the information. Naruto, perfect, then we won't have to worry about those 2 anymore. The young man turned, observing Ino, who was checking Kakashi and Choji's bandages. The blonde approached her slowly, accompanied by his Uchiha companion. Do you think they'll be recovered in a few minutes? I don't want to stand here waiting too long. The Yamanaka shook her head as she continued, engrossed in her duty as a medic for her teammates. They probably won't wake up for a while, so either we wait or you'll have to carry them all the way to Konoha. It's up to you. They're stabilized now and completely out of danger. She replied to the boy with a slight smile at his childish behavior. Naruto, I feel like going home and having a drink at a bar, don't you, Sasuke? Stroking the back of his neck, laughing slightly. Sasuke, HMPH, maybe the brunette muttered in response to her sky-blued comrade. Naruto, that's incentive enough to opt for the fast track. The Uzumaki created 2 shadow clones that rushed to carry the 2 injured men. Let's go home, guys. The original gently took the pink-haired girl and carried her on his back. Shikamaru, your haste is annoying and problematic, approaching them with a bored and tired gesture. It was no wonder they had forced him to get up from the ground and, worse still, to return to Konoha, which was a little far from his current position. Ino smiled mischievously, shaking her head. Ino, shika with how clever you are sometimes and how foolish you can be other times. The person addressed raised an eyebrow, observing the blonde doctor without understanding and, well, without much interest either. Don't you realize that the sooner we get to the village, the sooner you can lose sight of us and start lazing around and staring at your boring clouds? Shikamaru, as if it were that easy. Ino. I have to give the mission report to Tsunade-sama since Kakashi-sensei isn't in any condition to do it, because he's knocked out, or to give it completely, obviously because he missed most of the action, and you know how giving reports is. Naruto, yes, it's very troublesome. In that case, I can do it for you, and that way you can waste your time with your things, so there won't be any impediment on your part to returning now, right? With a mocking smile directed at the Leaf strategist. Shikamaru, troublesome. They all started back to Konoha. The return journey was peaceful and even faster than he remembered. In just over an hour, or maybe 2, they had the enormous walls of the Leaf village in sight. They passed through the massive gate, observing the 2 guards sleeping peacefully at the table in their small sentry box. Without making any jokes about Kotsu and Izumo's lack of professionalism and interest, they entered Konoha and went their separate ways. Ino would go to her family's shop, while Shikamaru would do the same, heading to his family mansion to continue his analysis of the sky. The clones would take the wounded to the hospital, and Naruto would go to the Hokage to give the mission report. Sasuke, well, she had no plans, so she decided to follow her teammate and partner, boyfriend, lover, or whatever he was. The Hokage tower came into view after a short walk. They both entered, climbing the stairs to the penultimate floor. The office door opened, revealing the Gamma Sannin, Jiraiya the Gallant. The veteran warrior greeted his 2 students with joy. And no wonder his new work, which had nothing to do with the love and hex life of his former student and godson's son, was a resounding success, a smash hit of titanic proportions. Obviously, a work of exquisite prose, with skillful descriptions, action, intrigue, drama, romance, hex, and of course, deep and attractive characters, was a winning combination in the literary lottery. The white-haired Sannin invited the 2 young men into the office of the 5th Hokage. Tsunade Senju was behind her desk, a little tense and impatient for the report her 2 subordinates were about to give her. Naruto, Tsunade-sama, with your permission, I offer you the report of the mission assigned to our team. The young blonde man began the conversation. Tsunade, you can continue, interlacing her fingers, leaning forward and covering her lips with her 2 hands, an unmistakable gesture of impatience. Naruto, the mission was a resounding success. Both targets were eliminated and their bodies destroyed. The fight wasn't easy due to our enemy's formidable resistance. However, our tactical deployment in 2 teams to confront the 2 rogue ninjas separately, along with our strategic balance, allowed us to easily defeat the hidden Hot Springs Village ninja. Meanwhile, the other team had more trouble with Kakuzu, the Takagakure native criminal. Fortunately, we were able to come to our comrade's aid and devise a strategy to eliminate him. As additional information, it is noted that 3 of my teammates were injured by Kakuzu. They have been taken to the hospital and there's no need to worry about them. Thank you very much for your attention, Tsunade-sama, bowing slightly in reverence. Jiraiya, not bad, good explanation, boy, surprised by his student's performance. Tsunade, in that case, congratulations, 2 less problems to worry about. You can take a break, you deserve it. Visibly calmer. Naruto, thank you very much, Tsunade-sama, with your permission. He bowed again, then focused his attention on the Toad Sage. And as for you, Hirosanin, I need to exchange a few words with you about your new novel that's been a bestseller. The veteran shinobi scratched the back of his neck, a little embarrassed, a rather humble gesture on his part. And believe me, I'm not exactly happy about it. A slight shiver ran down the man's neck. Jiraiya, oh come on, it's not that big of a deal. Naruto's blue eyes scrutinized him harshly, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. I have to go. The man disappeared in a puff of smoke, cowardly abandoning the office. Tsunade sighed, dejected by the behavior of her former teammate. Tsunade, I'm so sorry for your behavior. Leaning back in her chair, she sighed wearily. Naruto, don't worry, I knew he'd act like that when I mentioned it. Anyway, I'm too tired for a fight with him now. Thank you for your time, Hokage-sama. With that, the duo from Team Kakashi left the 5th Hokage's office, their destination uncertain. Minutes later in Konoha's entertainment district, Naruto was walking with Sasuke. Just after leaving the tower, he'd mentioned to his companion that he felt like having a drink and maybe grabbing a bite to eat. Naturally, he invited Sasuke to join him. The Sharigan wielder had nothing better to do, and well, it was an excellent opportunity for a date alone with the young heir to the fourth Hokage. They strolled past various businesses, stopping at a small restaurant. Naruto entered, followed by his companion. From experience, he knew that these kinds of establishments served the best food, a perfect blend of tradition and homemade preparation. They sat down at one of the few tables and were served by a short woman who looked to be at least 40. The waitress took their orders, recommending the daily specials and the house specialty. Finally, they both opted for the restaurant's culinary specialty, a beef stew with sweet beans which Sasuke didn't like and onigiri. Spiced this he did like to drink, they ordered a bottle of sake. A short time later they were ravenously devouring the delicious dish. Honestly, it was delicious, both the stew and the accompaniments. The sake was heavenly, so much so that they ordered another bottle since they had finished it in just a few minutes. Time passed until they were satisfied. Naruto paid the bill, leaving a tip, and both shinobi left the place feeling a little tipsy from the sake. Naruto, he murmured, stretching, completely satisfied with the food. Now what do we do? The brunette grabbed his arm, pulling him in an uncertain direction. Hey Sasuke, where are we going? Surprised by his companion's spontaneity, the girl with dark hair and eyes didn't turn her gaze, she simply kept moving forward. Sasuke, let's go to my house. My Teammates Chapter 34. The two protagonists of this story walked through the streets of Konoha towards the Uchiha clan's district. Naruto didn't want to argue with his dark-haired companion, basically for two very simple reasons. First, he knew her perfectly and knew that she was as stubborn as she was beautiful, that is, incredibly reluctant to change her plans. Second, he simply didn't mind spending as much time with her as possible. They continued briskly until they entered the boundaries of the district owned by Sasuke's family. As usual, the boy with lively blue eyes was dismayed to see the prevailing neglect in that corner of the village. Poorly maintained streets, dusty building facades, the occasional broken window. In short, that place provoked a colossal feeling of unease in him. Who in their right mind would want to live in such a depressing place? Sasuke walked down the street with her head down. She didn't like looking at the buildings on her street. Certain memories of happier times came to mind, only to be replaced by fear, sadness, and hatred toward the one responsible for the Uchiha tragedy, her own older brother, Itachi Uchiha. With these thoughts swirling in her head, they arrived at the residence of the Sharingan-wielding woman. The door opened, and the young woman politely invited the blue-eyed man inside. Naruto, thank you very much, Sasuke, taking off his sandals and placing them neatly in the hallway. Sasuke, please come in, the girl murmured, doing the same as her companion and passing by her, walking down the long hallway to the kitchen. Naruto, this uke, he followed her closely, puzzled by the dark-haired woman's unusual behavior. Once they were both in the small room, Sasuke took a kettle, filled it with water, and placed it on the stove. Sasuke, I'll make some tea if you don't mind lighting the flame under the teapot. Naruto, of course I don't have any, getting dangerously close to her back. Are you okay, Sasuke? The young woman moved, preventing the boy from getting too close. Sasuke, I'm perfectly fine, do me a favor and sit down, the tea will be ready in a little while. Naruto, okay, the boy replied, a little uneasy about how his comrade was acting. The blonde had no choice but to obey his hostess and take a seat, observing her. His blue eyes danced, delighting in the woman's figure. Although Sasuke wasn't a very feminine woman, she had a damnably attractive body. Naruto didn't hesitate to look at her curves, blushing slightly. Sasuke, stop staring at me, the woman snapped, still with her back to him. The blue-eyed man jumped in his seat. Naruto, I don't know what you're talking about. I was looking around the kitchen for something to excuse himself to the Uchiha, however, he didn't find anything decent. Sasuke, you're a pervert, Iradobe. The young Uzumaki rolled his eyes at such a nickname. What sweet irony, this must be how the Erosanin felt when he called him that. Naruto, I'm not a pervert, I swear, I haven't even read the dirty novels of Erosanin. The Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi defended himself by making comical gestures. Sasuke, whatever you say, turning off the stove and taking the teapot to pour its contents into 2 ceramic cups and serve one of them to her guest. Naruto, thank you so much, blowing on her drink to cool it down a bit so she wouldn't burn herself on the first sip. Sasuke sat down right in front of the Uzumaki, fixing her dark eyes on him, which greatly intimidated the poor guy. Sasuke, seriously, is something wrong? You know you can count on me for anything you need. The woman seemed completely unfazed by her companion's sincere words, but therein lay the key. The last Uchiha appeared stoic, lost in her doubts and thoughts, all under the scrutiny of her guest who preferred to remain silent and wait for her to break the silence that had settled in the kitchen. Sasuke, Naruto, the girl whispered in a faint thread of voice. Naruto, tell me, taking a sip of his tea to calm down a little. Sasuke, what do you think of my ambition to kill my brother, she spoke, spitting out the last word, trying to show the greatest possible contempt for the person she once admired with all her heart. Naruto, it's hard to explain and don't take this the wrong way, but I wouldn't know how to tell you. He answered hesitantly, taking another sip of his tea to soothe the tickle that had appeared in his throat due to nerves. I think you have the right to do it, but you should also know that perhaps once you fulfilled your revenge, you might feel empty or regret having done it. The golden-haired boy became extremely intimidated when he saw how the usually unflappable Sasuke Uchiha was observing him with a slightly furrowed brow. But you're completely free to do whatever you want. You know I'll support you in everything, as long as it's not total madness. Sasuke, will you support me in everything? Naruto, yeah, well, if you decide to commit suicide, obviously not. He tried to joke to lighten the heavy atmosphere that had settled between them. Sasuke, I'm not joking, Dobi, if you decide to support me in killing my brother. She took a small sip of her tea under the sapphire eyes of the man in front of her. I don't want you interfering no matter what happens, I beg you. Naruto, I won't interfere, looking at her seriously unless your life is in danger. Sasuke, no, she raised her voice angrily. Don't you dare interfere, Dobi. Whatever happens, this is between Itachi and me. Naruto, I don't care at all. If you're in danger of dying, I'll go in to help you, but I give you my word, I won't kill your brother, only you can do that. The young man with golden hair replied to the raven-haired girl seriously. Sasuke, I refuse. If that ever happens, I will never speak to you again, lightly squeezing her teacup. Naruto, I prefer that to having to bring flowers to your grave, you know, looking away, slightly annoyed by how stubborn his teammate was. Sasuke, you're a softie, Dobi. Naruto, Sasuke, the boy shouted, startling her with his suddenness. I'm no pushover, I just want to save your life if it's in danger. Whether you hate me for it or not, you're very important to me, and I'd much rather endure your hateful glares, your silences, and your contempt than have to go see you at the Konoha cemetery. So make no mistake, I won't interfere with your revenge unless you're about to die. That's a promise to you and to myself. He finished the rest of his tea and stood up. Thank you very much for the tea. I'm leaving. The boy left the kitchen at a brisk pace, followed by the Uchiha woman. Once he had put on his shoes and touched the doorknob, he felt a pair of arms wrap around his lower abdomen and a head rest against his back. Sasuke, Naruto, I hiding her face behind the Jinchuriki's back. Naruto, you don't understand, do you, Sasuke? The blue-eyed young man murmured softly, now free of the anger that had erupted in his mind in her kitchen. You're very important to me, and that's why I humbly prefer to see your hatred towards me than to never see you again. Sasuke, I, the brunette replied haltingly, overcome with happiness. Look at me, turn around. Naruto, what row? His eyes widened as he felt his partner's lips crash against his own. A sweet taste with a light matcha tea flavor flooded his own mouth. Letting himself be carried away by the moment, Naruto closed his eyes, hugging the Uchiha by the waist. Little by little, the touch of lips gained intensity, turning into a very hot battle of tongues. But unfortunately, they began to run out of air, so they had to separate to catch their breath. Naruto, Sasuke, I, the woman in front of him, covered her lips with the index finger of her right hand while smiling faintly. Sasuke, don't talk, I don't want you to mess it up. Dobi kissing him again with less intensity in the erotic way. My teammates, Chapter 35. The two young people separated, panting from the enormous number of kisses they had been giving each other without respite. Naruto had let her give him the first kisses, but after a few minutes he gradually took the initiative, trying Sasuke's lips on his own and taking the liberty of caressing the girl's waist, who trembled a little from the sensation at first but soon got used to her companion's caresses. Sasuke, Dobi pulling away from him with a deep blush without giving him time to answer, she began to remove his cloak and let it fall to the ground, along with his staff and the musket he carried strapped to his back. Naruto, Sasuke, are you again? He couldn't finish speaking because of another kiss from the raven-haired girl. This time he felt the Uchiha's tongue enter his mouth, searching for his, which responded at the first touch, intertwining with hers in a relentless battle that seemed to have no end and even less of a clear winner. Sasuke, don't talk, Dobi just feel licking his neck, biting him hungrily, leaving marks on him as if the Sharigan user were trying to mark him as her property. The blonde could no longer resist the temptation and let himself be overcome by it, grabbing the girl's buttocks and lifting her to his waist. The brunette's legs clung to him with the force of a padlock as they kissed passionately again. The man's hands caressed her buttocks, hitting them from time to time, provoking pleasure and moans from the girl who, with each passing minute, was more flushed or more beautiful according to the blue-eyed man's eyes. Sasuke broke the passionate kiss they were having, moving away a few centimeters from her rival's face with her tongue out and a thin strand of saliva still connecting it to the mouth of her partner and now lover with golden hair like the sun. Naruto, I can't hold back any longer. Sasuke, he buried his face in the woman's cleavage, using his teeth to remove the bandages that so miserably bound her breasts. The woman's hands tangled in the boy's hair, pulling him against her chest, allowing him to remove her makeshift bra. After several bites, the girl's breasts were finally free, They were round and fleshy, a C-cup for those in the know, with pink, medium-sized nipples that were fully erect from the woman's arousal, so much so that they were clearly visible through her white shirt. The blonde boy took his time kissing, licking, and sucking them, switching from the right to the left and then back again. And for his arrival in paradise, Sasuke took advantage of having his head between them to crush it with her breasts. Without a doubt, Naruto Uzumaki was an incredibly lucky man. After several minutes of the young man's attention and devotion to the Uchiha's breasts, she descended from his waist while kissing him and caressing a certain bulge in his pants. Naruto, I'm very excited, blushing intensely as he watched his friend's pale hand caress his package with slow, circular movements that perfectly matched her tongue caressing his right ear. Sasuke, oh yeah. She whispered in his ear, sending a shiver down his spine. Then I'll have to putting her hand inside his pants and underwear, carrying out the glorious skin-to-skin contact that the Jinchuriki so desired. He slowly felt Sasuke's delicate hand begin to masturbate his member, still imprisoned behind the 2 layers of clothing that honestly were getting in his way at this moment. Naruto, Sasuke, please, the boy implored in a whisper. Sasuke, what do you have here? Dobi slowly pulling down his pants and boxers, surprised to see his lover's member. Not bad, you're above average, bending down to smell his partner's member and lick the tip. Naruto, Sasuke the blonde moaned with pleasure at having felt the contact of the last Uchiha's wonderful tongue on his privates. Sasuke, it smells good and tastes even better, opening her mouth to swallow the fully erect and throbbing piece of meat in front of her, to the delight of the 4th Hokage's son, who quickly grabbed her hair and began to move her hips in perfect sync with the movement of her head, which he guided thanks to holding her by her beautiful night-black hair. The swaying was glorious. The blonde felt the woman's succulent tongue perfectly envelop his intimacy while her throat caressed the head of his phallus with each thrust. He couldn't resist the impulse to caress the woman's breasts through her clothes with his free hand while she did the same to his testicles, which she squeezed and sometimes licked and sucked, elevating him to 7th heaven. Naruto, Sasuke, I'm going to giving the poor woman a ferocious thrust, spilling his seed inside her throat, his seed heading straight for the Kunoichi's stomach. She didn't turn her nose up at her partner's gift. His member came out of Sasuke's mouth with a wet sound. The woman coughed a little, seeing how semen was still dripping from the tip of her lover's intimacy, which she didn't hesitate to lick up, much to the delight of the lucky man. Naruto smiled with satisfaction, grabbing his crotch and proceeding to tap the girl with it. She stuck out her tongue, still coated with traces of his sperm, and looked at him with lustful eyes, a look that captivated and excited the young shinobi, who didn't hesitate to lift her up and turn her around to spank her ass and knead it with gusto. Listening to the wonderful little cries and moans of the woman who until recently had been stoic, serious, and cold as an iceberg. I want to eat that cute ass of yours that you have, Sasuke. The woman in question said nothing, simply lowering her pants and letting him do it. Without giving her time to bend down, the boy crouched down, biting and licking her buttocks while continuing to spank her passionately. It's beautiful as you, Sasuke-chan, the young man said, still savoring her backside, making the woman blush. She at least thought that in that position he wouldn't see her face of pleasure and lust. Her jet-black eyes widened as she felt something hard and wet slide through her underwear and begin to move freely. Naruto had inserted his member into her rear under her panties and was pretending to she would never say such a dirty word. But the wonderful sensation was there, first soft and slow between her buttocks, then strong and bestial, so much so that the sound of flesh colliding could be heard throughout the hallway. Heavens, Sasuke-chan, I can feel you're already wet, hugging her from behind, squeezing her breasts. Sasuke, shut up, Dobi, just keep going. The boy stopped abruptly and put his hand inside the girl's underwear, changing the position of his member so that it was now rubbing against the woman's intimacy, who with each thrust felt as if her intimacy was melting to the point of noticing a great wetness between her legs that was slowly descending to the floor. Naruto, I can't hold back any longer, my dear Sasuke-chan. The blonde boy ripped off her underwear and swept her into his arms, carrying her princess-style up the stairs to the Uchiha's room. Once inside, he carefully laid her on the bed and finished undressing. Sasuke's dark eyes couldn't stop staring at the enormous erection her partner had. She was fascinated, or rather delighted, that he was so aroused that he could keep that thing completely stiff even after his ejaculation. The woman thought, mesmerized, a deep blush spreading across her face. Sasuke-chan, the Uzumaki murmured, sitting on the bed beside her and gently taking her by the neck with the same tenderness as passion. Stick out your tongue, the woman obeyed, sticking out her tongue, which the boy quickly sucked. Then it was the raven-haired girl's turn, repeating her partner's action to finish. Hugging him around the waist, kissing him, and masturbating him. Sasuke, Naruto, I want you to do it to me, the woman whispered between kisses, her voice weak with embarrassment. Naruto, do what to you, Sasuke-chan? The blonde boy asked, letting himself be led by the mouth and hands of the beautiful girl beside him. Sasuke, that licking her cheek playfully. Naruto, seriously, I don't know what you mean playing dumb. He wanted to hear her, he wanted her to ask him to make love to her. Sasuke, you're going to kissing his cheek make me biting his right earlobe tell you putting her tongue in his ear, causing the lucky Saftareed Konohanan to shiver. Naruto, Yais please tell me completely submissive to her caresses with both her hands and her mouth. Sasuke, make love to me, Naruto touching his testicles while biting his neck. Make me yours and come inside me squeezing his intimate area not too hard. Naruto, it will be a pleasure. Sasuke turning his face to take the lips of the dark-haired woman who climbed onto his lap. Rubbing her intimacy with that of her lover, the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. Naruto squeezed her buttocks eagerly as the Uchiha broke the kiss to take off her white shirt and finally be completely naked. Sasuke starting tonight activating her sharing and you will be mine. Naruto Uzumaki wrapping her arms around the boy's neck and burying her hands in his loose hair. Naruto said nothing, simply letting himself be drawn by the woman's arms towards her chest, listening to his heartbeat quickening with excitement. Do it now, the woman murmured, embarrassed. The blonde gently lifted her, positioning their thighs in a straight line and slowly lowered her onto him. Sasuke Uchiha moaned with pleasure and pain as she felt herself being deflowered by her rival, her friend, her love. Every inch of him entering her was pure bliss, that tingling in her belly, that feeling of absolute fullness, of being complete, new sensations for her gratifying and intoxicating sensations that gradually increased as the pain subsided, and which at this rate could make her addicted to them. Her buttocks she straddled her lover's lap, Naruto was completely inside her, his strong hands on her buttocks, gazing at her with devotion and love. That was too much for Sasuke, her mind decided it was time to let go completely and enjoy. The brunette closed her eyes as she felt her blonde friend's tongue caress the flesh of her breasts. Eager to participate in the passionate moment, she began to move awkwardly on top of the Uzumaki's lap, who soon helped her with his arms. Naruto, Sasuke, you're so tight, giving the woman a playful slap on the buttocks, she let out a moan louder than the others that escaped her lips with each thrust. And wet hungrily biting her nipple, the Sharigan user threw her head back, enjoying the moment. She could feel her belly beginning to swirl as if a fierce storm raged inside her. I want to try this, the boy murmured, lifting her into his arms. Sasuke didn't hesitate for a second before clinging to him, her arms wrapping around his neck and her legs around his waist, gripping him in a way that was pleasing to any man. The blue-eyed boy smiled, stealing kisses, with his tongue from the woman who couldn't keep her mouth closed, because of the incessant stream of moans coming from deep within her throat. This became even more evident when the rhythm of his thrusts increased exponentially as the spanking and licking continued. Sasuke felt like she was dying with each thrust, like she was being reborn with each thrust, like she was going mad every time the boy withdrew from her, only to regain her composure as he thrust back in, touching the entrance to her womb. Sasuke, I'm about to come. If you hold me with your legs like this, I'm going to come inside you, the boy groaned, thrusting into the woman with a powerful stroke. She felt her womb open and her mind fly away from her body. Sasuke Uchiha had experienced her first orgasm, an explosion in her intimate area that caused her partner to come with her, filling her completely. Naruto felt his strength leaving him, so he decided to collapse onto the bed with his lover still holding onto his waist. They stared into each other's eyes for a few moments, completely exhausted and drenched in sweat. Without a word, they kissed passionately again, not separating an inch from each other. This wasn't over. There.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.